The single hardest challenge in any core Pokemon game is Generation 4's Battle Factory. Nothing else even comes close. I say this despite being the world record holder for both formats in singles and in doubles. The response to this is usually one of two things. Either people want a guide, or people want to tell me that Factory is too random or not fun. So this video is a response to everyone. It's my Battle Factory Best of 5 challenge. Here's how it works. I'm live streaming 5 separate attempts of the Battle Factory with no RNG manipulation. Each set I will try and get a gold print, which is a 49 win streak. If I lose any time before battle 49, it counts as a loss. But if I win the gold print, it counts as a win. I'm going to be doing detailed commentary and strategy analysis as I go through, and I'm committed to uploading this no matter how unlucky I get or how badly I play in any of these runs. I don't think anyone is going to properly watch this video and leave thinking that the Factory is more luck than skill. Now the first match is usually quite chill, but my opponent actually has Eevee. This might seem like a joke, but in round 1, even though the opponent has weak Pokemon, the player is also forced to have weak Pokemon. And in the land of weak Pokemon, adaptability Eevee is actually quite scary. So we will have to prepare for it. Each round of Factory starts off by giving you a choice of 6 Pokemon, from which you can choose 3. Here are my draft options. Going purely on individual performance, the best team here would be Snover, Ariados and Dunsparce. But I can't do this. Eevee will outspeed my entire team, and take down crit will kill both Snover and Ariados. I absolutely must prepare for and play around crits, as I need to win 49 matches in a row and I'm almost guaranteed to be crit there. Now Dunsparce could survive a crit from Eevee, but unfortunately Headbutt would put it into flail range, and in this generation, Glare can miss. So to be completely safe against Eevee, I need to take Geodude. And to guarantee that Drowsy doesn't do anything unthinkable at the end of the match with Barrier, I should also take a special attacker, and that's going to be Baltoy. By round 1 standards, I'm not taking a very good team here. But round 1 of the Factory is very easy, as you get told their entire team, and also the AI is random. That's kind of what's scary about Eevee 1, all of its moves are quite useful. Most of the other set ones have useless moves that drag down the average performance of the random AI. And that's part of why I'm playing at level 50 and also why level 50 is easier than level 100, although there will be more reasons later. Now this first match isn't very interesting. My opponent pretty much has no chance of actually winning, as I've directly countered his team. But I'm not going to be able to do that in future games. Drowsy comes in second, which is guaranteed due to the way that Gen 4 AI picks switch-ins. Understanding how the AI switches in is essential to building these kind of bulletproof plans in round 1. I switched Geodude out because I don't want Geodude to be in on the first turn against Grimer. This is because the only way that the opponent could win is if Grimer uses Minimize. But both Baltoy and Dunsparce outspeed Grimer, so the only real risk is having Geodude in against Grimer. So by denying Grimer the outspeed minimize play, I pretty much deny my opponent any realistic chance of winning. With match 1 over, the main gimmick of the Factory comes into play. After each match you're able to swap and slowly improve your team. My next opponent has Weeping Bell, Gloom and Kricketune. Now abilities are random in Factory, but after seeing Eevee's takedown do 24 damage to Geodude, I know it must be adaptability. But once again my opponent could win with a series of crits alongside lucky move selects from the random AI. And the path to a guaranteed win here is actually Grimer, even though Grimer is usually a terrible round 1 Pokemon. While this does make the team temporarily worse, I'm guaranteed to have a strong swap option next game. Now this match is incredibly straightforward to win, so instead I'm going to briefly talk about swapping in the Factory. The Factory will keep tabs on how many times you swap in total during this win streak. Every time you get 7 swaps, you earn yourself what's called an elevation, which is an improvement to the options you're given in future drafts. Although as we will see later, this is not always a good thing. But the basic strategy is this: from matches 1 to 14, you want to swap every single match. Because you're told the next opponent's team anyway, this isn't really much of a burden. The next few games are also quite straightforward low risk wins against the AI, so let's instead talk about the aim for round 1. We're aiming to make the best team before match 7. On each Pokemon's card I've included a grade, which is roughly how good I think this Pokemon is for this round. I need to get a good team before match 7, because the last match of any round is a mini-boss. Match 7 is going to use Pokemon from the next tier up. That means while I'll only ever be able to have tier 1 Pokemon for match 7, my opponent is going to have 3 tier 2 Pokemon. So while a good player should basically never lose matches 1 to 6, match 7 is quite different. To summarise how my team changed, I replaced Gloom with Drifloon, then Grimer with Krabby, then Krabby with Murkrow. That means I've reached Battle 7 with Murkrow, Drifloon and Dunsparce on my team, and I have the option to switch to any one of the Battle 6 opponents, which are Drowsy, Delcatty or Lombre. This would normally be totally fine for match 7, however my match 7 opponent has rolled quite a monster team. It's Wartortle, Cypher and Relicanth. I would normally take the excellent Pokemon Delcatty 1, however it can't touch Relicanth and Cypher is faster than it, and my team is already weak to both Cypher and Relicanth. The natural pick here is definitely Lombre, which doesn't one-shot Relicanth, but Mega Drain will almost KO it. But this does leave me quite vulnerable to the Wartortle Cypher combination if the random AI gets lucky move selects. But since Murkrow will beat Wartortle, I will then be able to force out Relicanth. And while it is faster than Lombre, I can heal almost all the damage of Mega Drain. This should leave me in the best possible spot for beating Cypher, which will come out last. And the random AI is very unlikely to be able to disrupt this plan. Murkrow vs Wartortle is a more interesting 1v1 than it might seem. Murkrow's black glasses make feint attack 20% stronger than wing attack. First, I could wing attack twice into a feint attack. This sometimes denies Wartortle the ability Torrent. The other major option is just feint attack spam, with the hopes that if Murkrow does feint, that 2 feint attacks would put Wartortle into fake out range from Lombre. However, I slightly prefer the feint attack play because it means that if I crit Wartortle, I'm much more likely to KO it over 2 turns. However, despite all that prep, it's actually Wartortle that crits Murkrow instead, and it follows this up with 2 more lucky move selects of Bite and Aqua Jet. I did have a plan for losing Murkrow, but I'm now really hoping that Cypher is not Technician. I haven't given him much screen time yet, but Dunsparce has actually been the MVP of this round 1. Serene Grace Dunsparce is easily an S tier Pokemon, and if you want to see the rest of my tier list, just check the description. Unfortunately, Wartortle uses its best move here, which is Yawn, as well as getting a 10% Focus Band activation. This is very awkward and I can't let Dunsparce go to sleep, so I have to go Lombre for a fake out kill. Now Lombre is going to force out Cypher next because Cypher sees a super effective wing attack against it, which means I have to spend an additional turn switching Dunsparce into Cypher, and follow it up with a 75% accurate Glare. But once I've hit Glare, I've got a Serene Grace Headbutt to use against Cypher. This is really important because the damage from wing attack does reveal Technician, and that means that Cypher can one-shot both of my remaining Pokemon. But Glare did hit Cypher, so I should be fine for the rest of the game. Although Relicanth picks up another KO on Dunsparce, Lombre can easily finish it. Even though I only won this with 1 Pokemon remaining, the factory doesn't care about how close the game was. It only cares if you win or if you lose. This can make the play pattern very different to Nuzlocke's, because it means we can adjust longer term strategy decisions without worrying about future games. I got the full 7 swaps in round 1, which means for round 2 I am guaranteed an elevation. Typically, players should take this tier 3 Pokemon. Although round 2 is still random AI, you'll see that the hint has been nerfed. We only see 2 Pokemon on the opposing team now, although this is still a massive advantage. When I load in the draft, I see the sprites immediately. My hope is that the elevation is Gorobis, because Gorobis 2 is an amazing Pokemon and much better than Gorobis 1, and if it's not Gorobis, I was hoping for Linoone 2. Instead, my elevation is Sandslash 2. This is not bad, but the most deadly opponents I'll face in round 2 will be tier 2 waters. Now I think Game Freak attempted to keep the top tiers clear of having too many water types, but this means that a lot of the very strong waters that should really be in higher tiers have been dropped down to tier 2 and 3. So basically I can't rely on this Sandslash to just win every single fight for me. Now just like in round 1, I want to swap after every single battle, and I know that my next opponent has Farfetch'd and Hippopotas. A very basic strategy for the early rounds is to lead with your worst Pokemon and swap it out for whatever best counters the next trainer. So I decide to put the excellent Sandslash and Gorobis in the back and lead with Linoone. Now you might think that round 2 means I only face trainers with tier 2 Pokemon, but this isn't quite true. In round 2 I can still face tier 1 opponents, and actually this first match is against a tier 1 opponent. It isn't good or bad to face tier 1 or tier 2 opponents. The tier 1s are obviously easier to beat, but it also means I have to swap for a worse Pokemon. If you're wondering about how to recognise if a trainer is tier 1 or tier 2, my tier list spreadsheet also has a tab for that. Although this Hippopotas is unlikely to actually do any damage to me, I do not want any of my Pokemon to fall asleep. Since it's round 2, the last Pokemon is actually unknown. And I have a very slight fear of a Pokemon like Porygon coming in and getting a double crit. But after avoiding the sleep, there's almost no chance of losing the 3v1. Coming out of this match, I choose to swap Linoone for Farfetch'd. Just like in round 1, the main goal of round 2 is to build a good team for match 14. It's very unlikely that I'll be swapping the 2 Pokemon in the back out, and so this is mostly just a matter of cycling out whatever is in the lead. The next opponent has Machop, Corsola and Smoochum, which are all taken out very easily. Although the Smoochum does have the item Bright Powder, and it gave me PTSD last year when I missed 3 moves in a row against it, which is a 0.1% chance. Anyway, it's faster than Sandslash and can also one-shot it with Icy Wind, and I need to have Sandslash alive to beat Corsola. So I tag in Gorobis to face Smoochum instead. The end of this match might have looked easy, but if Corsola had used Mirror Coat on Gorobis and then had used Ancient Power on Farfetch'd after Sandslash had fainted to Icy Wind, then I would be in serious trouble and might lose. For the next swap, while Corsola is the best Pokemon against Nosepass, I'm actually going to take Smoochum here. And this is for a few reasons. Firstly, Sandslash can easily beat Nosepass. Secondly, Smoochum is a much better Pokemon than Corsola. And thirdly, Smoochum has the item Bright Powder. And this is important because the opponent cannot generate any Pokemon sets that have items that overlap with yours. In particular, Mawile 1, Cypher 2 and Electabuzz 2 all have the item Bright Powder. And because I might want to dodge these in future games, I will also consider keeping Smoochum on the team. Despite that prep, the last match had Skorupi 1, which is also quite a good switch in for Smoochum. Despite Bug Bite being a 4-time super effective move with Stab against Execute 1, it's actually quite unlikely to kill. And this is because Execute 1 has defense investment. But if you're not comfortable doing these kinds of mental calculations, there are damage calculators specifically for the battle facilities, and these will have preloaded Pokemon where you can enter the sets and see how much damage they do to each other. But experienced players should be fine with estimating damage. Once again, I don't get very good swap options with Execute, Chingling and Shieldon. What I am really looking out for here is a strong electric type either in tier 1 or tier 2. This would make me much more solid into enemy water types and enemy flying types. And this is really important because the tier 3 boss trainer at Battle 14 could field some of the ultra deadly tier 3 water or flying sets. But unfortunately, once again, match 12 gives me garbage swap options. And I'm going to be forced to take the least bad one, which here is going to be Duskull. That means there's only one match left to improve my team before the mini-boss, but luckily for me this is a tier 2 trainer, so my swap options are slightly stronger. This Wigglytuff is quite a good set by round 2 standards, and while I wouldn't call Golbat 1 strong, I also wouldn't call it weak. Masquerain is quite a strong option though, as it overperforms just like many of the bugs in the early rounds. The opponent waiting for me at match 14 has a slightly strange team. Luxio 2 can cause serious damage with its Patea Berry boosted Thunderbolts, but luckily I've got Sandslash 2, which not only OHKOs it but is also faster. But Grumpig 2 is a much bigger concern. It's faster than all 6 Pokemon I could have here, except for Golbat, and obviously Golbat won't do too well into it. Grumpig doesn't even have to get that lucky to individually beat any of my Pokemon. But the best anti-Grumpig Pokemon is Masquerain, and this is because of the move Scary Face. After using Scary Face once, both Sandslash and Gorobis will outspeed Grumpig. I also want to think about the hidden third Pokemon that could be on the team. Masquerain's Intimidate is also very useful against many of the physical tier 3s that could be in the back, and if nothing else, Masquerain has neutral matchups into most strong tier 3s, with the exception of the Electrics, which Sandslash will be able to handle. My main concern here is probably the Pokemon Pelipper 2, which also bullies my team a bit and will speed tie my Sandslash. But even against Pelipper 2, because it's random AI, Gorobis should come out on top. And in general, this is one of my absolute biggest tips for playing against the random AI. You want to pick bulky Pokemon. You want to increase the average time it takes for your Pokemon to faint. You want to extend the game. You want to give random AI as many chances as possible to make a mistake. Because if the random AI only needs to string together 2 or 3 good moves to beat you, you are inevitably going to lose. Sudowoodo switching in here is very unexpected. Because Luxio and Grumpig are both special attackers, I was expecting Grumpig to come in most times. And if it wasn't going to be Grumpig, I was expecting either a Grass or a Water type, which would give me a chance to switch to Masquerain or Gorobis respectively. Sudowoodo won the switching decision here because Self-Destruct is essentially a 400 base power move, which means it almost always wins the damage step of the switching AI. My concern is specifically around a Life Orb on Sudowoodo. This means that a Stone Edge crit would actually one-shot Gorobis. On top of this, if Sudowoodo explodes on Gorobis, then Grumpig is one lucky move on Masquerain away from winning. The other obvious plan for Sudowoodo is just to stay in and use the move Earthquake. Sandslash almost certainly won't kill here, but I would only get punished by the move Self-Destruct, and even then I have Masquerain and Gorobis against Grumpig. Because the chance of Self-Destruct is lower than the chance of Self-Destruct or Stone Edge crit, I decided to stay in with Sandslash. Unfortunately, Sudowoodo does get off Explosion. However, I took Masquerain with Scary Face partially for this reason. Because Grumpig has random AI, I'm still doing quite well in the match. However, I am quite concerned by the fact that Grumpig is base 80, 110 in HP and special defense respectively, which means that Silverwind into 2 Water Pulse isn't going to kill it. This is definitely a scenario where I need random AI to be random and not to pick the best moves. The fact that Masquerain went first this turn means that Grumpig definitely used Mirror Coat. That's step 1 of good luck, but I really needed to not use Power Gem this turn. If I avoid that, the Masquerain can get off 2 Silver Winds and I'll be able to easily win. That's a little bit unlucky and I'm now in a slightly awkward spot. I don't have the usual upside of the 20% Water Pulse Confuse if Grumpig does have the ability Own Tempo. The one piece of good news here is that even with the Wave Incense boost that Gorobis 1 has, if I crit with Water Pulse, I'm very unlikely to faint to the Mirror Coat. Grumpig has a pretty straightforward win here. It can use Psychic and Mirror Coat in either order, or use double Psychic. If it Charge Beams into Psychic, that might kill Gorobis, but I also might live it. Since 3 Water Pulse does the same amount of damage as 2 Water Pulse in Rain, and I'm already fast because of Scary Face, there is no reason to use Rain here. In fact, Rain would be a mistake, because then I may only have 1 chance to crit instead of 2. Now Grumpig's Psychic did a lot and things really don't look good here. There is one last thing I can try and do to salvage the game, which is to use Rain Dance into Water Pulse here. That way I will beat Grumpig if it uses Mirror Coat or Power Gem, or if it misses Charge Beam. But unfortunately Grumpig closes out the match with Psychic again. So, is the Factory 2 random? Did I just get really unlucky with Grumpig's move selects? While this match was unlucky, I played it so poorly that I definitely deserved to lose. Let's jump back to Sandslash vs Sudowoodo. The play here is to actually go Masquerain. If Sudowoodo explodes on Masquerain, then Sandslash can come in next and Earthquake Grumpig. Grumpig will survive this Earthquake, but it will be way too low HP to ever beat Gorobis as well. If Sudowoodo uses Stone Edge on Masquerain, then I can just go Gorobis next. And playing Gorobis into Sandslash against Grumpig is also much safer than what I did in the game, as Water Pulse and Earthquake will always kill Grumpig. My failure to recognise that this was by far the best plan was inexcusable. I should have seen it instantly, and I think the only reason I didn't is because I came into this match with a preconceived idea of what Masquerain needed to do against Grumpig. But speaking of the preconceived idea, the swap was also wrong. I shouldn't have taken Masquerain, I should have taken Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff has a much safer matchup into Grumpig. While I didn't misclick or do anything really terrible, the swap decision and the Sandslash turn were both big mistakes, which I got punished for. But enough moaning, that's 1 loss. 2 more and I've lost the challenge. This was the first time in 2025 where I had lost against random AI in the factory, and I was really angry at letting it happen on specifically this challenge. I did make one good decision, which was to end stream and come back tomorrow for the next run. The first opponent for my second run runs Plusle, Torchic and Natu. Plusle is one of these very strong tier 1 electrics that will usually work really well for the player. Meanwhile, Torchic and Natu are both very weak and will both be one-shot by the winning attack from Sharp Beak Staravia 1. I then just need 2 Pokemon from the remaining 5 that have a good matchup into Plusle. Out of these options, Magby and Anorith are definitely the best. And of these 2, I definitely want to put Anorith in the back, because if the next opponent does have multiple water types that are very strong, I'll be swapping out Magby and not Anorith. I will say that in run 1 and 2, I failed to draft any of the really strong tier 1 Pokemon such as Mawile, Porygon, Togetic or Minun. Still, I should be totally fine winning round 1 without these. Now, Magby might look like a strong Pokemon here, but remember what I said earlier, we want bulky Pokemon, not hard-hitting fast Pokemon. Magby is very frail and therefore 1 unlucky turn away from fainting. My next opponent has a Pokemon that was mentioned a lot in the Tower video comments. In the Frontier, Shedinja is tier 1, which means it can't appear past Battle 13, in both the factory and in the tower. The tower team can obviously just PP stall Shedinja until it struggles, but in the factory if you see Shedinja you do need to take coverage for it, even if this is just a move like Confuse Ray. And I want to shout out that match 2 trainer for having maybe the weakest team I've ever seen, with Kricketot, Shedinja and Happiny. I'm actually in a tiny bit of trouble here as the next match has Onix, which beats all 6 Pokemon that I could take. I decide the safest way around it is probably to take Shedinja myself, because at least Shedinja has an attack stat. Still, this is a match I'll need to pay attention on. Shedinja will 2-shot Anno for Shadow Sneak, but I can get Rock Blast. If I factor in the 80% accuracy, Shedinja is only 20% to die this turn. Naturally, this does happen. Plusle and Staravia versus Onyx is quite complicated. Even with Hard Stone, I will survive the Rock Slide from Onyx, but I won't survive Dig, and I also won't survive if Onyx hits Screech. I can use Fake Tears though, so Swift will 2-shot Onyx afterwards. What I'm hoping for here is Dig, which is going to give me a free Intimidate. While this is useful for Plusle, unfortunately Staravia is still going to faint to a -1 Rock Slide. While it is tempting to Wing Attack here, Wing Attack and Swift won't kill. And if Onyx is only at -1, then Plusle can never get the Potato Berry boost. I therefore need to double Intimidate Onyx, which means bringing in Plusle again. I'm not scared of switching to Plusle because Dig is a 2-turn move, and Plusle can simply switch out of it. With Onyx at -2, the situation dramatically changes. Suddenly Staravia will survive Rock Slide, and Plusle is guaranteed to get the Potato Berry boost from 2 Rock Slides or 1 Dig, so long as Onyx doesn't crit Plusle. This is all really important because it not only allows me to use the move Endeavour potentially, but also the Potato Berry boosted Swift will kill after a single wing attack. And Potato Berry Shockwave might 1-shot Apom. Apom is kind of dangerous in the back because double hit will 1-shot Plusle, and it's faster than Staravia. But luckily, even for the worst case scenario, Staravia also has the move Quick Attack. This is a match that could have gone wrong, and indeed Onyx is very good in round 1 of the Battle Factory. Because Quick Attack might be essential to winning the game against Apom, I do save the low HP Staravia here. Shockwave and Quick Attack together will always KO Apom, so the only chance that the AI has right now is to crit Fake Out against Plusle, and follow this up with double hit against Staravia. That's a 1 in 284 chance. The next few games are pretty simple. With the Plusle and Staravia clutch combination in the back, I can cycle through leads. I take Onyx, Elekid and Bagon. The last opponent of this round ends up bringing Golbat, Cherrim and Linoon, which is also a pretty easy team to handle. For the last match, I swap in Coughing as a broadly anti-physical Pokemon. This might have seemed like quite an easy round 1, but you'll have to trust me when I say that round 1 is often even easier than this. All of that swapping means once again I am guaranteed to get an elevation in round 2. The first opponent has Kingler and Piloswine, which is so bad that I'm basically given free choice in the draft. Unfortunately, my first elevation is Noctowl 2. This isn't the worst elevation, but it is pretty bad. It's slow and it has low physical bulk, which is a much bigger issue than having low special bulk in the factory. It also only has to move Air Slash for its strongest attack. However, this luck is somewhat offset by getting the excellent Magneton 1. This is one of the most broken tier 2 Pokemon. The thing about tier 1 and tier 2 Pokemon is a lot of them lack good coverage, and Electric Steel just clowns on so many of them. In the first run, you'll remember that I said that you want to put your best Pokemon in the back. We've got to remember these are more guidelines than rules. Magneton works really well in the front, and Magneton can also really struggle to switch in against random AI for dangerous opponents. This means Magneton works slightly better as a lead. Of the remaining options, it's kind of close. Monferno is an unreliable glass cannon, Solrock doesn't have a single accurate move, Pidgeot is good but it shares exact typing with Noctowl, and Machoke is okay but kind of slow and kind of underwhelming. Whatever I take, it's very likely it'll only last one match before being swapped anyway. So I picked the most reliable Pokemon, which is Machoke 1. This game is pretty straightforward, so I'm going to talk a bit about how to play against random AI. Playing against random AI is actually an underrated skill. It's very easy to make the mistake of assuming the opponent is always going to pick the best move and get super lucky, and doing this can ruin your own decision making. But it's also easy to make the mistake of thinking that random AI means that they'll never pick the right move. The reality is, of course, that playing against random AI can get super deep. But most players don't want to waste time on the early rounds, particularly when resetting only uses you a few minutes. And this is why I generally recommend taking bulky Pokemon and only switching when it's very obvious to do so. And it's also why I recommend spending more than a few seconds on the swap into the next opponent. To see what an obvious switch looks like, let's jump ahead to where I lost run 1, which is match 14. Remember, this is the opponent with a full elevated team of tier 3s. Octillery and Sneasel is quite a concerning combination of Pokemon. Octillery will survive Shockwave and will OHKO Magneton with Flamethrower. Sneasel will outspeed Noctowl and Ice Punch will one-shot it. On top of this, Sneasel will almost never switch into Magneton second, and that's because while Octillery is a special attacker, Sneasel is a physical attacker with no strong neutral moves against Magneton. My main concern therefore is that the opponent could have a third Pokemon such as Charmeleon too. And so I don't want to be forced to keep Magneton alive just to deal with Sneasel in the back. So for this match I swap in Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee isn't totally reliable, but it's the best option I have. Despite it being my elevation, I'm actually going to use Noctowl 2 as cannon fodder for the Octillery. Even if Octillery gets a double crit on Noctowl, the Life Orb damage it takes will put it solidly into Shockwave range. And Magneton is fast in Octillery. Therefore the only thing I need Noctowl to do here is die. Hitmonlee 1 actually has comparable special bulk to Noctowl, and therefore I'm unlikely to be locking myself out of winning by doing this. I am aware that after Magneton picks up the kill on Octillery, that I could be vulnerable to the second Pokemon switching in. But since Magneton and Hitmonlee are both strong against Sneasel in the back, I just need them to not lose a 2v1 against the unknown Pokemon. This might seem like overkill, but consider the situation if I let Magneton feint to Octillery on turn 1. Because I know Sneasel is in the back, and I can't go Noctowl because it will force Sneasel out, I would then have to go Hitmonlee to pick up the KO on Octillery. Since Sneasel is faster than Hitmonlee and Ice Punch almost one-shots it, I therefore need Noctowl to beat the unknown Pokemon after spending an entire turn switching in. I would say at least 30% of tier 3 Pokemon could do this to Noctowl. I would say overall that puts my chance of losing somewhere around 1 in 20. And that's obviously very high if the punishment for losing is completely resetting the win streak. Instead, things go pretty well. I even have time to use Reflect with Noctowl, which buys me quite a lot of safety against a Pokemon like Sandslash 2. This is a really important pattern in Factory and we'll see it a lot later against Smart AI. Because we're working with so much unknown information, by leveraging the Pokemon we choose to get KO, we learn so much about what the structure of the opponent's team is. In this case specifically, the planning didn't matter. Magneton is obviously going to one-shot Omastar 2 with Shockwave. But the match isn't actually completely over. Sneasel could freeze Magneton. And since Magnet Bomb obviously won't OHKO Sneasel, the best move to use here is actually Thunder Wave, since Thunder Wave will also guarantee that Hitmonlee will outspeed Sneasel. Once Thunder Wave connects, I know I've won, and I finally escaped rounds 1 and 2. Getting all 14 swaps in means I'm due 2 elevations for round 3. This is particularly important because round 3 ends with Thornton 1. Thornton also has a team of all elevated tier 4 Pokemon, like every 7th trainer of a round. What's different about Thornton 1 though is that he has Smart AI. This is without a doubt the hardest single fight in the entire Frontier. It's also the one fight in the entire Frontier that I'm going to call unfair. But there is an art form to improving this match. The most important thing is to do 14 swaps. But after that, it's mostly a call of understanding which tier 3 Pokemon can be really good against Thornton's tier 4s. The MVPs here are Magneton 2, along with a lot of other electric types, many of the strong tier 3 waters, and Cypher 2. But perhaps the most infamous tier 3 set is Swellow 2. This comes with Guts and a preloaded Toxic Orb. It can be devastatingly strong, but you have to be careful about activating the Toxic Orb safely, because the first time Swellow 2 is in, particularly against Thornton, you can be very vulnerable. Another tip I have is to not swap every single time. In round 3 you should just be focused on making the best team possible. A lot of old advice will tell you to go over 21 swaps, and I think this is absolutely insane. You should be all in on winning against Thornton. My elevations end up being Rhydon 1 and Armaldo 1. Not only are they both terrible, but they're both slow rock types. It really doesn't get much worse than this. For the tier 3 Pokemon, I have Blossom 2, Banette 2, Grovyle 2 and Hitmonchan 2. Blossom will be good in matches 1 to 6, but it's not a very good Pokemon against Thornton. So basically, they all suck. The next trainer hint is also nerfed again in round 3. Instead, you just get told the first Pokemon and its first move. So I just take Banette to counter Lyron 1. I basically have a lot of work to do over the next 6 games to try and fix this team. Just like how in round 2 we could face tier 1 and tier 2 trainers, in round 3 we can face tier 2 and tier 3. If you get a good draft, it doesn't really matter, but my draft is terrible, so I really want to face tier 3 trainers so I have better swap options. This first trainer is tier 2, and so I probably can't take anything being offered here. Despite the funny focus band proc, this match was handled quite easily. My next opponent is a tier 3 trainer though. I know this because only Magmar 2 can run Flamethrower. I really can't take this Magmar though, and I'm hoping for something better in the back. The reason I can't take Magmar is because how common each type is in the factory is loosely based on how many Pokemon are in the Pokedex. In early generations, the Pokedex is obviously dominated by water types. Not only this, but it feels like they gave every single water type in the game either Surf, Waterfall, or some other strong move. When I'm coaching newer players, a phrase I will tell them a lot is to never make their team weak to water types. Although my Rhydon does have a Pursuit Berry, I am still definitely weak to this. Unfortunately, Magmar, Seeking, and Raticate are all terrible. And my next opponent is a tier 2 with equally trash Pokemon. Machoke, Mantine, and Sunflora. While it's healthy to be scared of Thornton 1, he does still just use random teams. There's a chance I can get lucky and he can get stuck with some of the absolute worst tier 4s, such as Shuckle 1. And if that happens, I might be able to win even if I don't improve this team. The next opponent is tier 3 and also leads Combusken. Newcomers often overrate the starters because the starters are so good in-game, but in the factory against fully evolved enemies that also run EVs, something like Combusken gets badly outclassed. An interesting swap decision does come up though. Ferret 2 is a dual purpose mon. It hits pretty hard with Choice Band. But the real reason to take it is to abuse Choice Band Trick. I'll talk about this more in future videos. But basically in Generation 4, if you can trick a choice item onto your opponent and you're faster than them, then they're going to be locked into whatever move they just used. While this can make setup strong, you don't need it. For example, with Ferret 2, we could imagine locking one of Thornton's Pokemon into something like Thunder Wave. And because the Generation 4 AI will never switch before you attack, this means we could freely get Rhydon in. Regardless, even if I just take Ferret as a frustration button, it's still much better than Banette 2. Excluding Thornton, the AI you face in matches 15 to 28 is known as basic AI. This isn't quite the same as random AI. The way to think of it is it won't use useless moves. So it does things like check if your Pokemon has Levitate before using Earthquake. But it can still use ineffective moves, like it can still use its weakest move against your Pokemon. This basically means that Ferret shouldn't be using Trick against this basic AI, but I can use it very well against Thornton. But enough stalling. It's match 19 and I'm actually in a really bad scenario. I'm still stuck with Amaldo 1 and Rhydon 1. While Ferret 2 was a nice pickup, it's also something of a gimmick and definitely not guaranteed to work against Thornton. This match 19 opponent is a tier 2 trainer. I'm not going to pick up any good swaps here normally. Taking both Armaldo and Rhydon was a bit of a gamble. A gamble towards flexibility, because I didn't know which one I would prefer to drop before knowing what my swap options would be. While I don't want to bring them both into Thornton 1, I'm much more prepared to bring them both than to take a really bad Pokemon, even if that bad Pokemon gives me better type diversity. A very common new player mistake in the factory is to prioritise type synergy over everything else. It's much better to have 3 strong Pokemon that don't have good synergy than 3 weak Pokemon with high synergy. On match 20 I do get a bit of a lucky turn though. While this is another tier 2 trainer which is very unlucky, this tier 2 trainer is running Magneton 1. Magneton 1 is one of the very few Pokemon that actually holds up quite well against tier 4s. I still want to see what Thornton is going to lead though, and I see he's going to lead Skarmory 1. Skarmory 1 is a strange set for the Frontier that looks like it belongs in competitive. Obviously hazard stacking is almost useless against the AI because the AI will almost never switch. This Skarmory is perfect fodder for Magneton, and I'm going to take it because it almost guarantees me a 3 vs 2 against Thornton. Leveraging this first matchup is the main big advantage the player gets on match 21. But with the very slow Rhydon 1 in the back, and a somewhat gimmicky Ferret 2, I'm not out of the woods yet against this match. This Skarmory has a 75% chance of going for spikes on turn 1, however it would still be a massive mistake to use Trick against it, as the punish if it did pick Drill Peck would be devastating. So I just pick up the kill with Shockwave. The The switch-in choice being Lantern actually gives us a huge amount of information immediately. Lantern 1 doesn't have a super effective move against Magneton, which means that whatever else is in the back also doesn't have a super effective move against Magneton. This eliminates almost every single ground, fighting and fire set, and it also eliminates a large chunk of normals. On top of this, Skarmory's attack is 2.7 times greater than its special attack, and yet Lantern 1, a special attacker, was chosen as the switch-in. I can also use the move menu. This tells me that Lantern was actually the third Pokemon in the team order. This in turn means that Lantern didn't win any kind of tie decision, and that eliminates every single water type with the move Surf. These are the kind of details that really matter. I don't always voice them when I stream, but it's my major thoughts whenever something comes switching in. In terms of what to do with this information, it's extremely likely that Rhydon will have an excellent matchup into the last Pokemon, because of the weaknesses it shares with Magneton. It's also very unlikely that the final Pokemon can OHKO Furret. But that doesn't help me right now. It's actually quite difficult to know what to do against Lantern. The smart AI can use Surf, Thunder Wave or Aqua Ring here, as Surf won't OHKO Magneton. I also don't know if this Lantern is Volt Absorb or Illuminate. My main goal here is to knock this out without losing Rhydon. Unfortunately, the combination of Magnet Bomb and Frustration together will never KO Lantern without a crit, and Supersonic only has a 55% chance to hit. I therefore decide to risk clicking Thunder Wave. 50% of the time, Lantern will be Volt Absorb and it will do nothing. If that happens, Furret will have to use Trick on a very likely Thunder Wave from Lantern. There is no reason to use Shockwave first, because if I can Thunder Wave this, then Rhydon can definitely KO it with Earthquake. And Shockwave into Frustration is likely a roll against Lantern, although it's probably a favoured roll. It's a big relief that Lantern wasn't Volt Absorb, as that means I can avoid the 4% chance that Lantern doesn't use Thunder Wave against Furret. Since I don't want Furret or Rhydon taking any damage on the switch-in, it's worth trying to fully maximise my odds. The only real chance Magneton has of beating Lantern is through Confusion, so I use Supersonic. Magneton winning this 1v1 is unlikely but not impossible, and the upside would be massive. Again, I really don't want to risk Furret or Rhydon being hit by Surf, given what I know about the likely Pokemon in the back. Magneton actually does incredibly well here, and what's very funny about this interaction is that after Magneton and Lantern both get paralysed, it's actually a speed tie. Before the paralysis, Lantern was 1 point faster, but because a Pokemon speed must be a whole number, when you divide both of these numbers by 4, they both come out to 19. Mismagius 1 is a disgusting switch-in from Thornton here. I thought I was getting lucky, but this has totally flipped the match. Let's go over the scenario and why this is such a disaster. First up, Magneton is dead. Mismagius sees a kill with every single one of its moves, which means it's going to use a random attack. This stops me from doing a fancy switch to Furret on the Shadow Ball. On top of this, Mismagius outspeeds and will one-shot Rhydon with Magical Leaf. What about Furret though? Well, remember those spikes used by Skarmory 1 at the beginning of the game? Those spikes mean that Mismagius is going to two-shot Furret. You might think Choice Band Shadow Claw will one-shot Mismagius, but actually it won't. Mismagius has the Cassid Berry, which halves damage from ghost moves, and Mismagius is faster. So have I just lost here? Well, not quite. There are 3 ways I could win this game. The first and most obvious option is also the worst. I could just go for the Shadow Claw crit. This is a 1 in 8 win, as I will always OHKO Mismagius if I do crit with Shadow Claw. The next is the very creative Assist. Assist pulls a random move from one of your teammates. If Assist calls the moves Crunch, which will one-shot, or Thunder Wave, which will let Rhydon outspeed Mismagius and then one-shot it, then I will win. Assist also has a bit of weirdness because it can call something like Scary Face, which kind of buys Furret another turn. Since a critical hit, Rock Slide or Magnet Bomb would also kill with Assist, I would say the chance of Assist winning is probably around 30%. The best move by far though is Trick. If you remember what I said earlier, Trick only actually locks the opponent into a move after they selected it. This means that if I use Trick on this turn, Mismagius won't be choice locked into whatever move it picks. It'll only become choice locked next turn. The complicating factor here is that after Furret gets hit by Paragem, both Paragem and Magical Leaf can be used, because both Paragem and Magical Leaf will KO Furret after damage from Spikes and Paragem. That makes it a pure 50-50 to win. If Mismagius locks into Paragem, then Rhydon easily wins with Crunch. That's a raw 50-50 that I managed to pick up. I don't feel that lucky though, because Mismagius was such a lucky switch in out of the remaining Pokemon that were possible. I also think in hindsight I misplayed this match. When Lantern used Aqua Wing on Magneton, I should have switched to Furret. Since just from a pure logics perspective, it was almost guaranteed that the final Pokemon was a special attacker with a not very effective move into Magneton. And therefore Magneton probably at least picks up a Thunder Wave against them as well. There's a touch of hindsight bias in there, but not too much. I do think I can call myself an idiot for staying in with Magneton in the first place. So that's the silver fight down. I need to check on my number of swaps. With only 17 swaps, I'm only going to get 2 elevations for round 4. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. For round 4 and beyond, elevations aren't that helpful. So the 2 elevations I'm going to have are going to be tier 5 Pokemon and the rest will be tier 4. Tier 5 Pokemon are set 2. In the draft I can see that it's Elements 2 and Meganium 2 which are the elevations. Something that can be hard to adjust to is round 4 is back to basic AI, even though the silver fight against Fortune was smart AI. And basic AI means that we want to go back to our previous idea, where we want to take bulky Pokemon and not take too many risks. By far the bulkiest Pokemon here is Tyranitar 1. Salamence 2 is also a very nice option against basic AI, because the semi-random nature of basic AI gives Salamence a lot more chances to use the move Dragon Dance. The final option is actually a bit tricky to decide on. The remaining 4 Pokemon are all bad but for different reasons, and I decided to go with Jinx, just to have a basic fear that I could be a bit weak into fighting or a bit weak into ice, and Jinx does reasonably well into both. You'll also see that the hint got nerfed again. We only get told the first move of the first Pokemon. Here the first move is Slash. That can mean it's a tier 3 trainer with Persian 2 lead, or it can mean it's a tier 4 trainer with an Ursaring 1 lead. Both are possible. When I see the trainer class, I'll know which one it is. And I can see that this is a cool trainer, and therefore it must be Ursaring 1 as the lead. We've got to be careful about Ursaring 1, because even though Salamence will survive an unboosted Avalanche if I don't attack, if Ursaring uses counter on Dragonclaw that would be devastating. Instead, by far the safest thing to do is to go to Tyranitar. This not only breaks Ursaring's Sash, but it also means I can set up 2 curses, so that Rock Slide will one-shot it. You'll note that I don't want to use move Payback. Even though after 2 curses Tyranitar is slower than Ursaring, counter has negative priority, and +2 Payback wouldn't OHKO Ursaring, and then I would die to counter. Medicham 1 comes in next, which is a somewhat interesting Pokemon. Tyranitar is going to survive Reversal at full HP, so I can easily stay in and kill this. If I didn't have Tyranitar 1 on my team, I would strongly consider Medicham 1 as a swap option. With Tyranitar, it's a little bit awkward because the Endure Salac reversal strategy is somewhat ruined by Sand, and I don't really want to get rid of my Tyranitar here. Ambipom 1 is last, which can be a problem, but only if it's Technician. It's obvious from the double hit damage that this is not a Technician Ambipom, and so I'm not very interested in taking it either. That was first match down. Round 4 is quite easy, you really shouldn't lose here very often. The tier 4 Pokemon, which are the set 1s, are really strong. The second hint is Poison Jab. That means it's Drapion, Muck or Toxicroak next. I really don't need this Jinx, and I'd much rather take something reasonably bulky, and Ursaring 1 will do just fine for that. Although Sash is broken by Tyranitar's Sandstream, I don't have to send in Tyranitar before Ursaring, and I'm likely to swap Ursaring out anyway. Although I said that swap count doesn't matter desperately, I would quite like to get 21 swaps before Battle 28, because that gives me 3 elevations for round 5. The first Pokemon out is indeed Toxicroak. I can outspeed this, but I can one-shot it if I use Dragon Dance first, so I'll take the opportunity to set up. Toxicroak doesn't pick up the crit, which is the only way it could have beaten Salamence. And Infernape 1 is out next. I am of course faster than Infernape 1 after Dragon Dance, and I will one-shot it with Dragonclaw. Flareon is last, and it will also die to a single Dragonclaw. You can see how the Salamence 2 elevation is really paying off here. Even if Salamence ran into a Pokemon with an Ice move, it's quite unlikely that Basic AI would use the Ice move. Avalanche must mean it's either Cloyster 2 from a tier 3 opponent, or Glalie 1 from a tier 4 opponent. Again, it doesn't really matter what I take, I just need a swap. Infernape 1 is quite strong. The fake out option with U-turn and close combat is all very nice, and the Cobra Berry is not useless. Infernape 1 isn't the kind of Pokemon I would want to rely on for round 4, but it's totally fine to take on such a bulky team. The fact that all my Pokemon are physical attackers also does not matter too much. I'm very unlikely to be walled by anything too concerning here. Cloyster 2 is probably the closest thing I can get to a physical wall that can cause a bit of problems, but even against this I've got Infernape's close combat. The random AI ends up picking pretty clever moves for Cloyster, but it still won't matter. Dive doesn't do much to Salamence, and I can save some HP on Infernape by avoiding taking too much toxic damage. With Salamence back in, the decision is once again a little bit awkward. I don't want to be hit by an Avalanche, particularly a crit Avalanche, so I'm going to go back to Infernape. Wartortle 2 is out next, and this is going to be another casualty to the pure stat advantage that my tier 4 Pokemon have. While close combat won't one-shot it, I'll easily bring it into range of every other attack on the team, and Wartortle can only kill me if it uses Surf. Remember that basic AI can't use Fake Out after turn 1. They do check for moves failing. I don't want to mess around with Ice Beam, so I just immediately pick up the kill on Wartortle. Dodrio 2 is last, and it has a very small chance of doing something devastating with Acupressure. For this reason, I'm going to take it somewhat seriously and just try and immediately knock it out with Thunderfang. I would normally Dragon Claw in situations like that, but the slight extra damage that Thunderfang does compared to Dragon Claw does make it worthwhile since it can get an OHKO roll on Dodrio. The next hint is Surf. This isn't a terribly useful one. I know that the first Pokemon is going to be a Water type, but there are so many Water types that can run Surf in slot 1 that it's not really worth thinking about. Instead, I just want to think about if I want to get rid of Infernape here or not. It would be quite a serious downgrade to take any of those Pokemon, and while I do need 21 swaps, that doesn't require me to swap every single round, so I just decided to skip the swap this time. Starmie 1 isn't as scary as some viewers might think, as it lacks Ice Beam. However, I still don't want to get hit by Thunder Wave. Salamence will never kill Starmie without a crit at +0, so it is worth going for a single Dragon Dance before using Dragon Claw. Starmie ends up attacking instead, but Psychic doesn't crit me, so that's the end of Starmie. Mismagius 1 from the Fortune fight is back. Unfortunately, this time it's going to do absolutely nothing against the boosted Salamence. Because Weezing is faster than Tyranitar, Weezing actually has no realistic chance of getting through my team, so that's the end of the match again. You can see that these round 4 opponents with basic AI are quite easy to beat. Giga Drain is another move that is on quite a lot of grass types. It doesn't really narrow it down that much. I'm quite keen to take the Starmie here. Starmie is not only quite bulky but also quite quick. And although Tyranitar 1 is solid, the very low speed can be a liability. It leaves Tyranitar a little bit vulnerable to being picked off by moves like Hypnosis and Confuse Ray, and I don't want to deal with that, so instead I just take Starmie 1, which not only is quick but also has a Lumberry. The lead ends up being Tropius. Tropius does have the Occa Berry, that won't really save it though. Because of the Occa Berry, Firefang won't OHKO at +2, so I might as well go for the +3 Dragon Claw, since Tropius can barely damage Salamence anyway. Cloyster is at second and causes a bit of a concern. Thunderfang doesn't always one-shot. I would say it was a small mistake on my part to not use even more Dragon Dances. Luckily, when I'm 3-2 up, clicking Dragon Claw here is pretty low risk. Zangoose goes down. Crunch is actually quite a big hint. This means it must be either Sharpedo 2 or Mightyena 2. Both are tier 3. It ends up being Sharpedo, and this is completely fine. While Sharpedo does carry Ice Fang, Salamence is actually faster, and Dragon Claw will obviously one-shot it. Bibarel 2 is out next. This is actually quite an annoying Pokemon because it can have the ability Unaware. For this reason, I'm not going to boost up with Dragon Dance, and instead I'll just go for double Dragon Claw to kill it. Finally is Seeking. Again, there's no reason to risk a 5% Thunderfang miss here. It's much better to just use Dragon Claw. This is quite common in round 4, where you'll pick up a few strong Pokemon, and they will often be able to 1 vs 3 entire enemy teams. In many ways, you could say that round 4 is actually easier than round 2. The final match is again against an elevated trainer. The elevated tier 5 opponents are actually much easier to beat than the tier 4 opponents, because set 2s are generally worse than set 1s, which is something I'm going to talk about in the next draft. The Thunderbolt hint tells me exactly what the next Pokemon is. It must be Luxray 2. This is the only tier 5 with Thunderbolt in slot 1. I'm hoping that Luxray is not Intimidate. Unfortunately, Intimidate comes in. This leaves me with a bit of a decision to make. While I don't want Settlements to get paralysed, and while Settlements is in danger of being two-shot by Thunderbolt itself, it's also basic AI, and I really don't want to get Infernape or Starmie paralysed. What's likely the best move here is to just use a -1 Dragonclaw. Infernape can finish off Luxray with Fake Out into close combat. What is more likely to happen though, is that basic AI will waste turns on Luxray 2, using moves that aren't Thunderbolt. Blaziken 2 is an absolutely terrible set. It has a very small chance of being a monster with Bright Powder misses, but so long as Starmie doesn't miss a 90% Psychic or a 90% Surf, I'll be able to easily kill it. That said, it uses Solar Beam on the switch. There's no reason to risk Starmie, so I just go back to Settlements. At +1, Dragonclaw is always going to one-shot this Blaziken. Again, it does have a small chance to activate Bright Powder and miss, but there's no safe way around that. I do have to hit it eventually, and ideally I do it with a 2 Pokemon lead. The final Pokemon out is Venusaur 2, and this is a very typical set too. It's got a weak attack and 3 status moves. While Pokemon like Venusaur 2 do look like fun gimmicks, I heavily recommend against taking them, because the variation in how well they perform can vary so wildly. Obviously I'm not going to lose to Venusaur 2 here, but Venusaur 2 is an important talking point for round 5. Why is round 5 so important? Well, I'm a strong believer that round 5 is the absolute hardest round in the factory, and much harder than round 7. Before I started the Best of 5 challenge, this is the round I thought I was most likely to lose on. If you've been following along with what I've been saying about tier 4 or set 1 and tier 5 or set 2 Pokemon, you can probably appreciate why round 5 is going to be so incredibly difficult. So, let's talk round 5. Why is round 5 so hard? First up, tier 3 and below Pokemon cannot appear anymore. Smart AI will kick in for every single match past round 5. Most of my advantage I've been enjoying up to match 28, which is that my opponent is likely to do very stupid things, is now gone. But those are just Bulbapedia facts. Let me tell you something you won't find on Bulbapedia. It's all to do with how tiers work in the factory. When we talk about a high tier Pokemon, we talk about something like Torterra. Torterra has 4 sets: Torterra 1, Torterra 2, Torterra 3 and Torterra 4. How do these sets work? Well, generally they follow the same broad patterns. The set 4 is usually a set designed by a 10-year-old. It has very strong moves and very wide coverage, and is unlikely to have any status moves. Set 4s are also very likely to have adamant or modest natures. Torterra 4 is a great example of all of this, and it makes set 4s pretty strong. Set 1s are often a less extreme example of set 4s though. They often have 1 or 2 more status moves or 1 or 2 more helping moves, and they're also likely to run more accurate moves. In addition to this, set 1 is quite often jolly or timid. This means that set 1s are also very strong on average. Torterra 1 is a good example of this as well. But what about set 2 and 3? While set 2 and 3 also follow a bit of a pattern, set 3 is often a weird set that is also quite strong. For Torterra, this is an easy example. Torterra 3 is a special set. It uses special moves, even though Torterra has lower special attack. A lot of other Pokemon also follow this trend, where set 3 will be using the weaker attack stat, but the moves themselves will be strong. Or how about set 2? While I often say that set 2 is the weird gimmick set that is also bad. Torterra 2 is an example of this. It's a strange Leech Seed synthesis set. Torterra 2 is very unlikely to be able to stall out most smart AI opponents. This trend is pretty much global, where set 4 is the best, then it's set 1, then it's set 3, and then it's set 2. There are counterexamples to this, but it's majorly true. So what does this mean for round 5? Well, round 5 I will have tier 2 Pokemon as regular drafting options, and I'll have tier 3 Pokemon as elevations. But in round 5 I can face tier 4 opponents and tier 5 opponents. Now tier 4 opponents are going to have set 1 Pokemon. Or to put it in simple English, my draft of set 2 and set 3 Pokemon is very likely to lose to a pretty strong tier 4 trainer with set 1 Pokemon. This is why round 5 is so hard. You will often get a draft that struggles in the first few games. The main counter you have to this is to try and get at least 21 swaps. At least this way it means that you get 3 elevations. There are of course a few set 2 and a few set 3 Pokemon that are very strong, but these are somewhat rare, and you're unlikely to get bailed out by them in your drafting. Now this is my exact draft for round 5, so let's talk about what to bring. Raichu 2 is so bad that I'm going to throw it out as an option immediately. It's important to remember that Pokemon is a numbers game. Raichu's attack is too low and its defense is too low. On top of that, its only reliable moves are Thunder Punch and Thunder Wave. And while Thunder Waving a Pokemon is quite useful, it's definitely not worth an entire team slot. Politoed 2 is also quite a gimmicky set, although it is slightly better than Raichu 2. The problem with Politoed 2 is that it's a defensive set that doesn't have any form of recovery. It's not useless though. Perishong is quite good at effectively removing the last Pokemon. But I can't use Perishong in a 1v1 scenario at the end, as a draw is counted as a loss in the factory. And if I use Perishong early, the AI is just going to switch out before Perishong activates. The Politoed I get in my draft is also Damp instead of Water Absorb. The abilities are always random of course, but Damp is by far the worst ability. Of the remaining sets, Porygon Z3 is actually the best. Although it lacks a primary stab attack, the combination of speed, bulk, coverage and power do somewhat compensate for it. The one in my draft is Download instead of the useless adaptability, which does make this Porygon Z3 much better than the average one. Download also strongly biases me towards wanting to have Porygon Z3 in the back. This means that I can control when it comes in, and I'm therefore able to exert some level of control over what download boost I'm going to get. Of course, when using Porygon, I really want to get the special attack download boost. Another hidden buff that Porygon Z3 has is that its speed IV is really important here. Set 3 Pokemon always have 20 IVs in the factory, whereas Set 1 have 12 IVs and Set 2 have 16 IVs. This is really important for Pokemon like Porygon that sit on a very common speed tier, such as base speed 90 which Porygon Z3 has. Or to put this another way, if I match up into a Pokemon like Kangaskhan 2, which is also base 90 speed, my Porygon is going to be faster than it and not speed tie it. This is another benefit of elevations. Although 4 IVs is not very much, and it's only really the impact on the speed stat that matters. There is one other very good Pokemon in this draft, which is Arcanine 2. The Arcanine I have is Intimidate, which makes it an excellent lead choice. There is no contrary ability in this generation, which means that leading off Intimidate is never a bad thing, and it can make quite a big impact, as around 2/3 of the factory sets are physical attackers, and Intimidate nerfs a lot of these quite heavily. The main gimmick of Arcanine 2 is the Endure Reversal combination with Salak Berry. Often Set 2 gimmicks don't work, but this gimmick in particular is very strong. Endure and Reversal as a strategy does have two major downsides. The first one is that it can be quite difficult to safely take damage. By this I mean that if we get hit by a move like Thunderbolt and get a 10% paralysis activation, then Arcanine 2 becomes almost useless. The other main weakness is of course Weather. In the factory it's only Hippowdon, Tyranitar and Abomasnow that can activate Weather, and of course these are least likely to appear right at the start of the match. This means that reversal sets often have a tug of war going on. On one hand they want to be in the back to switch in and safely take damage, on the other hand they want to be in the front so that the weather is less likely to be active. But in this case Intimidate tips the scales towards being a better lead. So if Arcanine the lead and Porygon in slot 2, what is the best third team member I can have between Crobat and Drapion? In terms of the role they provide, these Pokemon might look quite similar. I'm going to guess that a lot of newer factory players would actually pick Crobat here. The reason for doing so might seem obvious at the start. On the surface, Crobat has much better team synergy with Porygon and Arcanine. It can switch into ground moves aimed at Arcanine, and it can switch into fighting moves aimed at Porygon. On top of this, I think a newer factory player would claim that because Crobat and Drapion are both pretty fast poison types with poison as their primary stab option, that there isn't much between them. However, I would say that Drapion is clearly the better choice here. Something I claim quite often when I play factory is that having a mix of physical and special attackers isn't that important. And generally speaking this is true, it's not that important. However, apart from Arcanine, my entire team lacks a pretty strong stab option. And the less power in a punch a team can pack, the more dangerous Pokemon like Enemy Blissey and Enemy Skarmory become. On its own, this might be enough reason to take Drapion over Crobat, but actually there's a lot more as well. While it's true the most likely swap I'm going to do this round is to swap out Drapion or Crobat, it's always possible that I might choose to do something else. In this case, I'd much prefer Drapion to remain on the team. Drapion can accommodate new teammates much more flexibly than Crobat can, it just has fewer weaknesses. But the biggest problem is actually water types. Arcanine, Porygon and Crobat as a team are pretty weak into enemy water types. While Arcanine has the move Thunderfang, it's very unlikely that Thunderfang will 2-hit KO most of the dangerous water types in the factory. And it's quite easy to one-shot Arcanine in return. Even Poliwrath 1, for example, can one-shot Arcanine with Surf. This is definitely a case of not always blindly trusting the super effective type coverage. Endure plus Reversal also doesn't fix the water type problem. While the combination of Arcanine and Porygon should safely beat most water types, there are of course Pokemon like Milotic 1. Crobat is not going to be helpful in these scenarios. It doesn't hit hard enough with Sludge Bomb, and Crobat being weak to ice is a big problem because a lot of water types in the factory carry both water and ice coverage. My team isn't automatically going to lose to a Pokemon like Milotic or like Blastoise, but I am going to get seriously hurt by them. You might think that Crobat's ground immunity somewhat makes up for this water weakness, but I think it definitely doesn't. Consider what happens after Crobat 3 switches into a Pokemon like Rhydon. Okay, we've dodged the Earthquake that was aimed at Arcanine, but now what? Crobat 3 isn't going to hit these Pokemon very hard, and they're likely going to be backing a Rock move. Arcanine can't switch back into this Rock move to repeat Intimidate too many times either. We've only delayed the loss, we haven't found a solution to it. If you think about it for a bit, what's going to happen against an enemy turn 1 Earthquake is that we're either going to switch into Porygon and Ice Beam, or we're just going to use Endure plus Reversal anyway. Suddenly the only real reason to take Crobat 3 is because it's incredibly fast. Now being incredibly fast is pretty important, but I will say that Drapion 3 already fills this role. And even if Crobat did solve the Earthquake problem completely, I'm not sure if it would even be better then. Water types are super common in the factory, they're by far the most common type. And something I will say a lot when playing is that you never want to be weak to water if possible. So I draft Arcanine, Porygon and Drapion and move on to match 1, which is against a no-type specialist. The first Pokemon out is actually Gallade 1. Gallade is not a good Pokemon in the factory because of how Game Freak distributed the EVs on Pokemon. Because Gallade has high base attack and base special defense, they decided to invest the EVs in attack and special defense, which makes it horribly weak to physical attacks. Arcanine's Flare Blitz will always one-shot this Gallade. This is a nice start and it's another reason why Arcanine works well as a lead. We want to put maximum pressure on at the start just in case we can get an early advantage like this and be 3-2 up. The next Pokemon in is Ambipom 1, and I can see that it's in the Pokeball slot 2. This actually gives me quite a lot of information immediately. First up, it means that the last Pokemon cannot have a Water, Ground or Rock move, as they would have switched in first against Arcanine. If I combine this with the fact that the enemy has no type specialty, I can probably eliminate 70-80% of sets immediately. It's very likely the last Pokemon either has no neutral attacks against Arcanine, or that the last Pokemon is a special attacker and therefore wasn't sent out second after Gallade, since Gallade is a physical attacker. Or in terms of basic strategy, it means that Arcanine is quite likely to be very strong against the last Pokemon. But this makes playing against the Ambipom quite complicated. You see, Technician Ambipom is very likely to use Double Hit, but could also use Brick Break or Shadow Claw here against Arcanine. But if Ambipom is not Technician, it'll never use Double Hit against Arcanine, as it's not strong enough, and it only considers the first hit as the damage step. This does narrow down one thing though, I can't go Porygon. If I go Porygon, I'm very likely to be hit by a Technician Double Hit or by Brick Break. And after either of those moves hit, another Brick Break is very likely to finish off Porygon Z. And since Ambipom is faster, this would mean that Porygon Z dies for almost nothing. I could switch to Porygon Z and then switch back into Arcanine, but a crit Brick Break would punish this quite hard as well. Technician Double Hit is also quite likely to kill Drapion over 2 turns as well. Going Endure would also be quite risky here. You see, if it's not a Technician Ambipom, then Brick Break or Double Hit is unlikely to bring me into Slackberry range, and I don't want to have to risk clicking Endure twice. On top of this, a Technician Ambipom could miss the move Double Hit, which would also force me to use Endure twice. But Technician Ambipom is faster than Arcanine and can definitely kill me at 114 HP. And if Arcanine fates without doing any damage against a Technician Ambipom, I'm very likely to lose the next Pokemon I send in, no matter what it is. In fact, not only am I likely to lose the next Pokemon against Ambipom, but Ambipom's also going to hit my final Pokemon before I'm able to finish it off. This leaves me with a damaged Pokemon in a final 1v1. Ambipom reveals that it is Technician, bringing me down to 1 HP for the reversal. I take Ambipom out and the last Pokemon is actually Scizor 1. Now Scizor 1 is an exceptionally deadly set. It runs Swords Dance and it runs the item Bright Powder. Bullet Punch is obviously going to kill a 1 HP Arcanine, and because Bullet Punch is a priority kill move, it's always going to use it here. I could try and save Arcanine to save up the Intimidate for later, but actually if I switch out and it is a Technician Scizor 1, it's likely to use Bullet Punch and then use Swords Dance and then use Bullet Punch again, and this puts me in a much worse position than if I just attacked anyway. So the most useful thing Arcanine can do here is just die. Porygon does get a special attack boost here, but it's in a slightly awkward scenario. Ice Beam is not guaranteed to 2-shot Scizor 1, and the Bright Powder also complicates things in terms of not being able to get guaranteed kills off. The good news is that both Porygon and Drapion exist at kind of the perfect bulk target for this Scizor. After Swords Dance, X-Scizor will kill but Bullet Punch will not, even if Scizor is Technician. This means I'll always be guaranteed at least 2 attacks, and I will know that if Fire Fang hits, I will definitely win. But the Pokemon I send out next does matter. The problem with going Drapion first is that if I use Fire Fang, I might give Scizor 1 the ability Swarm. Now Swarm X Scizor into a Bullet Punch will kill Drapion, and Scizor's going to use the same move combination against Porygon. This will be fine as long as I don't miss against Bright Powder, but if I do miss, then I would have lost because I went Drapion first instead of Porygon first. So instead I send in Porygon. I go for the Ice Beam and scout out how much damage I do. It looks like I don't do more than half damage. I decide that even though Charge Beam is less accurate than Ice Beam, that Charge Beam is more likely to kill overall because of the slight damage boost. I managed to hit the charge beam though, and get out of this pretty scary match against Scizor. And for those wondering, yes, ironically Crobat 3 would have been much better against this Scizor specifically. Now even with the 8 IV gap, Scizor 1 is a massive upgrade over Drapion 3. The fact that taking Scizor in the back means that Baton Pass is unlikely to be active really doesn't matter at all here. The way that enemy luck works in the factory is weird. I don't want to face strong opponent sets because I might lose, but I also do want to face them because it gives me a chance to upgrade my own team. But this is also part of what makes Factory much more interesting than the other facilities in my opinion. The next opponent also has no type spec. It's a set 2 trainer and they lead off with Roserade 2. Now it's important not to rush decisions in the Factory. While Arcanine is faster and while Flare Blitz will obviously one-shot this Roserade, there's no need for me to take recoil damage here, and there's no need for me to take the risk of Poison Point here either. I can instead go Scizor. I see that my Scizor has the ability to Ignition, and if I go Scizor against Roserade, I can not just set up Swords Dance, I can almost fully set up. This snowballs my advantage from not just being ahead, but to being ahead with a fully set up Scizor and in a position to likely close out the game easily. I decide that instead of getting +6, I'd rather stop at +4 and remain out of range of various priority moves, just in case Scizor does have to switch out next. There's almost nothing that will survive a non-resisted Bullet Punch at +4 anyway. The next 2 Pokemon out are Urswing 2 and Lantern 2, which are both easy kills to pick up for Scizor. It was important not to rush turn 1, but this is also a good demonstration of just how strong Scizor is. These kind of setup Pokemon are very rare in the Factory, particularly setup Pokemon with specifically the move Swords Dance. However, when you can take them, you should. Now I don't want any of those Pokemon, so I don't go for any kind of swap. We're not targeting any specific swap count anymore, we just want to avoid losing. The next trainer is set 1 and leads off with Bronzong. Bronzong is one of the most annoying Pokemon to face, as the way that its random ability works often brings an element of risk to both using fire and using ground moves against it. Instead of risking it being heat proof, I decided to just go straight to Scizor and use Swords Dance. Bronzong is very likely to set up Trick Room for me, which will actually be a huge help for Scizor trying to sweep. I only go for +4, I prefer to stay healthy instead of go all the way to +6 but be at very low HP. The next Pokemon in being Swampert is actually very annoying. I'm quite likely to survive Waterfall here, and X-Scissor will obviously one-shot this, but I don't want to get flinched and I don't want to get crit. I'm very likely to kill it with X-Scissor, but Trick Room is still active, and Swampert could crit or flinch with Waterfall here. There's no reason to take the risk of doing no damage against it, so I might as well use Bullet Punch this turn and follow up with X-Scissor next turn after Trick Room ends. It is of course very important to count turns on Trick Room. When multiple moves could kill Scizor, the enemy's going to randomly pick between the moves it could kill. It chooses Waterfall here, and that actually gives Scizor a chance to survive, which it takes. The way that the AI acts randomly when multiple moves can kill is one of the dumbest procedures in Generation 4's Smart AI, and it's something that very good players can take massive advantage of. Regardless, Swampert using the wrong move here gives Scizor the chance to kill it next turn. Last out is Crobat 1, which Scizor will easily finish off with Bullet Punch. Once again, this match was a pretty convincing Scizor sweep. But even if Swampert had used Earthquake against Scizor, Porygon and Arcanine would have easily cleaned up the 2v2. The swap decision here is actually quite close. While Bronzong is a very good Pokemon, it is completely outclassed by Scizor 1. Swampert is also a really strong option, but it's worse than Scizor 1 and it's also much slower than both Arcanine and Porygon. Swampert for Porygon is a very serious swap option here, and it's mostly a call of how much you're going to trust Scizor 1 to be clutch in really important situations. But I've played with enough slow cores like this in the past to understand that a lot of pressure gets put on the lead Pokemon. Arcanine 2 just can't carry this kind of burden without forcing me into some seriously difficult decisions in early matchups. Having to play very safe to lead is often the sign of a bad team, and this shouldn't really be a bad team. Everything about this tells my intuition to actually not take Swampert. The next opponent is a set 1 trainer, who leads off with Breloom 1. Breloom 1 is actually a fairly serious problem because of its Focus Sash. I can't one-shot it with Flare Blitz, and it does pack Counter and Rock Slide. The Scizor switch is not safe because Breloom is faster than Scizor, and the Porygon Z switch is also not safe because Sky Uppercut does way too much damage after a Rock Slide hits it. I don't want to have to risk using a contact move into Effect Spore. This is probably my best overall chance of beating Breloom safely. I know there is another grass type on this team, but Scizor 1 arguably has a better anti-grass matchup than Arcanine does. Safest way of removing Focus Sash while taking minimal damage is actually Reversal. Reversal first reduces the recoil damage I will take, and it also means that Counter does less damage if Breloom does pick Counter on turn 1. Breloom does end up going for the counter, which is quite expected as Arcanine is a special type in Generation 3, and the logic from Generation 3's bugged AI on counter is copied into Generation 4. I don't get any Effect Spore activation, which could mean that Breloom is Poison Heal, but doesn't confirm anything. After this, Roserade 1 goes down, and last out is Dusknoir 1. This is one of the worst sets in the factory, and it's somewhat famous for being on Arcade Star Dahlia's team on the silver print fight, even though Arcade Star Dahlia doesn't have an item, making its fling totally useless. Still, in this situation it's no threat at all. The next opponent has no type spec, and it's a very easy decision to just pass on all of these. None of them are upgrades over my current team. The next opponent is a tier 1 trainer, who leads with another grass type in Meganium 1. Flare Blitz will OHKO Meganium 1, so this is a fairly easy decision to make. I could go Sizzle, but I don't want to risk the Ancient Power Omni boost. Next out is Miltank 1, which is a slightly odd set, as it's max defense and impish nature. This means that even a 1 HP reversal will not one-shot it necessarily. I also know it's quite likely that I'm getting hit by Thunderwave this turn almost no matter what, as Arcanine is faster than Miltank. Unlike last game, I know that the final Pokemon in the back can't be a grass type, and therefore it's unlikely that Arcanine is going to be super useful. If something's going to get hit by Thunderwave, I think I'd most want it to be Arcanine actually. Arcanine is in a slightly weird position here. If Miltank is not thick fat, then the recoil damage from Flare Blitz combined with Return can one-shot Arcanine, which I don't want to have happen, as I want to punish the move Return if it doesn't pick it over Thunderwave. But if it is thick fat, then Flare Blitz doesn't do very much anyway. At 110 HP, Reversal is still minimum power. I end up deciding to go for Thunderfang, even though the Miltank 1 does have a Cherry Berry. Thunderfang achieves two things. First up, it lets me safely punish the move Return if Miltank does go for it over Thunderwave, as I'll be able to Reversal in the next turn. And secondly, it brings Miltank safely into range of a crit Flare Blitz if it isn't thick fat. That sounds logical, but with the benefit of hindsight, I actually slightly disagree with this play. I think Reversal here would have been better than Thunderfang after all. The reason for this is that Miltank is going to give Porygon Z a download special attack boost, and after reversal damage, a +1 Psychic is likely going to one-shot this Miltank. In other words, even though Arcanine isn't doing much damage to this Miltank, the small amount of chip I do does matter quite a lot for Porygon, and I probably shouldn't be risking the 5% Thunderfang miss here. Regardless, Thunderfang does hit, and Miltank also hits its Thunderwave. After Thunderwave, the only move the smart AI can use here is Return, and by far the best thing I can do is to just use Reversal. At this HP range, I'm pretty much guaranteed to get the 100 base power Reversal, although it's not fully guaranteed, of course. Miltank does hit me down low enough, and Reversal does connect. With Arcanine paralysed, it's almost completely useless now against a set 1 trainer. I would much rather sack it than take damage on Scizor switching out now. Instead, I bring in Scizor safely and go for a single Swords Dance. I don't want to use another Swords Dance while I'm not paralysed, because Scizor getting paralysed would be a pretty big blow to how useful it is. The last Pokemon in is Altaria 1, which can survive Bullet Punch but isn't going to do much back in return. The next opponent is also a no-type specialist set 1 trainer. Credilli 1 might look like a bit of a joke, and it kind of is, but it's also a bit of a trap for newer players. Arcanine definitely shouldn't be staying in and taking damage against it, and Porygon can get a download special attack boost to beat it. I can also go Scizor and go for a Swords Dance boost. But the issue is the move Confuse Ray. A Pokemon that is confused doesn't have a safe setup, no matter how many boosts it got, and my team doesn't have any form of HP recovery. This makes the full Scizor setup very unsafe, and in fact even +2 would be unsafe if I get hit by Confuse Ray, since Technician also boosts the damage done by a self-hit. At the same time, going for no setup is also a worse play overall. I decided the first Pokemon out of Porygon and Scizor that gets set up and has a clear kill against Credilli without being confused should go for it. Credilli managed to save itself from the +1 Ice Beam kill by getting the Sandstorm special defense boost, and later also manages to land Confuse Ray into Scizor. But the thing about Confuse Ray is that after the AI has used Confuse Ray, Smart AI will never Confuse Ray again, which means that Porygon Z can get in safely once again. This also lines up with the Sandstorm expiring, which is good news for a potential Porygon Z sweep, so I take the KO now. Steelix comes in next, but will never survive a +1 Ice Beam. And the last Pokemon is Mismagius 1, which is both slower than Arcanine and gets one-shot by its Flare Blitz. However, Porygon also picks up this kill without any assistance. That match was an easy win, but I also invite you to think about what would happen if I had attacked with a confused Porygon Z on turn 3. If Porygon had fainted before Steelix, then suddenly the match would be super close. Arcanine barely does more than half with Flare Blitz, and Steelix will easily one-shot Arcanine with Earthquake. Steelix would also very likely beat Scizor in the 1v1. This match was an easy win, but it's easy to appreciate how playing it slightly worse could have led to an easy loss. The next match is match 7, which means I'll be facing an elevated set 3 opponent with 20 IVs. As I discussed at the beginning of the round, set 3 Pokemon are a lot stronger than set 2s. On top of this, it's a water specialist. which is something I've been scared of running into all round long. However, since it is the last match of the round, this also makes the decision to drop Arcanine easy. Credilli 1 might seem tempting, but it's important to remember that Credilli 1 sucks. I'd much rather go with the much more reliable and much faster Mismagius 1. Mismagius 1 also provides a unique opportunity which might come up in the match. The next opponent leads off with Golduck 3. Ironically, Arcanine 2 would have been pretty good against Golduck 3. Mismagius slightly loses the numbers game here. I won't be able to 2-shot Golduck, and it'll easily be able to 2-shot me back. On top of this, Aquatail will do too much damage to both Scizor and Porygon on the switch. And Scizor is slower than Golduck. Mismagius' Shadow Ball and Magical Leaf do almost identical damage. However, it's actually Shadow Ball that's the better option here. If I can get a special defense drop on Shadow Ball, then I'll safely be able to 2-shot Golduck. Sadly, I don't get the special defense drop or the crit against Golduck. Mismagius is about to lose this 1v1, but it's time for the backup plan of Memento. Memento will turn this Golduck into a bit of a setup opportunity for Scizor after the attack drop. It's true that Golduck could get a Scope Lens Aquatail crit against Scizor, but since Scizor only needs 2 Swords Dance for Bullet Punch to kill, that means that both Aquatails would have to crit, as a crit and a regular attack would be enough to take out Scizor. Sadly, while Porygon is faster than Golduck, it's not a safe option here. I'm getting the wrong download boost from this Golduck, and without the special attack boost, Charge Beam is unlikely to kill Golduck. Scizor gets the 2 Swords Dances in without taking a critical hit. However, this game is far from over. I know that the other Water type in the back is incredibly likely to follow Golduck 3 out, as the switch in AI will see the shared stab option on the Water move. Ludicolo 3 comes out, which is probably one of the worst things I could see here. Not only is this faster than Scizor, it's also specially defensive leading, meaning that Porygon won't get the download boost. While +4 Bullet Punch obviously won't kill this, Bullet Punch is still a much better move to use than X Scizor. If I Bullet Punch twice, then Ludicolo 3 will get 1 chance to land an attack. And if I X Scizor, Ludicolo 3 will also get 1 chance to land an attack. The difference is, of course, if I Bullet Punch and I crit, then Ludicolo will get no chances to land an attack. On its own, that's enough reason to use Bullet Punch, but I also need to use Bullet Punch because Porygon Z will need damage assistance to kill with Signal Beam. There are no clever switch decisions or outplays to make here, I just have to maximise my own odds of winning. Unfortunately, Ludicolo connects with a Focus Blast, meaning that Porygon Z will have to face the final 1v1 without a download boost. The last Pokemon out ends up being Kangaskhan 3. This is a rough matchup as it has a very strong fighting option without being weak to Psychic itself. It's also faster than Porygon. Since Hammer Arm has a very small chance to kill Porygon, the smart AI is always going to go for Hammer Arm. But after the speed drop, Porygon Z is faster, and after Life Orb recoil, Psychic and Ice Beam will both safely 2-shot Kangaskhan. So the entire match just comes down to whether or not Hammer Arm was going to kill Porygon Z in one shot. Porygon narrowly survives the Hammer Arm. I can't help but think back to the earlier swap decision, where I chose not to take Swampert over Porygon. Swampert would of course completely lost this endgame 1v2. I also want to criticise my decision to click Psychic instead of Ice Beam here. There's a 10% chance that Hammer Arm misses, a 10% chance that Ice Beam freezes Kangaskhan, and an 80% chance that Kangaskhan doesn't fall out next turn. That's a 0.8% additional chance for Ice Beam to win the game instead of Psychic. It's easy to say that something like that doesn't matter, but it definitely does. And I would be kicking myself if Hammer Arm had missed Porygon and then hit and killed Porygon on the following turn. And I also wonder at the decision to swap out Arcanine at the end. It's easy to say that getting rid of the Fire type was optimal against a Water type specialist in match 7, but even with this factored in, Arcanine's average performance against a Water type spec might be slightly better than Mismagius. Either way, round 5 is done. That's by far the hardest round of the factory, and I now have quite a good shot at getting to the gold symbol fight. In the round 6 draft, I get Medicham 3, Tentacle 3, Exploud 3, Electivire 4, Rhyperior 4, and Lantern 4. Medicham and Exploud are both pretty terrible Pokemon and almost disqualified themselves from being selected immediately. Rhyperior 4 is a more interesting choice. Unfortunately, Rhyperior does not have the ability Solid Rock, which definitely hurts its average performance. Rhyperior is also a bit of a victim of how the Pokédex skews the type diversity in the factory towards being water and ground dominated. On top of that, it's also really slow. This doesn't just mean it will get hit first, but also that it's vulnerable to moves like Confuse Ray and Hypnosis. What I would like to do is take Tentacle, Electivire and Lantern in that order. Tentacle's Focus Sash is most useful in the lead slot, and since it's round 6, I will know whether or not Miracle is an option immediately. On first glance, his team might seem like it's really weak to enemy ground types, but let's think about it a bit more deeply. Tentacle is outspeeding and killing most of them with Surf. In fact, even Lantern can do this to some of them. And Electivire 4 has a Shucker Berry, making it almost not weak to ground. If it wasn't round 6, we might be scared of something like Flygon or Garchomp coming in. But the thing is, only set 2 and 3 are possible in the first 6 matches of round 6. And Flygon 2, Flygon 3, Garchomp 2 and Garchomp 3 all can't beat my team. On a very simple analysis, this team does look like it has bad type synergy. When you start thinking about the threat list and going through what the team is weak to and what it's not weak to, it's actually quite a good team. In fact, it's probably only one swap upgrade away from being almost unbeatable. In factory terms, at least. The first Pokemon out is Abomasnow. Unfortunately, this is the end of Tentacle's Sash, even if I switch out here. To try and avoid losing too much momentum, and also because neither Pokemon in the back wants to switch into an Energy Ball, I might as well go for the double Sludge Bomb kill. Next in is Gengar. This is a somewhat awkward situation. Gengar is guaranteed to go for Psychic, and Psychic might kill Tentacle, but if I can survive and use Mirror Coat, then Gengar will faint. Again, this really comes down to the fact that neither Lantern nor Electivire wants to switch in, which makes the decision to risk Mirror Coat quite easy. Last in is Arcanine. The lack of Intimidate tells me that this Arcanine must be Flash Fire. This should be a speed tie between Electivire and Arcanine, but because Electivire 4 is a 24 IV Pokemon and this is a 20 IV trainer, Electivire is actually faster, and Earthquake probably doesn't even need to get that crit to kill it. The swap decision is a bit interesting. Gengar 3 is not a great Pokemon, but it is a very good Earthquake switch in, which is the main weakness of the team at the moment. If I take Gengar, then my team is also very fast overall. The obvious switch out is going to be Lantern. Even though Lantern 4 is a pretty good Pokemon, it's more of a 1v1 specialist. The next train is also no type specialist. Granbull 3 is a weird lead. I can actually 1v1 this with Tentacle just by using Surf twice, but I think I'd rather switch to Electivire for the free Motor Drive boost. The move Payback on Granbull is one of these weird smart AI moves where it's used somewhat randomly, but Electivire 4 does pick up the 1v1 KO here. Next in is Poliwrath 3, which is another pretty weird set. Once again, because Electivire is very low on HP here, Poliwrath's move is going to be almost random, and I don't want to risk bringing Tentacle or Gengar into an unknown attack which could potentially be a Blizzard Freeze. And so instead I just use Thunder Punch, planning to revenge Poliwrath and take the 2v1. The decision of what to send in next is also a bit weird. You could definitely make an argument for either side. I decided that Gengar is probably slightly better because it's slightly faster, and if I need to use Confuser against the last Pokemon in the 2v1 scenario, I'd want to use it before Tentacle comes out and not after. The final Pokemon ends up being Yanmega 3. Not just Yanmega 3, but also a speed boost Yanmega 3. Under normal circumstances, this would be a quite scary opponent to face, but because I have a Focus Sash Tentacle in the back, and Tentacle takes so little damage from any of its moves, I'm in quite a safe position to win here, even after the Omni boost. Prove my point of what I was saying earlier, Yanmega goes for the Silver Wind even though it has a chance not to kill. Remember, the AI has a chance to use any move that might kill Pokemon, even if it's unlikely to do so. None of those swaps make sense, so I move on to the next game. First out is Luxray 2. The obvious switch to Electivire is the best play here, even though Luxray isn't necessarily going to go for Thunderbolt against Tentacruel. I do get hit by the Thunderbolt for the Motor Drive boost, which is important because I need to hit this Earthquake before Magnet Rise comes in. Luckily, after Magnet Rise I can go for the Fire Punch. Medicham 2 is a very tricky set, but it's hard-walled by Gengar, so I just go straight into Gengar on the Drain Punch. Medicham then goes for Detect, and I need to be a little bit careful here. Although Psychic does more damage to Medicham, both Psychic and Energy Ball will two-shot it. After using Psychic, I should not use Psychic again, because in the Generation 4 AI, if there's a Pokemon the AI can switch to that resists the move that you just use, and you just move second on the last turn, then the AI can switch. This is exactly what happens here in the Drapion. I don't get a chance to punish a Drapion too hard, as Energy Ball doesn't do that much damage. But the damage is quite meaningful, and it means that Tentacle can come in and do some extra damage to Drapion, and then Gengar can finish it off later. Since I know Medicham is in the back, I just need to keep Electivire and Gengar healthy. Keeping Tentacle alive for Medicham wasn't that important because Tentacle is slower than Medicham. I get the famous Water type specialist for the next match. Even though Luxray 2 would be quite good into water types, again I don't want to really disrupt this team as it's working quite well, and Luxray is much slower than my entire team. I face a set 3 trainer who leads off with Swampert. This is a great opportunity to bring Gengar in and use Energy Ball. Next it is Manectric. It came in because it's got a super effective move on Bite, but actually Gengar is going to beat it one-on-one as Gengar is faster. As a small anecdote, in Twitch chat someone asked me to prove that the run was being played live, and I went to click on the bag 3 times to prove it. Like basically all my footage, this is all streamed live. Last up is Ludicolo 3 again, and while Ludicolo is capable of finishing off Gengar, it's never going to be all 3 of my Pokemon here. So this match is safely wrapped up. I will mention that if Manectric had got the Quick Claw against Gengar on the second turn it was out and killed it, then I would have had to have gone Tentacruel and then switched into Electivire on the Thunder Fang against Manectric 3. This would have given me the Motor Drive boost to kill it safely with Earthquake. But that didn't matter. In the next match I do get my dreaded Ground type specialist opponent. This is quite a hard swap decision. While I do want to get rid of one of Tentacruel or Electivire, there are still 2 matches left and they're both performing quite well. I decided that on the balance of it, Electivire 4 isn't an amazing Pokemon. It's not super fast, and its primary stab and Thunder Punch doesn't hit that hard. So I just swap it out for Swampert. Swampert 3 gives me 2 Pokemon on the team in Tentacruel and Swampert with the combination of Miracle and Counter. Swampert and Gengar are also quite a famous score for having pretty good type synergy. The only downside is that Swampert is much slower. The next opponent is a ground spec but leads off with Vespiquen, which is something of a joke. Next in comes a pretty deadly Pokemon in Flygon 3. Unfortunately Tentacruel will be dead to an Earth Power here. I can potentially save Tentacruel by going into Gengar, but there's a question of what this actually achieves, since Draco Meteor can also kill Gengar the turn after that. It might be smarter to just let Tentacruel faint and revenge kill with Swampert. And also note, because Flygon is the second Pokemon in, it's impossible for the final Pokemon to be a Mono Ground type, as Dragon Ground has a worse matchup into Tentacruel than Mono Ground does offensively for the switch in AI. This is a very close decision, and I decided to go for the much safer play of sacking Tentacruel and finishing off Flygon safely with Swampert's Ice Beam. Last is Mamoswine, which sadly does actually outspeed Swampert. It also has a Laxin Sense. The good news is that Mamoswine is completely incapable of touching Gengar 3, as the only attacking moves it has are Ground type and Fighting type. Although Gengar has done very well these last few matches, I'm still not confident on calling Gengar one of the best Pokemon in the factory. It has very polarising matchups I find. The swap options are pretty strong here. Both Flygon and Mamoswine are very good pickups, but Swampert does have better synergy with the team. I decided that on the balance of it, Swampert is a safer brawler against many of the pretty strong physical types that can exist in set 3 and set 4. But it is a very close decision between keeping Swampert and taking Flygon. The next opponent leads with Hariyama 2. Hariyama 2 is a very random Pokemon. It's not actually guaranteed to go for Fake Out here because Fling and Payback and Revenge all have unique AI that has a chance to get boosted up. I would love to switch to Gengar on the likely Fake Out, but I can't risk doing that into a potential Fling. Tentacruel actually loses the 1v1 against his Hariyama set. Best thing I can do is actually to go Swampert. As long as I don't get hit by Fling on turn 1, I can safely counter it on turn 2. Unfortunately Fling does connect on turn 1, however this still makes counter the best move. It just means that I'm less likely to get a kill on this directly. Hariyama ends up at a pretty weird HP range here. Earth Power doesn't look like it's completely guaranteed to kill, but I also wouldn't want to risk the miss of Muddy Water. Because Gengar can safely revenge us no matter what, it doesn't matter in this specific scenario if I do miss Muddy Water. And I just want to maximise my odds of taking out Hariyama while Swampert is still alive. Miltank returns again, and this time Miltank 2 is a much bigger problem. This is a Pokemon that gets a direct outspeed on Tentacruel, and also Gengar can't safely beat it, as Zen Headbutt could kill Gengar in one shot. On top of this I need to be careful about doing damage because of the Select Berry on Miltank. The scenario pretty much comes down to whether or not I want to risk the Focus Blast or Miltank. I'll probably get 2 chances to hit the Focus Blast, but if I miss both I will lose the game. However, since Tentacruel and Gengar are both weak to Psychic, there isn't a great alternative here. And I'm also very concerned about Endure, since Miltank can have the ability Scrappy, and obviously after getting down to 1 HP, a boosted up reversal will finish off a weakened Gengar. I decide in the end the safest thing to do is probably not to risk Gengar directly, but instead to go Tentacruel. This gives me the chance to safely damage it with Sludge Bomb before Gengar can finish it off. The reason why this is much safer is because after I hit Sludge Bomb, Miltank's never going to go for Endure on the following turn. Because it sees a kill on Tentacle, Zen Headbutt will outscore Endure on the AI logic. The last Pokemon is Shuckle, which might be one of the absolute worst sets in the factory. I wouldn't normally struggle against that Miltank, but unfortunately Swampert took way too much damage against the opening threat. The last trainer is a pretty deadly one. Battle 7 of round 6 means it's a set 4 trainer, and set 4 Pokemon are very strong. In many ways this is a more deadly fight than the Gold Print fight. I get a little bit lucky as the opponent leads off with Flareon 4. Although this might seem like a big threat with Giga Impact, the AI is never going to use Giga Impact at full HP. The Swampert Flareon matchup is quite awkward though. I don't get the kill with Muddy Water, and with a low HP Swampert I'm risking quite a lot here. I can't safely go into Gengar because Bite can one-shot Gengar. I also can't go back into Tentacle because it could pick Giga Impact. However, I am thinking about whether or not Swampert is more valuable than Focus Sash in this scenario. I decided that since Giga Impact is not guaranteed, it's probably safest to keep Swampert in and go for another Earth Power. The next Pokemon in is Fortress. Because Swampert is in Torrent range here, Muddy Water will always kill as long as I don't miss. But missing is quite likely, as it's not just a 15% miss from Muddy Water, but also this Fortress runs the item Lax Incense. So I'd much rather get the guaranteed damage off with Earth Power than risk missing Muddy Water and having things go pretty badly wrong. After Swampert faints, I'd much rather go Gengar here. I don't have Tentacle miss Surf into Lax Incense and then have Fortress blow up on me. The last Pokemon in is exceptionally scary. This is Tyranitar 4. Because it brings Sandstorm up, I'm quite unlikely to kill with Energy Ball and Surf, which is what I'm mentally calculating at the time of playing this. Tyranitar is guaranteed to go for Crunch against Gengar, and debating on whether or not it's correct to use Focus Blast into the Triple Berry Tyranitar, as Focus Blast does still outdamage Energy Ball, whether or not I need to go for a Confuse Ray here. Of course, Sand also removes the Focus Sash from Tentacle, so another consideration is to actually switch into Tentacle and get the Surf damage off first, and then assess what the damage roll was in terms of Energy Ball or Focus Blast being the correct move later on. But either way, Gengar is going to feint to Crunch and Tentacle is going to feint to Earthquake, so unless I click Confuse Ray I'll only have 2 turns left. I decided that since a self-hit over 2 turns is a 75% chance, and Focus Blast is only a 70% chance to hit, the Confuse Ray is probably 5% better than Focus Blast overall here. I do land a Confuse Ray, but Tyranitar does not get the self-hit. I need Tyranitar to self-hit here or I'm going to lose. There is also a small chance that Tyranitar uses Stone Edge and not Earthquake into Tentacle and then Stone Edge misses. Luckily I do get the self-hit. Tyranitar 4 has such a high attack stat that after the self-hit damage, I'm guaranteed to kill this next Surf. That last 1v1 did require a bit of luck, but I will say that Confuse Ray is a better play than Focus Blast, as 75% is slightly higher than 70%. But mostly I'm just relieved to exit round 6 without losing. As a reminder of the rules of the challenge, if I lose any time before the Gold Print, it counts as a set loss. So while each match is equally important, I'm very close to the gold symbol now. The gold symbol is the 7th match of round 7. I'm also 0-1 down in sets, and if I'm going to have any chance of beating the best of 5, I really must convert this into a win. My regular draft will be set 4 Pokemon with 24 IVs, but my elevations will all be 31 IV, and these can be a random set. For the first time in the factory, that can also include legendaries. Although honestly, most legendary sets are kind of bad, and most of them are outclassed by set 4 Pokemon. In other words, it's ideal in set 7 to have a low total swap count. This is the only round where you want to have a low swap count. The deadliest part about round 7 isn't actually Thornton 2 at the end, it's the earlier games instead where I can face set 4 trainers. Let's take a look at the draft. This time I'm going to add my thoughts one by one. First up is Golem 4. Golem 4 is a Pokemon of extremes. Rock Ground is not good typing in the factory, and it's way too slow. But it does have the item Quick Claw, and it also has 4 real moves to use. Next up is Armaldo 4. This is actually an elevation because it has 31 IVs, as you can see from the stats. Armaldo is also very slow, but unlike Golem it doesn't have 4 times weaknesses, which makes it a bit more reliable for doing some amount of damage before fainting itself. A Pokemon like Armaldo 4 actually does work okay as a lead. Not because it's a good lead, but because it's really hard to get it in otherwise. and it's best to have the Pokemon you're most likely to swap out in the lead slot. Gliscor 4 is an actively good Pokemon. It's got a good item, 4 good moves, and it's fast despite having no speed investment. It also hits really hard and has a massive defense stat. But the best thing about Gliscor 4 is its ability to switch in. It has immunity to both ground and electric, which are super common attacking types in the factory. Gastrodon 2 is a bit of a weird set. It's got max special attack and max special defense investment, and it's also very slow. Gen 4 Storm Drain doesn't give water immunity, so Sticky Hold is actually the better ability here. With the zoom lens, as long as Gastrodon is slower, both Muddy Water and Mud Bomb have higher than 100% effective accuracy. Gastrodon is quite good at ruling out special attackers with Recover, but the best thing about Gastrodon 2 is definitely the move Yawn. Yawn is an exceptionally useful catch-all to avoid embarrassing losses, and it's also one of the best team support options you can get in the factory. In PvP I wouldn't recommend a move like Yawn ever, but because their Gen 4 AI is not going to switch out after you hit them with Yawn, Yawn is only slightly worse than the move Spore. While Gastrodon might seem like it's quite weak to Grass, it's important to remember that Grass isn't a real type. Grass types are really bad in the factory, and you're extremely likely to have something on your team that can easily beat Grass types anyway. Torterra 2 is back from earlier, but this time it's much worse. Unfortunately, Torterra has way too many type weaknesses to be effective in round 7. The majority of set 4 Pokemon carry enough coverage for something like Torterra, and Torterra is going to be slower than almost all of them. This wouldn't be so bad if Torterra could hit back hard as well, but it can't. Even if you can isolate a special attacker that can't hit Torterra super effectively, it's very likely that they're going to crit Torterra through the Amnesia boost and kill it before you're able to finish them off. Last up is Manectric 4. Manectric 4 is a good but not great Pokemon. It doesn't hit quite as hard as you think it does, but it's really fast, and electric and fire is pretty good type coverage in the factory. While Manectric isn't bulky, it does a pretty good job of surviving some pretty strong stab moves from enemy Pokemon. And since it's electric and only has one weakness, that's often their best bet against Manectric. This means that Manectric should usually get 2 attacks off, and Thunderbolt should 2-hit KO most neutral opponents. Manectric is unlikely to get much mileage out of the item Bright Powder, but because the factory respects the item clause, Bright Powder Manectric also blocks other Bright Powder Pokemon from appearing. This can include some particularly nasty things like Magnezone 4. In terms of what to take, I think it's very clear that Gliscor, Gastrodon and Manectric are the best team. The question of what to lead is a bit more interesting. Fast electric types generally make quite good leads in the factory, and I also have an Earthquake switch in Gliscor. However, I think Yawn Gastrodon is an even more effective lead in terms of safety. And since I only have one really fast Pokemon in Manectric, I want that Pokemon to be in the back for revenge killing. In comparison, it can often be quite difficult to get Gastrodon in. On top of this, Manectric is probably the most likely swap option, and since Gastrodon is a pretty good lead, I want to have as much flexibility in what I can take for a swap as possible. So I go in with Gastrodon, Gliscor and Manectric. The first opponent is a set 3 trainer, and they lead off with the very nasty Walrein 3. Unfortunately, this is one of the flaws of leading Gastrodon. Although Yawn is very useful, I lack the immediate offensive pressure that I would need against these kind of Oko sets. Mud Bomb does almost no damage to Walrein, and Walrein also has the move Rest. On top of this, it also has Sleep Talk. That doesn't make Yawn a very good option either. Gastrodon 2 is capable of winning a 1 vs 2 later on, so I'd much rather save it for now and try and get Manectric in. Unfortunately, Sheer Cold immediately connects on the switch, and Manectric goes down. It would be great if there was some kind of deeper strategy or genius insight here, but the best thing I can do is actually just go Gliscor and click Stone Edge twice. Stone Edge is 72% accurate because of Laxin Sense, but at least Gliscor's Expert Belt is going to guarantee the 2-hit KO with Stone Edge. Walrein doesn't hit both Sheer Colds. That's pretty important because otherwise I almost definitely would have lost. Unfortunately, I also miss my following Stone Edge. Because Walrein is low on HP, it's almost always going to use Rest here instead of the Oko move. Because Sleep Talk doesn't deplete the PP of Sheer Cold here, stalling out this Walrein isn't an option. Instead, I simply have to continue just clicking Stone Edge and hoping that I hit. Incredibly, Sleep Talk does call to 1 and 3 for Sheer Cold, but I get another miss. Gliscor then misses again, but so does Walrein. Unfortunately, time isn't on my side here. I only have 1 Stone Edge PP remaining. However, I actually make a mistake in clicking Stone Edge again here. Walrein was guaranteed to use Sleep Talk on the final turn of Rest because it doesn't understand it's about to wake up. What I should have done here is clicked Earthquake into Aerial Ace. This was very poor decision making from me, and I'm rewarded for it by hitting the final Stone Edge. After that, Magmortar comes in. This is a very easy matchup for Gliscor to win. Even if Magmor burns Gliscor here, I'm still very likely to kill it with Earthquake after it takes recoil damage. Last in is Medicham Free, which is a special set we rejected in an earlier draft. The fact that Gliscor survives this Psychic tells you everything you need to know about how good Medicham Free is. The next opponent ends up being a Psychic Specialist. While Wouldnt 3 did look very deadly in that last match, it's actually a really bad idea to take these kind of Oko sets in the factory. They seem strong because they only have to beat you once, and they only need to get lucky once for that to happen. But as the player, I'm trying to build up a 49 win streak to get the gold symbol. I can't rely on that kind of luck to carry me through enough games. But because the next opponent is a Psychic Specialist, there might be a small reason to take Wolverine here. Specifically, I'm quite scared of set 4 Alakazam. It can Oko both Gastrodon and Manectric, and it will speed time Manectric. Even worse might be Jinx set 3. However, even then, if I keep my current team, I'd have at least a 50% chance of winning, just because Jinx has to hit both of its Blizzards to win. It's also too early in the round to destroy my team with a bad swap here. The opponent is a set 3 trainer, but they end up actually leading with Tyranitar free. This looks more dangerous than it is. While Superpower would obviously 2-shot Gastrodon, the smart AI will never choose Superpower at max HP here. And since Aquatail would never 2-shot Gastrodon without a crit, I can safely use Yawn into Recover here. After this, there is a bit of a debate on if it's safer to use Recover again or to just start attacking. The issue I see with Recover is that I'm extending the length of this match. And the problem with that is I'm just giving Tyranitar more and more chances to potentially crit me with Aquatail. For this reason, it's probably safest to kill Tyranitar now. Slowking Free comes in, which is a special attacker. This is great news as I can easily Yawn and Recover on it as well. Gastrodon is even faster than it. However, I make a pretty serious mistake here. I should always Recover first, as I am in range of a crit Psychic killing Gastrodon. I get punished really hard for this. It's important for me to triple underline that if I'd use Recover first instead of Yawn, I'd almost certainly go on to win this match easily. Instead, Gastrodon is down, and Slowking isn't even asleep yet. Both Manectric and Gliscor are going to 2-shot this Slowking. A slight additional factor is that Gliscor is Sandveil, and Sandstorm is up. However, despite this, I would rather go Manectric first. There's no huge reason for this, apart from the fact that Gliscor is just a better Pokemon, and therefore more trustworthy in the final 1v1, and a Pokemon I want to have at full HP more. I also know that Gliscor will easily Oko all the frailer special attackers in the back. These are Pokemon like Alakazam or Gardevoir. Instead, the last Pokemon ends up being Bronzong free. This is a tricky one. Thunderbolt and double X's won't kill this, so I have to engage with its ability either being Heatproof or Levitate. The safest way to scout this out is just by using Flamethrower first. Psychic is going to 2-shot Gliscor quite easily. Bronzong doesn't get the Charge Beam boost, but that's also not going to matter, because the Flamethrower damage very clearly indicates that Bronzong is Heatproof, which means that Earthquake can easily kill this. If Bronzong had been Levitate, I would have come very close to losing there, perhaps even needing to rely on Sandveil to get me out of it. Against Bronzong specifically, it would have been better to go Gliscor first against Slowking, but because I can't know what the Pokemon is in the back, I can only make my best informed guess based on the rough weighted probability. Watching this back and commentating over it now, I actually think I should take Bronzong over Manectric here. Bronzong isn't just the best Pokemon, I also feel like it provides the best synergy with the team. However, I was 4.5 hours into the live stream, and my brain just kept going back to how much I wanted Tyranitar to be on this Sand team. I think Tyranitar is a bad pickup here. It's not because Tyranitar 3 doesn't have Stab, although that does make it slightly worse. It's more that I'm going very Water weak for no reason here. If I lose the next match to a kind of basic Pokemon like Blastoise 3 in the back, it'll definitely be my fault. The next opponent is a set 3 trainer who leads off with Urswing. Urswing 3 is a pretty weird set with the Toxic Orb Facade combination. It does way too much damage to Gastrodon, its Toxic Orb makes it immune to Yawn, and I also don't want to bring Gliscor in on this. At first glance it might also seem like it beats Tyranitar, but remember that the AI won't use Superpower when at full HP. The Tyranitar switch is actually incredibly safe, and Superpower is going to Oko it. In fact, if Urswing is Guts, Urswing isn't going to even hit Tyranitar first, as it can only outspeed Tyranitar if it's Quick Feet. Unfortunately, Facade crits on the switch in. but Urswing does reveal that it's guts, as it's slower than Tyranitar. Next in is Milo 3, which makes me particularly annoyed that Facade crit. I would survive Hydro Pump in the sand if Facade had not crit, but because I got crit, Tyranitar is going to faint here. Gastrodon does at least beat Milotic. However, once again I disagree with my decision to use Yawn here. What I should do is just use Recover until Hydro Pump has no PP left. That way I'm not risking Gastrodon to a Hydro Pump crit. Yawn does have a bit of an upside though, it means that I can conserve more PP and it also accelerates this matchup. However, I also make another mistake here by using Mud Bomb instead of Muddy Water. Gastrodon is slower than Milotic, which means the AI could do a hard switch here. Because I know the final Pokemon isn't Water type, I definitely know that there's fewer Pokemon who would resist Muddy Water than would resist Mud Bomb. And the damage difference between Mud Bomb and Muddy Water against Milotic is almost negligible. I definitely don't want Milotic to switch out while it's still asleep and at high HP, because Marvel Scale could save it later on if it has to do a 1v1 against Gliscor. I say all this because the switch does end up happening. Luckily for me, it's Executive Free that comes in, which is easily beaten by Gliscor. But this could have gone a lot worse. I get the Sandveil miss, but it really didn't matter at all. Gliscor would have even survived a crit there. Because Milotic has Recover itself and will be out of Hydro Pump PP rather soon, I can't actually risk laying in with Gliscor here. I have to go back to Gastrodon. I make the right play this time round by just spamming Recover until it's out of Hydro Pump PP. I have already won though, as Milotic will not survive an Earthquake at half HP without Marvel Scale active. And Milotic also can't use Recover against Gastrodon because it's faster than Gastrodon, and the smart AI refuses to use Recover when it's faster. The next opponent is an Ice Specialist. As a knee-jerk reaction, it might seem like it's really good to take Milotic here. However, I actually prefer the Yawn capability of Gastrodon over Milotic. I think dropping Tyranitar could also have been an option, but Tyranitar makes me much safer into Jinx free. Milotic cannot safely Mirror Coat against Jinx free because Jinx will often lead with Ring Out instead of Energy Ball. I think a lot of players would take Milotic free here though, and I also think it would be okay to do so. I just don't like the low accuracy of Hydro Pump. And I also don't like my game plan having to rely on Blizzard for something like Tangrowth 4. The enemy is a set 4 trainer, and leaves with Frostlass. There are a few different ways to deal with Frostlass, but I want to do the one that doesn't risk Gastrodon so much. The reason for this is I'm very concerned about the potential for a Weavile 4 in the back. While Tyranitar can 1v1 Weavile 4, it can only do so if Tyranitar 3 is also at high HP. The safest plan therefore is to use Yawn and Recover and then bring Tyranitar in on Frostlass. This has the added benefit that if Weavile is in the back, it's very likely to switch in, and then I'll be able to easily beat it with Tyranitar first. Instead I finish off Frostlass and Hippowdon 4 comes in. Hippowdon 4 is in slot 2, which means that Weavile could still possibly be in the back. The good thing against Hippowdon is that there's a very obvious play. It's definitely going to Earthquake here, so I can easily go Gliscor. I don't mind risking Gliscor because I know the last Pokemon is going to be an Ice type, and I think every single Ice set 4 does have an Ice move. Being at high HP for the last Pokemon is unlikely to be that important. Also with Sandveil active, Stone Edge is only 64% accurate here, while I can't miss Earthquake. That's an easy win for Gliscor. The final Pokemon is Glaceon 4. The only wrong decision here would be to use Moose Stone Edge. I just need to get safe and reliable damage off with Earthquake to make sure that either Tyranitar or Gastrodon can kill afterwards. Both Water Pulse and Ice Beam can kill from Glaceon here, but incredibly Gliscor survives the Water Pulse at 107 HP. I actually ran the exact damage calculation on this, and Glaceon got the minimum roll here. Glaceon then also follows this up with a Sandveil miss. That's an incredible choke by Glaceon, and pretty incredible luck from Gliscor. I didn't need anywhere near this luck to win this game, but I'll take it. Normally I would want to swap out Hippowdon 4 for Tyranitar 3, it's pretty much a direct upgrade. However, the next opponent is a Water type specialist. The mistake of taking Tyranitar early is coming back to bite me now. I definitely can't have Tyranitar and Gliscor in the back versus Water spec. The question of what to take is actually fairly straightforward. Frostlass 4 is not a good Pokemon, but it will do the job against a Water type. Because of the Sandstorm special defense boost, Tyranitar is actually much better than Gliscor into Water types. However, losing Gliscor 4 is a huge blow for the team, and it's completely my fault because of the earlier wrong decision to take Tyranitar. This happens a lot in Factory. If you make a slightly bad drafting decision, it can lead to a slightly bad swapping decision, and suddenly you've backed yourself into a corner, and made your team much worse than it should have been. The opponent is a set 4 trainer that leads with Lapras 4. Lapras 4 is easily beaten by Gastrodon, but only if Ice Beam doesn't freeze. There's not a lot I can do here except go for Yawn and recover. Yawn also has the added benefit that if Gastrodon does get frozen, at least I can get out of there. A slight misplay I make here is that after Lapras goes to sleep for the first time, I should probably switch immediately to Tyranitar. This is because activating Sandstorm is beneficial both for Tyranitar and for Gastrodon. I see that this is the correct decision, but only later on. I should have seen it immediately. With the benefit of Sandstorm Chip, I'm actually able to beat Lapras while having Gastrodon at full HP. Next in is Golduck 4. That's a pretty good outcome as it's yet another Pokemon that Gastrodon can beat because it's a special attacker. On top of this, Golduck 4 is also damp here. I know this because if it was Cloud9 it wouldn't be getting buffeted by the Sandstorm. If the battle had gone slightly differently, Cloud9 Golduck 4 could have been a problem because it would have one-shot Tyranitar, as it would have removed the special defense boost that rock types get in the Sandstorm. The match is going incredibly smoothly, but the last Pokemon throws a huge curveball. It's important to remember that a water type specialist doesn't mean it necessarily has 2 water types, they could also of course have 3 water types. Tyranitar is a problem because it has Lumberry for Yawn and it only needs 2 Dragon Dance boosts to beat my entire team. And a downside of Gastrodon being at such high HP here is that it makes Feraligatr quite a lot more likely to use Dragon Dance twice, as it's not going to see a kill before it's at +2. The chance of Feraligatr using Dragon Dance twice here is around 25%. I could try switching out to either Frostlass or Tyranitar. However, the really big problem here is actually Torrent. If Feraligatr only gets 1 Dragon Dance boost, but is also knocked into Torrent, it's also able to one-shot Gastrodon and Tyranitar once again. This means if we consider a basic scenario, like switching into Tyranitar on the Dragon Dance, Tyranitar surviving the waterfall, hitting Superpower, and then Frostlass also going for a Shadow Ball, I'm still going to lose, because Gastrodon's going to faint to the +1 Torrent waterfall at the end. I also can't sacrifice Tyranitar and then go back to Gastrodon, because Feraligatr can just use Dragon Dance once again. The best chance I have is to just hope that Feraligatr does not Dragon Dance twice. However, there are 2 small optimizations I can make outside of this as well. First up, Mud Bomb has a 30% accuracy drop. If Feraligatr misses a single move, it's going to lose. However, I don't get a single accuracy drop against Feraligatr. It might also look like that with 2 Mud Bombs in the combination with Sandstorm Chip against Feraligatr, that it might faint first. However, the odds are also stacked against me there. This Feraligatr has 157 HP. That means it should take 9.8 damage from Sandstorm, but this is rounded down to 9 HP by Pokemon's damage engine. That actually makes it very likely to survive 2 Mud Bombs and 4 turns of Sandstorm, which is exactly enough for it to beat me. As Gastrodon goes down, there are only 2 ways left to win this game. First up is Frostlass 4 has a Laxin Sense. That gives me a 10% chance to dodge Feraligatr's attack and win. Unfortunately, Feraligatr still hits through. But the last option is a weird one. In Torrent at +2, Feraligatr's Waterfall probably does around 300 damage to Tyranitar, but it also has the move Earthquake. However, Feraligatr's attack is almost exactly the same number as Tyranitar's defense. The baseline mental calc for match stats at level 50 is 22, and 22 times 8 is 176. In other words, I know without looking that there's a chance, although small, that Feraligatr's Earthquake might not kill Tyranitar here. Feraligatr is 50-50 to go for Earthquake or Waterfall. While Waterfall will obviously always KO, Earthquake might not KO. Incredibly, this does end up happening. Tyranitar ends up surviving at 2 HP. This is definitely a lucky moment. However, it's difficult to say who got more lucky in this match. The AI got the 1 in 4 Dragon Dance, and it also avoided both accuracy drops from Mud Bomb, and it also didn't miss Frostlass. Still, I'm being fully honest when I say that there is a bit of luck involved in the factory. There's no completely guaranteed way to get 49 wins in a row. However, I'm going to point one more thing out. If I didn't make those earlier team building blunders, then actually I never lose against that Feraligatr. So if I had lost there, it would have actually been my fault. It would have been an error in drafting. But I only have 2 matches to win now to level up the set at 1-1. The next opponent is a ground spec, which makes the swap decision even easier. Before I saw the ground spec, I was already heavily leaning towards taking Feraligatr 4 over Tyranitar, but knowing that it's a ground spec, this decision becomes obvious. Feraligatr 4 is one of these rare Pokemon in the factory that is also quite a good setup Pokemon. Match 48 is a set 4 trainer again. Pokefan Eudora leads off with Marowak 4. Marowak 4 is going to Oko and outspeed Gastrodon. However, I can also switch to Feraligatr here. After taking the Earthquake, Feraligatr is guaranteed to get Torrent. And with the Torrent boost, Feraligatr is going to one-shot Marowak with Waterfall. Without Torrent, I would never get this kill. Next in is Credilli 4, and this leaves me with a very awkward choice. Even if Feraligatr is almost dead, Feraligatr 4 is decently fast, and there are a lot of ground types in the back I'd want it to still be alive for. The complicating part here is that I'm definitely in range of Credilli's Stone Edge as well as its Seed Bomb. While Froslass will definitely survive a Stone Edge on the switch in, I'm risking getting crit. But the major alternative, which is staying in and using Waterfall, also means I'm going to be risking a Credilli Stone Edge crit against Froslass. If I'm going to take that risk anyway, I might as well front load it and go for the higher benefit outcome. I don't miss Blizzard and get the incredible freeze off. This actually gives me time to set up Hail ahead of the final Pokemon coming out. The final Pokemon before Thornton 2 ends up being the Rhyperior 4 that I rejected earlier. I think even without the benefit of perfect hindsight, I don't really like the switch I made against Credilli there. I think it would have been much safer to just use Waterfall and then finish it off with Shadow Ball. It's difficult to think of a ground type that I would have lost to that wouldn't have at least demanded a Blizzard Miss anyway, and I was risking the Blizzard Miss against Credilli. So the second set all comes down to the Gold Print match. The way the factory Gold Print match works in Heart Gold and Soul Silver is that Thornton's going to bring set 4 Pokemon unless they're legendaries. If he brings a legendary, it can be any set, and all of his Pokemon will have 31 IVs. Every single swap decision will be a downgrade here, so I'm forced to go in with my somewhat scuffed team. Thornton leads off with Vespiquen 4. This is actually a fairly major threat to my team. Because it has the ability Pressure, I can't let it get too many Defend Order boosts. In fact, I'm pretty much forced to go straight into Froslass and try and get a Blizzard off. Unfortunately, it goes with Confuse Rate against Froslass. I'm going to have to switch out to fix the confusion. This lets Vespiquen get off another Defend Order. I decided second time around that since it's already got a boost and it's going to survive Blizzard anyway, that I might as well go for the Yawn first. At least that way I'll have time to use Hail before using Blizzard. Again, Blizzard only has 5 PP, and because of Pressure I'll only get 3 Blizzards in total. It would actually be pretty devastating for Vespiquen to wake up early. In Generation 4, Sleep picks a random number between 2 and 5. Vespiquen can't wake up on the Hail, but if Thornton is very lucky, and a 25% chance happens, it can wake up on the first Blizzard for a minimum sleep. The Hail Chip does add a bit more damage, and I'm hoping that the second Blizzard is going to kill. Vespiquen just hangs on. Although I can beat Vespiquen here, that's the end of Froslass's Blizzards. Without Blizzard, Froslass 4 is a somewhat useless Pokemon against many sets, so I'm not that far ahead here. The second Pokemon in is Regice, and I can see from the board that it's slot 2. Regice is a pretty unusual switch in. Not only are most of its sets special when Vespiquen was physical, but it also doesn't have a good default type matchup into Frostlass. The fact that I can see Regice at all eliminates a lot of potential sets from Thornton's third Pokemon. For example, Entei is now completely impossible. The chance of this being Regice 2 is almost zero. It's basically guaranteed to be a special Regice set, and it's incredibly likely to be Regice 3, since Regice 3 has Flash Cannon. It's a difficult decision to make on whether or not I should save Frostlass here. Without any Blizzard PP left, it's unlikely that Frostlass would be amazing against the final Pokemon, but I also know that the final Pokemon can't have a stab super effective move into Frostlass, and Frostlass 4 is pretty fast. I decide on the balance of it that I should probably go Gastrodon here. Although Regice 3 has a Chesto Berry, I can get off some attacks, and I'll be able to out-heal the Ice Beam damage with Recover. I go Gastrodon, but unfortunately the special defense drop comes in. This is actually a fairly major problem, because it means that now Ice Beam will do about half the Gastrodon, and I can't recover up the damage. Now that I know it's Regice 3, I also can't use Yawn, because of the Chesto Berry. I decide to go for it, but Regice also gets the freeze. The special defense drop into the freeze is a pretty brutal combination of bad luck here. Gastrodon faints without doing any damage at all. Since Frostlass obviously uses to Regice, it's now up to Feraligatr. Feraligatr 4 does at least have a Lumberry, so I'm protected against the freeze. I need to get at least 2 Dragon Dances in to outspeed basically the entire factory. Unfortunately, Regice gets yet another lucky turn by critting Feraligatr. That seriously hurts my plan of going for 3 Dragon Dances, and after 2 Dragon Dances, even with the Torrent boost, Waterfall might not OHKO Regice 3. The problem is if I don't go for another Dragon Dance, Feraligatr's stuck at a pretty awkward speed here at around 142. That lets it get outsped by a lot of potential set 4 Pokemon and a lot of potential legendaries in the back. The risk reward on using another Dragon Dance is a really tricky one to evaluate. On one hand, if I go for the double Waterfall, I'll almost certainly kill Regice, and I also have the upside of getting the flinch. But if I get a second Dragon Dance off, and Waterfall does carry this Regice, then I'm almost certainly going to win. There's also the small chance that Regice crits me again this turn. Again, if Regice hadn't crit Feraligatr on turn 1, I could have safely used Dragon Dance twice, Waterfalled, Regice would be forced to rest, and then I'd have yet another chance at a flinch. But that's not going to happen. I go for the second Dragon Dance. And I do end up killing with a Torrent Waterfall at +2. The final Pokemon is Latias. This isn't a simple matchup either. While Feraligatr 4 does have Ice Fang, +2 Ice Fang is not guaranteed to kill Latias. And since Frostlass took damage from Vespiquen, both Latias 4 and Latias 3 will one-shot and outspeed Frostlass. There is a small consideration here to go for the Waterfall flinch chance, and this would also be safer against set 1 and 2 Latias, as it would avoid risking the Ice Fang miss. However, Latias 1 is actually impossible here, since it has a Lumberry which is the same item as Feraligatr 4, and Item Claws will kick in. On top of this, it can't actually be Latias 3. Latias 3 would have switched in against Frostlass instead of Regice. So it must be Latias 2 or 4. I don't want to take the 50-50 on it being Latias 4 and giving it a potential free kill against Frostlass. So instead I just go for the Ice Fang kill. Feraligatr does get the damage range here. It was a very favourable damage range, but I could have missed that. That's Thornton down and set 2 down. That's 1 gold print in 2 attempts. But to win the challenge, I'm going to need to get 3 gold prints in 5 attempts. So for the third factory run, I'm going to switch to mainly live commentary. This is partly to mix things up, but also because, quite frankly, I've been editing this video for 50 hours and I'm not very close to finishing. If this video does end up doing very well, then I can sink more time into these kind of long-form post-commentary analyses. But because I know this video is going to be a bit weird, I don't want to spend another 100 hours editing this video. I'll do Patchy Risu. Oh dear. That's useless. That's pretty bad. Okay, we've got Eevee Staravia at least. I think the team's fairly simple. Take the 3 good Pokemon. Leave behind the trash. I'm not sure if Eevee massively deserves the title of good. I haven't got anything for the Patchy. I have to take Eevee. I could switch. I'm considering switching out of Patchy because Patchy is physical and the Intimidate matters a lot on surviving Spark with Staryu and Staravia. Patchies are also faster than my entire team, which is annoying. I might switch out of that. I'm fast if I get the Salak boost, but that's not guaranteed. I don't want to miss. We will one-shot with Flail. 8 is low enough. No way Eevee wins this. Yeah. I'm actually taking Patchy. Almost certainly. What's Mawile actually got a good Pokemon show up? That's very rare. I'm actually not sure what I meant to do against Mawile. Like, I think I should probably Whirlwind it, deal with the water types in the back with Patchy, and then Patchy and Staryu can beat Mawile at the end, hopefully. What's scary about this Mawile is that it has the Bright Powder. Yeah, it has Hypercutter as well. I'm just going to Whirlwind. Or maybe I'm not going to Whirlwind. Bright Powder Whirlwind miss. That's perfect. Please don't flinch. Again. The Tickle Metals as well. It's not going to... There's no way. It's a 1% double miss after a double flinch. Bruh. I am fine as long as Staryu does not also miss. Let me check something actually. I am Illuminate. Yeah. That's the 3rd Bright Powder miss. There's no way. There's no way, right? How has this Mawile dodged 3 out of 5 100% accurate moves? At least it didn't dodge all the bubble beams. I think the chance to kill with Swift is probably better than the chance to flinch with Twister. Yeah. Yeah, Krabby is bad. I was actually looking at the tier list yesterday after Krabby did quite well. And I was thinking about it, I was like, nah. It was Krabby propaganda. Krabby's not a real Pokemon. I think Twister into Bubble Beam should kill. So Mawile is not Intimidate, but Hypercutter is still quite a good ability. I'll drop Pachirisu or Staravia. It's up to me what I drop completely here. Time to get hit by Grass Whistle, I guess. Yeah, I wouldn't have killed after Tickle. It might have been closer than I thought, though. I'll have to take coughing. Most likely. I think the factory's out for blood today. I can't actually lose this match anymore, but it's ominous. It's only 25% chance to miss. What is this? I mean, I could also take Roselia. Depending on the matchup, I probably never take Gibble though. And Saravia's back for revenge. I'm actually going to get rid of Star U. So I want to take Illumise for anything in the back. I want to go Patchy, but I don't want to get put to sleep and then potentially lose because of it. Yeah, I can't go Patchy. Patchy would one-shot Chatot, but switching into Sing would be game-losing, potentially. Bright Powder. It is indeed Tinted Lens, which is really good. I was already taking it, but that's a big difference. Just Mawile things. It's just so much easier than it was yesterday. Skip Beam, Squirtle, Shield on. I think it's probably correct to go straight to Patchy here, actually. Oh no, it's probably better to attack once at least. I don't want to get hit by Cotton Sport on the turn that it kills Mawile. It'll be Squirtle in after. Even if it uses Withdraw, I'll kill it. And it's not in Torrent yet. Maximum time wasting. I love it. Patchy W. No, don't do that. I mean, Silverwind will probably already kill after this, but just let me kill you faster. I don't want to switch to Illumise though, because I don't want to get hit by a crit Rock Tomb. That would be really embarrassing. Yeah, now you swagger. Now. Patchy W. Is Patchy the GOAT? Is this the round one GOAT? They're all kind of terrible. I guess I could take Skip Plume. I don't want to give up any team. These are all much better than the swap options. I'm sorry, Patchy. Actually, is Patchy better than Illumise? It might be better than Illumise. It might be. That might have been a mistake. I am surprised that I apparently 4-hit KO. I was not expecting to do that. Oh, I don't. Okay. Actually, don't hit me with a knockoff. That would be annoying. I should two-shot this as long as it doesn't have any acupressure shenanigans. Torrent would have been nice, but then Bite does more than Jet anyway. It's the Laxin sense. I don't think it's in Silverwind range. Where's Patchy? I should have used Swift actually. I would really like Patchy to be back on the team magically. Yeah, where did Patchy go? Who took Patchy from us? It's one of those ones where every option isn't great. I would like to have something that just immediately handles Charmeleon though. That feels fairly important. Corphish and Shellos both kind of do that. I'll take Shellos, I think. The tiers go up. It goes up from tier 1 to tier 8. I should be fine as long as Shellos doesn't horrendously choke the Charmeleon matchup. I should be fine. I'm giving it Blaze, of course, if I do miss the kill with Water Pulse. I think that's fine. The fact that Illumise is faster than Charmeleon is important, though. Okay. Even with Laxin Sense, double miss is very lucky. That's a crit. And a flinch, okay. It'll be Sharpedo in next. I can Icy Wind it. To make Illumise faster. Confused then at -1 accuracy. There is a darkest timeline here where Omastar goes nuts. Gets a crit rollout on turn 1 against Illumise. Even then, I can just tickle it. I think I've won. That does mean no Patea Berry boost for me. It's actually a speed tie between Mawile and Omastar, which is quite funny. If I miss the kill here, a rollout crit on next turn might kill me. But if I'm worried about crit, there's no reason to use Tickle anyway. Ironhead is probably a roll. Oh, that's a really good elevation. That's a really good one. I think Tinted Lens Venomoth is also probably coming. I'll do the classic, the round 2 classic where I put the 2 good Pokemon in the back and I just lead with whatever counters the next lead. So I'll lead with Magcargo so it can't get burned by Shuppet. Tinted Lens is the better ability on Venomoth. Shield Dust is quite nice, but Tinted Lens is definitely better. What is sad is that I will have to swap for one of these. It should be very difficult to lose with Gorobus 2 on the team, though. Graveler. I am quite likely to take Graveler. I guess we get to check the ability of Sableye as well. See if it's Stool or Keen-Eye. Use a different move. Use Feint Attack. Okay, I guess I don't get to check the ability. It doesn't really matter. Sableye is already very slow. It is a tier 2 opponent. Graveler does better than the others. Better than the Ghosts do into Monferno. Magnitude Grambling time. I don't think that'll be enough. Oh, it was. Okay. Sneasel 1 is pretty good. I might end up taking Sneasel 1. It'll be Sneasel or Linoon. Inferno 1 is pretty bad. Come on, get a 10. You'll need a 10 after Tickle anyway. Okay. I'm probably taking it as well. Patchy could actually, if it gets the paralysis on Spark, it could actually beat Sneasel in the 1v1. And that would be pretty annoying because it's faster than the other two. It would have to double Spark on random AI though. Goodbye, Patchy. Should be Vulpix in and we one-shot Vulpix. Patchy's probably on the team unless there's Magnemite or Mawile or Porygon or something in the back. Teddy Ursa. Okay. There's a big argument for taking Teddy Ursa over Patchy. I could also drop Venomoth because Sneasel is really good. But let's keep up the simpler traditions. Yeah, I think it's actually going to be Teddy, isn't it? So I don't want Mischievous to get through. Mischievous is faster than Gorobis. That's the problem. I'm sorry, Patchy. If it was a regular run, I would take it, but I don't want to lose. Am I quick feet actually? I am. Wow. Thanks for the potential speed boost. It's decently likely that Piloswine does come in over whatever else is in the back. Yeah. I am faster with quick feet. No, Patchy. It could have Snowcloak. Double Ghost. Dusclops 1 is an interesting Pokemon. Contender for one of the most unusable Pokemon in set 1. I mean set 2. Might actually get the 2-shot with the Hail and the crit. It doesn't pick Pain Split, so you're just Shellos. How long did the localization team take to come up with that one? Graveler and Dustox, okay. That's Piloswine, I think. I'm a little bit scared of Dustox. Just a little bit. Shield Dust is one of those surprisingly really good abilities for the early factory rounds, where so many moves have secondary effects. Right, odds on Focus Band activating now. We did have double Focus Band yesterday. That was fun. No. Murkrow, also one of the very best tier 1s. I'm very likely swapping Pylo, but let me check its ability. It's not Snowcloak. Dustox is, of course, Shield Dust. We're on round 2 of Factory. It's going quite well. We've got a good elevation in Gorobis too. I'm almost certainly taking Murkrow. It is another tier 2 opponent with Octillery and Jumpluff 1. I could take Dustox actually because of Shield Dust for the Icy Wind on Octillery. I feel like that's probably better. It's lower risk at least. Dustox is unlikely to straight up win that 1v1, but it's less vulnerable than Murkrow is. Double Bug. I mean, we're swapping out Dustox anyway. It's good luck that game 13 is against a tier 2. I don't think Dustox is going to pick up this 3-hit KO. It's going to be a 4-shot on Silverwind, which makes me think about Psybeaming first. I don't want to get T-Waved. That's the major goal. So I'm a little bit scared of Jumpluff. I'm going to lead with Psybeam, yeah. I need to get on Silverwind for the damage now. I see. Could not dodge the Thunder Wave. At least I don't get Ack dropped by Octazooka. The Omni Boost luck is not coming through today. Honestly, the best thing I could do is confuse this. I could also just whirlwind this. Okay, goodbye, Dustox. Send out Cypher 1. Go on, you know you want to. Send out Cypher 1. Let's see it. Let's Grottle, okay. I'm probably taking Octillery in that case. I've had better teams going into match 14 than this. Much better teams. Dusclops and Arbok. Dusclops 2 is pretty terrible. Arguably, Grottle is a safer answer. I mean, to be honest, Dustox is the best answer, but I don't want to get rid of Venomoth. Yeah, at least Grottle can Leech Seed it. Arbok is pretty terrible. It is also faster than Gorobus though, so I'd be Rain Dance set up on that. And I don't know what the final Pokemon is, which is a little bit nervy. I'm gonna Leech before I get confused, hopefully. I'm actually gonna take this opportunity to set up Gorobus. Yeah, but for whatever reason, Dugtrio and Mr. Mime get to be in the tier 4 plus category, but some of these don't, and I think it's mostly because of designers of the game not wanting to put too many water types in the higher tiers. A valid concern. I mean, Gorobus 1 is also one of the best tier 2s, and it has water pulse. If Arbok comes in, I've pretty much won already. So the last Pokemon does not have a super effective move against Gorobus. I will, of course, one-shot with Surf in the Rain. Yeah, Gorobus is the better Clampower evolution in these earlier gens, but they're both quite good. Okay. I don't really want to give you Torrent. Venomoth is faster, though. It's got a Focus Band. It's just because in earlier gens, the special water moves are so much better than the physical water moves. Like Gen 4 Surf, unnerfed, is a really nice move. I'll go for Ice Beam in case it activates its Focus Band. I've also got the Freeze chance. Yeah, that was pretty smooth. I'm a little bit scared of the first Thornton fight. Mizzy. I don't like swapping. I don't like forcing the swap count after round 2. Snorlax 1 is a really good pickup. It's thick fat as well. It's a weird one. I'm not going to complain. Both of my innovations are pretty good. Yeah, I think there's only 3 good Pokemon, so it kind of picks itself. What do I lead with? I'll lead with the worst Pokemon, and then I'll swap out based on what Thornton's lead is, I think. I won't lose before Thornton with this team. I mean, Snorlax 1 is an incredibly broken set, to be honest. It's the best Snorlax set, I think. I'd rather have Snorlax 1 than Snorlax 4 here. Pelipper's not bad, but we can probably replace Pelipper 2 with something better. So I leave Pelipper for Thornton purposes, but I want to have Nidoqueen in against Mischievous. It's now basic AI instead of random AI. So basic AI will check a few type matchups. It won't ever use the move Thunderwave here, for example. And it won't confuse Ray me if I'm already confused. It does a few checks like that. The sets they have. Actually, I've just realised that this thing can't touch Snorlax. Does Pelipper belong in group 2, 3? I don't think so, but if you put Pelipper, Gorobus, Huntail, or Mistar, Kabutops in tier 4 plus, there are too many waters, and there are already too many waters. I think it's funny that Ninjask 2 doesn't run max speed. Rare scenario of somewhat smart planning. I did get the max confuse length. Luckily, Wing Attack killed doesn't ever kill here. What are the chances that Mantine uses and hits Supersonic now? Fuck. It's big Mantike here. Ferret 1 is not going to win from here, even if I self-hit. Well, it could Helping Hand Confuse Ray, actually. I mean, assist Confuse Ray. Please don't do that. I feel like Aerial has the fastest animation of my moves. It's the Lychee boost. Slash crit won't kill Pelipper, though. Or Nidoqueen if it crits. It's Cypher 1. I guess I can check for Technician. I think I'm never taking it though. Did light screen. If you don't attack me soon, I'm not going to find out what you are. 6. I think that actually is Technician. I think it is Technician. Which is kind of pathetic, but I'm at -1. Yeah, I think that's Technician. Pelipper 2 is max defense. I can check that later, but I don't think I want it anyway. Saved by light screen. It actually does hit Rock Tomb as well. Oh, it's crit me. Okay. I was gonna say I was gonna save it, but I guess I'm not going to save it. I am not sure if I'll two-shot with Returned from this range. I'd rather be healthy than have more curse boosts though. Okay, well, it'll survive now probably. Impressive, impressive, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna commit to Cypher 1. I don't think it's worth it. Rare case where I would rather be immunity on Snorlax. This Quillfish could have been a setup opportunity for immunity Snorlax 1. But yeah, I don't want to get poisoned on Snorlax. We'll go for Air Cutter, Tailwind, Air Cutter, I guess. What's actually going to happen is I'm going to Tailwind and then miss Air Cutter. At least I'm still faster if Bubble Beam gets the speed drop. Yeah, let's Surf instead of missing. Useful Tailwind. But thanks for the full heal, Pupitar. No, Gen 4 Tailwind is just kind of terrible. It only lasts for 2 turns after you use it. It's buffed in later gens to be 3 turns. Which takes it from being bad to being very good. It's Sneasel 2, which is a very good Pokemon. I might actually take that over Pelipper. Again, I can't really set up on this because of Crush Claw. Defense drop, as well as the fact that Feint Attack crit would do a lot to Snorlax. I am still slower than Sneasel, but I might be able to outspeed the next thing. There are not many Pokemon faster than 150. Eggs out of the beak. Pelipper looks kind of like squished on its back sprite. I can't unsee it now. Right, this is Ockerberry, not Yachi Berry. Oh, man, I don't know. Is Sneasel actually better than Pelipper? Pelipper has so many free wins against tier 4s with physical moves. It is another tier 3 trainer. I'm actually a bit scared of Kabutops. Do I take Tropius just to make sure I don't lose the Kabutops? The problem is that Kabutops can just flinch me. It's better than the matchups Pelipper has though. I'm actually going to take Tropius. The crit would suck. Am I Chlorophyll? I am. That's a nice boost at least. Random AI, yes. Nice crit. Fuck off. Oh, it's actually quite bad now. It's going to survive Nidoqueen's Earthquake. Against Smart AI, I would always go Snorlax here. I think I have to go Snorlax. I'm a bit worried about Snorlax also being flinched though. The worst case scenario of like Nidoqueen being crit I think is too bad. Being crit or flinched. Kabutops requires more bad luck to get past Snorlax and Nidoqueen. I think that's the tiebreaker. It is random AI. It could use any move here. It could easily just slash. Oh, please don't flinch me. Leftovers is not going to save me from being crit. Return will 4-shot anyway, and it can have battle armor, so it genuinely would be a 4-shot. It's definitely worth to do one curse, I think. Yeah, random AI, my arse. That's a crit. Fuck off. Yeah, Nidoqueen is going to have to 1v3 then. If this thing min sleeps. Maybe I can kill it with Earthquake. I'm not Rivalry, I'm Poison Point. For God's sake. Okay. Rivalry Nido could have got that kill. Venomoth 2, that is scary. Please don't be Tinted Lens. Thank you, thank you. Shield Dust. Okay. I have the Piappa Berry for Psychic. So Psychic does not do very much. Sludge Bomb does even less. Okay, I mean there's a decent number of set 2s. I mean set 3s that Nidoqueen is faster than. Ivy. Okay. Is a win as long as I don't get hit by Sleep Powder after missing the Earthquake kill. It would be a lot simpler to just kill it right now. At least it didn't use Sleep Powder. Oh, it's Ferret 2. That's really nice. I'll take Kabutops then. Ferret is a really good anti-Fortune 1 Pokemon. You know what's funny? I want to use Swords Dance, but I know that Trick can come in. And I do not want to get caught like that. I was hoping that Ferret might lock itself into Shadow Claw for a free Snorlax setup, but it's too late. Too late for that. I am faster. The Sucker Punch interaction with random AI is a bit weird. I don't think Nidoqueen will kill. I could try Charming and then going for a Curse setup. But it does have Howl itself. And a Crit Crunch probably does a bit under 200 to Snorlax. I feel like that's a mistake then. I feel like I should just try and kill it with Nidoqueen. Now, this might be a roll. That's not working out today. And that's why you always change moves, just in case there is a resist or an immunity switch. It's Pelipper too has come back. It wants to be on the team again, but Ferret is better. I have concerns about Mightyena in the final slot. Big concerns. I think it's better to switch, actually. Yeah, it's better to switch. I could get frozen. That's about the biggest risk. I'll need +1 to kill this anyway. And if I'm going to use Curse, I might as well put it to sleep. The animation for Leftovers is so slow. Is this what a world without speed up looks like? I would love to turn animations off. But it makes the video better if the animations are on and people like it. In YouTube, they ask for it. I've seen it before. At 211, I should be outside of Crunch crit range anyway. I'm feeling pretty good about the team when Ferret 2 comes on. I genuinely do have a pretty good chance of getting a full Curse setup, depending on what Thornton leads with. It's Shiftry 1, that's Is that guaranteed to fake out? Let me check. Fake out is +2. Yeah, it's guaranteed. It's actually a little bit tricky. I think Throw It always survives fake out into Seed Bomb. It might be better to take Pelipper, actually. I don't want to, but it might be better. The issue with Pelipper is I'm worried about Pelipper getting the Ice Beam one-shot. I feel like that's not very favourable. I guess I could take Pelipper and go Surf, Tailwind, Ice Beam. Tailwind for turn 4. The issue is the electrics that Thornton might bring will be faster than Pelipper and the Tailwind, quite a lot of them. Don't feel like that's a great idea because of that. Yeah, this is Thornton 1. Taking Throw It is a lot simpler. I just click Frustration. Which Shifty might be able to survive actually, but Shifty has 3 chances to crit Pelipper. It only have 2 chances against Throw It. %. I don't know. I think I'm like 90% to beat you here, Thornton, I'll be honest. I could also go to Nidoqueen on turn 1. Since it will be Fake Out, and I'm Poison Point. If I get the Poison Point, I might be able to kill with Poison Fang after 2 Poison Ticks. The issue with that is I feel a bit uncomfortable having 2 normal types against Smart AI. Please don't miss the kill for it. Oh, fuck off. No way. This is going to be a sleep powder game then, isn't it? Is it worse for its life to try and just hit this with a big attack? I'm thinking about swapping out. Whatever I sack, if the other one gets vulnerable to the wrong Tangrowth move, I'm in trouble, I think. The real question is, does Frustration Poison Fang kill this? I think it would. It might be quite close though. I also don't think there's a better plan than that. It's good to know that Tangrowth came in though. It means that the last Pokemon that Thornton has is very... It can't be a fighting type, basically. It's not that limited, really. That didn't do very much. Where is Pelipper, indeed? I'm so scared of Sleep Powder. I don't think there's anything at all I can do about it. If I can poison, that would be huge, actually. For the chance of not losing, at least. Okay, good. I know the final Pokemon isn't the fighting type. I know it's not Machamp. Which does mean Thick Fat Snorlax is in pretty good position. Absolute trash. Absolute trash. There may still be a way to optimally order this. It can't touch Snorlax, but I don't want it to fling. I'm considering switching. I think I'll... While I am not burned, I'll Earthquake. I'll go on Charm if it does burn me, I think. I feel like I two-shot through burn. Okay, it's used Fling. That should be GG because it can't touch Snorlax anymore. And I'm thick fat for the Will-O-Wisp burn. It'll see a kill with Shadow Punch here. And what I can do is, by going Snorlax and using Curse, I can stop it from setting up Trick Room again, which means that Nidoqueen will be guaranteed to always win at the end. That was a lot easier than the first version. Oh shit, I forgot to check the swap counts. How many times did I swap again? I got rid of... I took Tropius, Furret, and Kabutops. So I need 2 swaps on this whole... Frustration is Furret most likely. Yeah, I need 2 swaps. Rabbi would be proud of this draft. It is rivalry. I don't like rivalry on the Nidos. At the same time, what else am I taking? Take the Flareon. I might take the Flareon. Super rare pickup. To actually want Flareon 1. I like blocking the Bright Powder on enemies with Item Claws. The more I think about it, the more this is actually a very easy decision. I don't want to lose to Furret 1, which could embarrass Espeon quite badly. Espeon 2, but I don't want to get embarrassed by Furret. It's Linu, not Furret. No. Trying to weigh up the chance of random AI using Dig here. Crit me. It is random for this, yeah. The quote Forden has, it is random. Lantern is slower though. I'm a little bit worried about sacrificing Flareon for no reason. Crit isn't going to kill Mantine from here, unfortunately. I guess I'm taking Linoon. I do not want to get stuck with Flareon. Flareon contributed, it did something. If Lantern was Volt Absorb, I might take Mantine, but with Illuminate, I don't think so. Or Waterfall, okay. Goodbye, Flareon. Wait, I want Flareon back. I want Flareon back. Rare scenario where I would have preferred knockoff. I mean, Rindleberry is super unlikely to matter here. How much does the surf damage matter? I'm a little bit scared of the belly drum set, to be honest. I prefer dying. Espeon will two-shot, but risks being crit. Linoon will three-shot, and I don't care as much if it gets crit. Please don't crit return. No way! Oh no! Oh. The worst part about this is I'm not even sure Frustration will kill. Unironically, Flareon would have stopped this. I definitely have to lock Frustration. There's no way that Dig is correct. And I definitely can't switcheroo. Okay, it's actually huge that I got that kill. I was a bit worried about that. It is basic AI, and as long as I have a neutral matchup, I think I'll be okay. Ugh. Shit. I might, yeah, well, I'll free-shot this if I don't crit. Okay, well, Dragon Claw and Aerial Ace both kill now. And if it Dragon Dances again, it'll outspeed. I need to crit. Or get, like, Thunderwave, Dragon Dance, or some nonsense. Oh my god! I was so ready to lose. That's insane. I can't believe that just happened. Stone Edge. I was going to take Dragonite in the lead. We get rid of our heroes here. I did have a somewhat realistic chance of winning, even if it didn't crit, because of basic AI. Sudowoodo killed me on run 1 by exploding and tagging its pal in. Basic AI will never Earthquake here, which makes me want to go Lantern. Where is Grumpig? Send out some trash, come on. Masquerain is not bad. If I wasn't scared of double stun spore, I guess I could set up Dragonite here. No, don't do this. Okay. Just don't get fully paralyzed. Make it easy. Thank you. Right. I could take Masquerain. To be honest, I could take Sudowoodo. I'm a bit suspicious of Lantern, specifically. I don't know if I trust it. But, like, Sudowoodo is even slower than Lantern is. I don't think it's a solution. And Lantern is also faster than Masquerain. It gets stuck like this sometimes. My winning streak ends here, apparently. Eric. Shh. Taunt. That could actually be annoying for the next Pokemon. Okay. Weavile 1. I am slower. The thing is, if I switch, I will not be able to Ochre it later in the game. If I switch to Lantern and get crit, or it just picks Night Slash twice, that would also be horrendous. I think I'm just going to Aerial Ace. Inner Focus. Yeah. Really? You don't kill with that? Well, now I look stupid for not using Dragon Dance. It will never fake out here. I would rather have Dragonite alive than Lantern. I'm shocked I didn't kill. Well, that's a good thing that Espeon is faster than this. I think I take Weavile over Lantern. Lumberry. Nice crit. Again, it's a good thing that Espeon is so fast. Well, that was a bad misplay against Weavile. I should have Dragon Danced. Or Thunder Waved with Rock Slide. I don't think that changes my decision to swap. I don't think it does. I don't want to risk this at all. Not stacking could backfire pretty horribly. Do you think Range of Mercy would show mercy? Not in the factory. It did go for Sandstorm. Okay. Basic AI will never repeat Sandstorm. It'll never Earthquake either, so 50-50 for me to die to Rock Slide here. Wait, was it Intimidate? I didn't... I was not paying attention. It might have been Intimidate anyway. I don't want my swap count to go high. I am biased against swapping here, I think. Thunderbolt, yeah. Electabuzz. Magneton. Magneton. That's a little bit of a problem, actually. I think double Dragon Claw and Psychic would kill it every time, though. And it can't paralyze me because of my Lumberry. So I'm pretty much guaranteed to get off Dragon Claw twice. If only Flail were here. True. I think +1 D-Claw will take it out. That's a bit rough. Outplayed by basic AI. Is Flareon 1 secretly good? It's okay. It has stats. It's not bad at clicking superpower. I don't think it's good. It's too slow and it's a fire type. That wasn't good damage from off him at all. It was probably a roll to kill me at 30, but... I have a feeling Quilava survives this. Yes. Not even Focus Band, just survived on 1. We've seen Quilava twice today, yeah. Air Slash. I could take Magneton. I do not want my swap count to be too high, though. And what would I drop? I'd probably drop Weavile. No, maybe I drop... No. The thing is, Magneton 2 can be sturdy. And I'd actually be interested in sturdy, because there are quite a few Oko sets in Group 2. I'm not sure what the roll would be on 2 Dragon Claws. That's what I'm thinking of. I quite like the idea of a single Dragon Dance. These set 2s in general are quite slow. Maybe +2 would have killed. Yeah, that would have been close. Now you get the Omni Boost and you outspeed again? No, okay. Well, that was a mistake. I should have clicked Aerial Ace, actually. Right on to... It's sashed. I wonder if I two-shot this. Not quite. Lumberry moment. I'm probably in Fire Punch range though. It is random AI. It'll do anything except Earthquake. Yeah, I'm gonna die to that, I think. Right, let's send Espeon out first so we don't use up Fake Out as an option. And so that I front load with having Charm ready. Okay. The thing is, Charm won't save me from being hit by Fling. Maybe even getting hit by Payback. The Swift damage is quite relevant. I'm scared of Weavile being crit, but obviously Charm doesn't help there either. If Drapion does anything except Payback or Fling, I would much rather... Okay, well, there we go. I would much rather use Swift twice anyway. I'd be dead to this anyway. Would a fake out crit ever matter here? It might do. Of course, Drapion can be battle armor. Just don't crit Poison Jab. Okay, Weavile. Okay. Oh. Okay. Drapion just letting us know that it could have won. Yeah, maybe I should have taken that Magneton, but... hindsight and everything. What would be embarrassing is if I miscounted the swap count, because I didn't check it before I went into round 4. I actually want to see what the swap count is. Oh, screw it. Knowing how many elevations I get doesn't actually change what the draft is going to be anyway. More chances for 10 to 2. I clicked through the type spec, I didn't see what he said. I would rather it be Metagross 2 than Metagross 3. Oh no! That's a pretty good set too. Absolute trash. How do we feel about leading off with Heracross? God, he better not have said a fire specialist because I'm about to take Heracross Metagross. What is my third Pokemon here? I really don't want it to be Medicham, but I think it is Medicham. I'll be disrespecting Whiscash too much by passing it over for Medicham. Special Dugtrio is... it's a set. It's something they did actually put in the game. Am I too flying weak if I go these 3? I've got a feeling I should take Whiscash, you know. I really don't fully trust Medicham. And 96% Hydro Pump is not a bad click when the Zoom Lens is active. Who am I leading? I could lead Whiscash. I don't like leading with setup sweepers. I'll put Heracross in the back. I'll put Metagross in the front. It's a slightly sus thing to say to a child. I love Smart AI because it's not going to use Payback. Holy... I've just remembered it has Citrus. So I don't think I can go at +4 on Aerial Ace. It would actually take a very long time to get fully set up. And by that time I would take damage from Payback anyway. I might as well close combat. It's fine. It's fine. Time to send in some... whatever the set 2 is that can kill me. I think Aerial Ace might actually kill. What am I again? Am I Guts? I'm Guts. Let's not risk it. Not -2, I mean +2 because of bulk up. Gliscor 2 is a funny set. It's good as long as you understand that you never click the Fang moves. Grass type. Well, it was fun, Whiscash. Am I meant to be resting after these? Why did I click that? Am I meant to be resting after these tier 5 opponents or not is the question for this round, I think. I don't think Ice Punch would have meant I got the free shot anyway. It would have done. It would have done, but it's fine. The AI refuses to use Move Giga Drain when it's not very effective. It's got a life orb. I might as well hammer arm it. Maybe I one-shot. Or maybe I miss. I mean, I'll one-shot it now that it's taken the recoil. I can't believe he wrote that Tuscan. Okay, goodbye. Maybe Metagross 3 isn't that bad. I mean, it's pretty good on round 5. The tier list is mostly for rounds 8 and above anyway. No type. I'm good. Fake out is guaranteed, I think. I definitely don't want to use the Fang moves because they're weaker, and also because if I activate Guts on a Hariyama that's about to use Facade, I would massively regret it. Solomon's 1, okay. I'm Hypercutter. Am I even taking Solomon's 1? I feel like I'm actually not. I don't want to drop Gliscor for it. It might be correct to drop Heracross for it, even though I go quite Ice Weak and I've got Metagross leading, which is a little bit awkward. No type. I'm just going to leave it. I want as few swaps as possible for round 7. Okay. It's actually a little bit annoying if I try and set up against Attract Toxic, particularly the Attract part. It's also got Swagger. Best thing I could do is Ice Punch it, probably. Yeah, I'm trapped anyway now. Shackle Do is going to actually do something, which is very rare, particularly if it gets lucky on these Swaggers. I suspect that crit did indeed matter. Magmortar 2. I am tempted to let you hit me, because I'm very worried about switching Gliscor into being burned. I've got Ockerberry. I will one-shot it if I do not self-hit. Nice. Bronzong 2. Okay. It's always a bit tempting to take Bronzong 2. Is Bronzong 2 better than one of my Pokemon? I feel like Bronzong 2 is better than Metagross. But on this team specifically, I prefer the support that Metagross offers. Smell it? What? I hate these opponents that can use Confuse Ray somewhat randomly. That's a crit. Ooh, that's a... Ooh. Oh, yikes. I would also like to get my 10% activation now. It's got a Cherry Berry, yeah. Well, Metagross is dead. Ominous Wind is definitely going to kill me after the boost and the crit. At least it didn't get another Omni boost. Actually quite scary. I'm not certain Night Slash would kill. And I'm definitely dead to 2 Ice Beams. And it can Confuse Ray. It's not that I am adamant. Okay. The crit might have mattered. I am adamant, Heracross. Do I save... Do I save Heracross? How much faith do I have in Gliscor winning? I'm worried about burn, though, if I switch. Is it safer to save Heracross, or is it safer to not risk the crit or the burn on Gliscor? You think it mattered? Let me see the damage calc then. So Thunder Punch was 45 to 54, and Night Slash was 78 to 94. So it probably didn't matter. I definitely got the higher end of that Thunder Punch range. Anyway, I'm really not sure what I prefer. Having a guaranteed full health Gliscor or risking the setup for the 2v1. I don't know anything about what's in the back because Rapidash came in. I guess I really don't know anything. It could be absolutely anything, any Pokemon in the game. Low health Heracross and low health Gliscor in a 2v1 against the 1v1 on Gliscor. I've also got the chance to miss. Yeah, I think sacking is better. Heracross 2 is also Scope Lens. Like, there's quite a lot of things I can lose to here. To oversimplify, it's kind of the Pokemon with ice moves. I would also lose to quite a few bulky waters. Okay, Lopunny 1. I am going to win unless it gets lucky. It can also guess my ability wrong and use Charm on Hypercutter, which would be an automatic win. It's gone for the return. It's not going to Mirror Coat because I used a physical move last turn. Unless I crit, it can win with a crit. Yeah, return crit to win. I hate Frostless. I like how the first turn was crit Omni Boost into Paralysis. Flying type. I could take the Frostless. I'd be taking it over Metagross though, which would be making it worse. Or I could drop Heracross and pray that the tier 6 opponent at Battle 7 doesn't have anything nasty. Yes, would have lost. I would have lost. If Fire Blast hit Gliscor, I would have lost because Fire Blast would have done like over 100 to Gliscor, and then I would have died to return. And then Heracross is slower, so Lopunny kills both. I would have lost a 2v1, yeah. So sacking Heracross was the right play, in hindsight, I guess. Dragonite 2 is a bit scary. I am considering... and I think it's just better to Ice Punch. I am worried about being burned. I would lose the 1v1 if I got burned. Fortress 2 is back. I think we're repeating what happened on the first game. I kind of wish I used Thunder Punch. It's fine though. If it's if it's like Togekiss 2, I think I'm fine anyway. I'll go max defense so that I beat the physical flying types at least. Yeah, I did need +6 to kill it through Citrus. Max defense Fortress is a weird thing for calcs. Nice crit Heracross. Okay. No Honchkrow in the Frontier runs any speed. Yeah, this is all very familiar. I could take Dragonite. This is all very familiar. I don't know this trainer quote. I'm not sure what Guitarist this is. It is Chase, okay. Crobat 3 is here for revenge for not being picked in the draft. I've got the Ockerberry for Heatwave. I'm not sure that saves me from being 2-shot. It kind of matters actually if I do get 2-shot. Oh no. That doesn't look promising. That crit might have really mattered. It really depends on how much the next Heatwave was going to do and if the next Heatwave was going to hit. Yeah, maybe Metagross 3 is slightly underrated. I mean, it looks pretty good with the IV advantage, but good steel types are rare. It's not going to save you Warlords even with leftovers. It's Iron Ball. I'm not too worried about it being slower than this. It's probably going to get stuck on Curse, like it usually does. Should I Ice Punch? Am I already at a position where I can't lose as long as I don't miss? I think so. I think I should just Ice Punch. I can only lose by missing Hammer Arm, really. It's actually quite impressive power. Okay, that was pretty smooth for set 5 overall. It's not a bad draft. Not bad at all. Every time I see it, I kind of want to take it, but I'm not going to. I think it's probably Torterra time. Ice isn't real. Is ice real? How much less real is it if I don't get powered on? No sturdy. Ninetales is a good Pokemon. I just don't trust it. I hate how this can use Draco. I think Torterra has to die here. I should have gone Flygon maybe. Losing Torterra is quite big. Oh. Maybe I should have Hyper Beamed. I can Hyper Beam now, and if it misses Draco, that can pay off slightly. Or not. Honestly, I should have led Flygon. It was a mistake not to. I can feel myself getting tired. No Intimidate? Ah, shit, okay. Well, I'm dead to Ice Punch, and I get the Intimidate proc done already. The one thing I can do is alternate attacks in case there's a resist switch. I know it's not Quick Feet because Intimidate went off. If it burned me, that would be horrendous. I'm a bit nervous. Drapion 4 is good. It's not unbeatable though. Fuck. I'm dead to Specs, bro. Specs Flamethrower will kill. And I don't think I'm in Signal Beam range. I need a Razor Claw crit yet. I don't need to snipe a crit, I just need a regular crit, it'll be enough. That's a huge clutch from Gumlord. Yeah, I should have switched out Torterra. Even though I was risking the Draco, I should have switched. Although Granbull, Intimidate Granbull was a bit unlucky to run into. How do I feel about Spexbro lead? You think I've got overall lucky? I disagree. Thinking about every time I've been crit and missed today. Oblivious. I think the luck evens out quite quickly. It'll always Twister now. Unfortunately, it's faster than Drapion. And I don't want to get hit by a crit Twister on Flygon. I'm faster? Does the IV difference make that much? I guess it is, yeah, it's an 8 IV drop. So I'm faster by 1 point. Okay. I was not expecting that. I'm in avalanche range, but the Gen 4 AI does not understand how avalanche doubling works, so it will never actually use avalanche here. It'll always earthquake. Mamo 2 is citrus. Yeah, okay. And it is also much more likely to use curse than earthquake there, even though earthquake crit could kill me. Mamoswine 2 also a slightly underrated Pokemon, perhaps. Ninetales 2 is pretty scary thing to come out here. It can nasty plot. Yeah, I need to go straight to Flygon. Dark Pulse, flinch or crit? Okay, not that. It does full sweep my team at +4, but it won't survive Earthquake. Yep, you have to go. Let's go down. I wasn't actually going to swap for anything. I quite like Kingdra too, but not enough to go double dragon with it. And I don't think Mamoswine 2 works in this team. Mamoswine 2 might be better than Drapion 4, actually. It is slower, but it's a lot fatter. It's a close decision. I really could have taken Mamoswine or Kingdra there. Funnily enough, Leafeon would have been pretty devastating if I had taken Mamoswine, but Kingdra would have been good into it. It's Blitz or Earthquake. I could also try and kill it with Earthquake myself. Don't love switching Slowbro in, because I have to choice lock myself anyway. That might have mattered. I don't know what the Earthquake roll was on Magmortar anyway. Metagross 3 is back. Thinking about Metagross. I'm also a bit of a fan of Leafeon 3 as a pretty good sort of off-meta pick for the factory. We'll see what the type spec is. Flying. Probably not Leafeon then. I kind of want to take the Metagross. Drapion's been really good, but yeah, I'm dropping it. So many Pokemon are water. Leafeon is a pretty good anti-meta pick because of that. I think the most likely move is actually Sand Attack. I'll hit it with a Psychic and then switch, I think. Wait, it just Fire Fangs, okay. I am going to give it the Slack boost by the Psychic. It's going to endure. It's a little bit scary. I'm not sure if I want to switch actually because of that. I think I'll stay in. I survived the 1 HP flail fairly easily. I'm slow, bro. So you've come in to pick Ominous Wind, have you? Let's go Metagross, since I will still kill with Ice Punch even if you do get the Omni boost. And if you Sing, I don't mind because you do so much less damage. Worst case scenario, Metagross faints and I outrage this. It's the trash set. This is a really bad arrow set, but in this specific scenario, it does have a small chance to win. If it can flinch or crit Metagross again, it'll It'll one-shot Flygon. And it can bite flinch my Slowbro. It might be able to survive this Thunder Punch, actually. Okay, never mind. Metagross has inherited Drapions crit chance, I guess. Losing to Aero 2 would have been a generational lol moment. What would I rather lock into? I feel like it's Shadow Ball. Okay, now Quick Claw Earthquake. Ah, yes. Shadow Ball. Great idea. It'll be Thunder Punch every time here. Thick Fat might save it from Ice Punch into Hammer Arm. So I'll go for Thunder Punch even though the secondary effect on Thunder Punch is not as strong. Luke 2 is not the threat it should be. Just a wrong nature. Doesn't seem concerned about the types. Snorlax 2 sucks, unfortunately. It's the worst Snorlax set, I feel. Even though it's got Resto Chesto. Double Team is the most likely turn one. I'm a little bit concerned about this. I do have Metagross immune to Toxic in the back with Aerial Ace to make sure I don't lose, but the drop makes another Psychic very tempting, actually. I don't want to get hit by Confusion anything, if possible. No Milo 2 sweep this time. It's going to Hypnosis. It can't actually use Drain Punch because it's not very effective. It's guaranteed to use Hypnosis. I might have to long stall this. Oh no, animation on PP stall incoming. Oh no. Drain punched Slowbro. That is unexpected. Still, it is, even with that crit, it is still correct to go for the PP stall here. This is the full Rabby experience. Alright, look away, chat. Look away. Look away. It would have been fun. Off stream, someone could have fun doing that. Stir up to 2, okay. Oh, nice crit. You gonna free shot from here? Most likely not, it seems. I don't think I'll kill. I think it'll be very close. Oh, nice. Literally, slot 3 is apparently the crit slot. Wait, do we have any Milo 2 fans in chat? No type spec. I'm gonna leave it then. I would rather lock into Psychic than Flamethrower. No way you live that. What is that? What is that roll? Let me calc that. What was that? 4 onto... Literally 1 HP. Literally 1 HP. I mean, it probably didn't matter. Low HP Slowbro is dead to pretty much every switch in. It's got Dugong 4 as well. I do have to switch. If this freezes, then the Lucario roll did matter. There's another choice here. Hammer Arm will be a roll to kill, I'm sure. Thunder Punch will never kill. I'm dead to 2 Surfs. So I can get the guaranteed Flygon 4 1v1, knowing that whatever's in the back isn't ice, or I can risk Hammer Arm, and if I miss Hammer Arm I lose. Almost certainly lose, unless Flygon crits Stone Edge. That doesn't seem worth it. Thunder Punch also has a chance to win via the crit or paralysis route. I think knowing that there's no type spec changes it. There's no water, there's no ice in the back. Flygon 4 should be strongly favoured, outside of Garchomp 4 or something, which would already beat me, whether or not I keep Metagross alive. Take the guaranteed 1v1, I think. Well, it's not guaranteed, Surf could crit. I could paralyze, I could crit. Both of those would be nice. Nope. Things like Garchomp 4 is the worst case. Okay. Well, that's a lot easier. Yeah, give me a Latios free elevation. Psychic, okay. Golem wants to be on the team so badly to Golem 4 again. It's not. Torterra 4. Snorlax free. Speedrun Gengar. This is a very ordinary draft. Freaking rivalry as well. I think I'm going Gengar in the back. It's a Psychic spec on the first game. I think I'm tempted to go Snorlax. Oh, the Psychic spec makes me a bit nervous about taking Gengar, actually. Torterra 4 is another slightly underrated Pokemon. I am nervous by how slow it is, though. Do I take Sucker Punch? This is actually a really tough draft to decide what to do. I think I'm not taking Nidoqueen. Decided that much. I think Ludicolo 4 will go in the back. It is my elevation. I don't know, I just really don't want to run into something like Gardevoir 4. And I don't want to have to play a Confuse-Ray game either. What if I leave Gengar behind? What if I go Ludicolo, Snorlax, Torterra, with Snorlax in the front? Or even... What about I go Torterra in the front? I'm immunity. I'm not even thick fat. I'm going to leave Gengar behind. I'm sufficiently scared of the first match. I don't like my odds. Luckily, this is a set 3 trainer, not a set 4 trainer. So my odds do go up a bit. I can't run into Gardevoir 4 now. Claydol 3, it's not too bad. I am dead to Ice Beam, but I can go Snorlax here. Question is, should I? I could also go Ludicolo and set up Rain. Yeah, let's take the decent Ludicolo matchup for what it is. If I get frozen, I get frozen. At least it won't be using Ice Beam against Snorlax. It should be Psychic, and I should survive crit Psychic. Bronzong free. That is an incredible pickup if I can win. I probably do survive Signal Beam. Okay. How many times have I gone to 1 HP in this run? Shuckle free. Yes, Torterra, because you were slower. Very useful. What's getting dropped is the question. I kind of like locking the opponents out of having Quick Claw mons, particularly on round 7. Poison. I think I should drop Snorlax. That's not a poison type. I might have to sacrifice Torterra here. Crap, I'm gonna be in big trouble if this is Swarm. I don't think I'll ever give it Swarm. I might actually give it Swarm, actually, if I activate my Quick Claw this turn. Still, it's going to two-shot me anyway. Ooh, I might be in a lot of trouble. I'm not sure what to do against Swarm Scizor because Bronzong is unavoidably always going to be boosting it into Swarm. And X-Scissor into Swarm X-Scissor probably can kill Bronzong in 2 shots. Ludicolo is slower and gets 1 shot as well. I don't think I can do anything now. I have to get the Earthquake damage off. Stone Edge crit doesn't kill, so yeah. Oh, no! Don't give it Swarm. Oh, that's not a good Quick Claw activation. Next turn would have been perfect. This turn is not. That doesn't look like Swarm. Or maybe it is. I don't know. That's not Swarm damage. I'd be dead. I'd be dead anyway. So if I switch to Bronzong here, Scizor will actually endure the following turn. So that's 2 ticks of leftovers. It might be better to switch here because of the AI's over-reliance on Endure. It might be a lot better to switch. How much do I value keeping Torterra 4 alive against the Poison spec after Scizor goes down? That's a complicated question. Bronzong is taking damage, but I'm taking damage anyway. I'm not sure the HP on Bronzong matters too much. It's too slow to make a difference, probably. I think Torterra is too slow to save, probably. And if I'm going to keep it alive for Quick Claw, I might as well go for this Quick Claw. This would be a huge Quick Claw if I could get it. And I don't like switching into the X-Scissor, especially if X-Scissor potentially crits Bronzong. If I switch, that would be game over. Okay, no Quick Claw this turn. It's gonna Endure. I might as well Charge Beam or Signal Beam, I guess. I think I prefer the Charge Beam. I've got a much higher chance of getting a positive boost. No boost. When it's that low, it's going to Reversal. It might also Endure, but it's got a chance to fail the second Endure, obviously. It would suck so much to miss Charge Beam. Don't like risking it. Crobat free. Oh shit. Psychic is most likely a roll. It's going to Heat Wave me. What is my ability? Shit. Fuck. Without Heat Proof, I'm in trouble. The problem is here, I know that there's a... I know that the final mon is Poison type, and I don't want Ludicolo to be in a 1v1 against some random Poison type in the back. I think it's best to switch Ludicolo into the Heat Wave. I've got Lumberry for the burn, potentially. I won't feint to Heat Wave Sludge Bomb. I can get off Ice Beam. And then Bronzong's in a guaranteed 1v1. But I'll be at low HP after the Heat Wave. I guess the question is a 40% HP Ludicolo better or worse than a 1v1 compared to like a... I guess it would also be about a 40 HP Bronzong. Bronzong's got to be better, right? It's got to. If I could rain dance, I would sack Bronzong, but Bronzong's got to be better. The reason to stay in is I've got a chance to kill with Psychic. There is another option, which is I can risk the Psychic roll here and then switch if I don't kill. That's probably best, because that way I'm taking a 2v1. Oh, that's so much better, isn't it? That's so much better. I thought that crit for a second. Please kill it. Right, at 50, it'll never Dark Pulse. It's going to Heat Wave every time. Go Ludicolo and kill it. Poison is fine. I've got Lumberry. It didn't crit. That's good. So Bronzong is at 50. Well, I'm fastened Victory Bell. This should be over. I actually shouldn't have used Ice Beam. Why crit anyway? But Victory Bell can't Sludge Bomb Bronzong anyway. Victory Bell does have the Power Herb Solar Beam, but I doubt that would kill a 50 HP Bronzong. Electric. Well, if it's electric, I'm going to hold on for Torterra for slightly longer, I guess. That's not an electric type. It can actually Night Slash on turn 1. It's not guaranteed to Drill Peck because of the high crit. This thing is faster than Ludicolo, isn't it? It's base 71 speed, Honchkrow. Ludicolo's base 70. Do I have to hit Stone Edge? I think I do. I don't think I can switch. Bronzong will lose the 1v1. The electric types are still capable of running moves like Flamethrower to kill a low HP Torterra after Honchkrow hits it. This team is just too slow. It felt very wrong to take Crobat knowing it was an electric spec, but maybe I should have done that. I think I have to hit Stone Edge, which is not the way I wanted this match to go. It also means I lose my ground type. Actually, Honchkrow is hitting me into Overgrow range, so maybe I should Wood Hammer. The problem with Wood Hammer is that I could Quick Claw. If I didn't have Quick Claw, I could Wood Hammer, but if I activate Quick Claw on turn 1, that would make Wood Hammer terrible, absolutely terrible. Now I have to hit the Stone Edge. If this crits, I think I lose. I'm going to outright lose. Okay. That doesn't kill, really. Torterra 4 has disappointed me here. Do I save a low HP Torterra by switching here? I could also Quick Claw activate, that'd be nice. Most set 4 electrics pack a move like Flamethrower or Ice Punch if it's like Electivire or something. Never mind. I take it all back. Torterra the goat. How about another Quick Claw? Swift. Do I survive that? There's no way. Well, the AI is... Okay, now that was blessed. That was... Torterra surviving the last 2 turns. What the... Jolteon. I think you'll find we're actually faster than you, Jolteon. Ah. I think Jolteon should always be dead to Surf Psychic, but I should use Psychic first for the Spadef drop chance, in case I'm worried. Oh yeah, Jolteon 4 is modest. That's pretty good damage, actually. I should be guaranteed to kill it with Surf. Yeah, it's nice not to risk the Signal Beam against Ludicolo. Since Bronzong is Levitate, I think I might actually take one of those electrics. Manectric or Jolteon? I think it's got to be Jolteon. It is grass, and Manectric 4 does have Flamethrower. But then Jolteon has Signal Beam, so take the faster Pokemon. I'll take any set 3 trainer. It's probably going to Trick Room. What if I switch? I maybe should have waited for the Trick Room to switch, but... Oh yeah, Woodhammer would have killed Jolteon, that's true. It'll Woodhammer again, won't it? It is nice that Executor broke its own Focus Sash, though. It's a Grass Spec. Ludicolo's been kind of bad. It is slow, I guess. Ludicolo just exposing itself slightly here. Ooh, Mamoswine free. I am sorry, Mamoswine. I have Levitate. That's a crit. That's a huge crit. What the hell? Bronzong? Okay, I'll cover the resist switch, I guess. Snowcloak? Nope. No Snowcloak, no Lax and Sense Miss either. Wait, am I dead? Do I need to sacrifice Ludicolo onto this Leaf Storm? Bring Bronzong back in on potential Sludge Bomb. Also that Jolteon can have a 1v1 where Roserade is at -2. I'm not sure I trust Ludicolo to survive the neutral Sludge Bomb at +0. Or is it the opposite? Is it actually Jolteon that needs to be sacrificed on Leaf Storm? It's not Generation 3, so the end of turn switch in leftovers doesn't happen. I'm not chip healing out of range. This Roserade is going to get 2 kills. The question is what the 2 kills should be. I'm not sure. The important question is, what's the roll against Ludicolo, I guess? 12.5% chance to Oko with Sludge Bomb. More like 18 with the crit included. I feel like I just sack Bronzong. Roserade is taking Hail Chip, which doesn't really change much. Yeah, sack Bronzong and Jolteon. And force Roserade to have to get the crit against Ludicolo. With the Hail active, I can actually Thunderbolt into the Ice Beam. And then I'll Psychic here in case Leaf Storm misses. Oh, what's really good about this is after Leaf Storm, Sludge Bomb can kill with a crit, but Roserade will also have a chance to Grass Whistle Ludicolo. And I've got a Lumberry. I'll go to Thunderbolt for the paralysis chance as well. No. So Roserade has to pick Sludge Bomb and crit. No, I have Lumberry. That's it. I'm gonna take this Roserade. No type spec. It's another set free. I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna rest after this battle to put these set frees back in the trainer pool. I don't... No. It's not going to be fast in Roserade after the Select boost, so I'm happy to just use Thunderbolt here. I don't need to worry about the Select boost, I don't think. Players work, boys. It's fine. I'm still faster with Roserade. And it misses anyway. Not guaranteed to be Earthquake. It can also close combat, and I don't want to switch Bronzong into close combat or Earthquake, really. And Lucario is faster than Roserade, so I can't switch to Roserade either. If this Lucario crits Bronzong, I'm going to be so upset. Oh no, wait, it's a speed tie. It's a freaking speed tie, isn't it? They're both base 90. It would be a speed tie with Roserade. The paralysis really helps, though. It's a Cassib Berry. I don't want a Shadow Ball for that reason. I'll just signal beam. We'll see if it's filter or not. That's not filter. That's soundproof. That's big. That's big because Sludge Bomb kills it now. I don't have to rely on inaccurate Leaf Storm to win the game now. I'm gonna rest. For a second there, I was worried that the emulator had crashed. No type. I would love to be rewarded with a set-free opponent after resting. It's a guitarist. We won't know until we know their name. Isn't that Chase? Yes. Rewarded. It's not guaranteed to Sludge Bomb, it's just very likely. So I'm not going to risk the Bronzong switch. It's the Dragon Dance Lapras set. It's going to waterfall me. I think I'm going to sacrifice Jolteon. I could switch to Roserade. If I switch to Roserade and Leaf Storm, I will kill it. But if I miss Leaf Storm, that's a disaster. Jolteon is a very, very factory Pokemon. It's taken a lot. It works on a lot of teams because Electric hasn't got particularly strong type limitations. Magnezone free. That's an interesting thing to have as an option going into Thornton. This is the Charge Beam set. I've never actually checked if I'm Natural Cure or not. I am. I'm going to switch then. It might survive to Psychic. That was a good roll, I think. Oh no, it won't survive anymore. It needs to crit Charge Beam here, and then it can win if I miss Leaf Storm. Okay, Thornton. It's time for the rematch. Honestly, Lapras is also quite a nice option. No type. I'm tempted to do Lapras over Roserade. I'm worried about Grasses, so I'm also worried about hitting Leaf Storms. Lapras 3 is not quite as good against set 4s, it's true. It's unlikely to have as many setup opportunities as it is against the worst factory sets. And Thornton is only legendaries and set 4s. I might have a good chance against a legendary, since most of them are kind of trash. But Roserade isn't bad. And it has speed at the box. Yeah, let's keep. Let's keep and lose to Entei or something, and then I can complain about it being the wrong decision. $98. Didn't he lead? No. That was Shifty 1. I'll take it. Thornton likes Shiftry today, at least. That was Shifty 1 earlier, yeah. Nido Queen. Wants revenge for not being taken in the draft. Let me double check I am levitate yet. This is all a dream start to the game. It doesn't get much better than this. That's a crit. It's still a dream start. Double crunch crit. Well done, Fortin. No. That's not allowed. At least Calm Mind Entei can't Calm Mind here. Oh shit. Where's Lapras? It's fine, it's a physical set. That's slightly good news. I really hope this is Entei 1 and not Entei 2. The paralysis would help. I should two-shot, but I'm a bit worried with the IV advantage that Fortin has. It could be quite close. Okay. Apparently everything just going off this... Yep, okay. Jolteon did survive Fire Fang, if it didn't crit, but... Since it's not pre-recorded. There might actually be a chance of me winning the best of 5. I like how the relevant turns of this match were crit, crit, full paralysis. Thank you for the battle points. I need them. It was 31. Was the last one also 31? I mean, I was aiming for a low swap count for round 7. So yeah, incredibly, I am actually 2-1 up. I just need to get 1 gold print in the next 2 attempts to win the best of 5. I do not average anywhere close to 49 wins on a typical factory streak. Let's have a look at run 4. Just need to get gold print. Surely nothing goes wrong. It's Eevee again. There are only 3 good Pokemon here, unfortunately. I can take the Chatot lead though. Chatot, Eevee, Tentacle. It was Snorunt in the back. Growlithe could do some damage here actually. Luckily, Growlithe is really slow. I don't think giving this Overgrow matters. And Chatter has a chance to confuse, even if it's only 1%. It'll be Snorunt now. And I don't need Chatot for Growlithe. And I also don't want to switch into an Ice Fang Freeze. I think Growlithe probably survives Bubble Beam. Oh, nice. Okay. Aaron. This is the wrong video. I don't like EV1 because the setup for the Endure Flail is always risky against random AI. It's not as strong as it should be. I'm not clear body, that's the slightly annoying part. As long as I don't get crit, it's fine. I am slower. I also do not want to switch though. Chingling has a good matchup into Tentacool anyway. I'd be in Confusion range at 55 HP. This is Patea Berry, but Growlithe will survive a +1 Shockwave. And I'll survive Swift because that's the wrong move. Unless it crits, okay. There's one thing I must not do, which is Agility. I'm still slower after Agility. That's how slow Growlithe is. It also mustn't miss Fire Fang. It's probably a roll. Yeah. I'll be taking the Plusle, probably for Growlithe. It's a slightly scary team actually if they pick the right moves. This Chatot would be so good if it had special attack investment, but it doesn't. It's max Spadef, max speed. If only you could record a chatter. It changes the chance to confuse with chatter. So the louder you make the sound, the more likely you are to confuse. The default is 1%. The chip on this actually does matter for the Bubble Beam kill. So I should do something. It would be very epic to get the 1% confuse. I'm a little bit tempted to sing. I'm not risking the Tentacool switch because Rock Tomb will Oko Tentacool. It's a base 35 defense moment. But we're speed tied at 63, aren't we? Chatot and Cranidos. Magby is faster than Tentacool, that's my concern. And a crit Fire Punch would kill me. Okay, GG. I don't like taking that Magby, but I'm probably going to have to. I'll drop Tentacool for it. I could just replace Chatot with Magby. It's a simpler, much simpler win then. Snova would have survived Chatter, I'm sure. Snova is perhaps a slightly underrated set 1. No clear body is really quite annoying here as well, with Mud Slap and Icy Wind. I'm faster for now, but it needs to hit me one more time and I'll be slower. I'm probably taking Teddiursa for Tentacool after this. I don't mind if you kill Tentacool, just please do something. Please do something to me, Teddy. Just... that's fine. Oh, nice crit, okay. Fine, I'll get rid of it. Fight takes a Staravia in the back, or potentially Grimer, depending on what the quote is. It's not a bad team. I mean, it's all priority moves anyway, so... I am quick feet. I have quite a good Grimer matchup, but I'll take the 2-hit KO on Secret Power, I think. I'm in wing attack range, so random AI can get it, yep. Now the real nightmare, I get quick attack crit. Nope. best to not use fake tears as well here, because Shadow Sneak could crit on one of the next 2 turns, and then I get no damage off. Also, Shockwave crit might kill Grimer. It would be close, I think. Shadow Sneak crit would also kill Tentacool, so this is not as guaranteed as it looks. Back-to-back Shadow Sneak crit time. I'm not sure if I should stay in or not with Teddy. Staravia is risking getting the Poison Fang crit on it. I think I'd rather use Teddy against Skorupi because of that. Also, Wing Attack wouldn't kill a full health Skorupi anyway. My Chesto. No paralysis for me. I can actually abuse that later. I can come back in and get poisoned with Quick Feet on Teddy Ursa to outspeed Sandshrew potentially. Or I could just stay in. It's a nice speed tie win. Natu's faster, but I'm not sure if I'm in guaranteed air cutter range. I probably do feint to it. It probably is a roll though. Rotom 1. I had forgotten about you. And Kingler 1 as well. This is a bit of a nasty team. What is most helpful? Although I'm Quick Feet, if Rotom paralyzes me, I'll still be slower. Rotom 1 is genuinely quick. I might rest. The risk with rest is that I can get hit by Confuse Ray as well. It should be Kingler in first because of Bubble Beam. Psywave really beats it. I was expecting Kingler. It still feels a bit early to use rest. I can do it now because Icy Wind will probably free shot. I probably should have used Secret Power instead of Feint Attack actually because of the paralysis chance and the fact that I probably do 2-shot with Secret Power into Feint Attack anyway. The increased damage is not that big. Mud Sport would actually be clever if it did it. I would still be fine because Swift does plenty of damage, but it would be a bit annoying. The irony here is that Kingler is Wakamberry, but that does not interact with paralysis. Half an hour for set 1. Is that good speedrun pace? I feel like a good time would be like 10 minutes. I don't think I even played slow. I think it's just the animations. The animations on category. I think the world record for that might be whatever my last stream was. It's 4 something hours. Porygon and Natu, okay. Porygon appearing for the first time in the whole challenge, I think. What's the elevation going to be? Oh, it's not going to be Chansey 2. I was joking. I quite like Mothim 2. Masquerain 2 is probably the best elevation I could get. We did avoid the Chansey. I don't know how I feel about the Seeking 2 elevation. I think I'm going either double bug or double water, and I'm worried about going double bug, so I think I'm going double water. I'm happy to lead Masquerain though. It's a Porygon lead. Porygon actually a little bit annoying with Icy Wind. I could just lead Octillery instead then, and have a better matchup versus the Porygon. Normal round 2 stuff, just put the elevation in the back. I wish Seeking 2 was slightly faster. Chansey. Believe in the Octazooka 2-shot. Nice crit. Very nice. Okay, never mind. I am Suction Cups, so I think it was also a high roll crit to kill from there. So Magnemite finally got my slightly OP early round steal. It's Natu, wasn't it? Yeah. Ooh, Porygon or Magnemite? That's a interesting one. Yeah, Octazookas are cool. It's funny that they gave Octillery a custom move. Okay, well that's a reasonably serious step up. We're speedrunning. Take the slightly riskier Magnemite. Try and get the Shockwave Oko on the barrel instead of going for the slower Porygon. No. Just don't confuse me. Or crit. Porygon had Persenberry. Porygon wouldn't have got confused. Da 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 da. It did survive. That's unfortunate. That reduces the amount of self-hit I do. Yeah. I'm still dead to headbutt, I feel, but maybe I survive quick attack. I've got a bad feeling about this. It's Vigoroth in the back, isn't it? I kind of want to go Seeking Ore. Nice, nice. I'm actually slower than this, so that mattered. Wormadam. I like staying in because it's over. I like staying in because I maintain the ability to switch into Vigoroth with an Intimidate. On the other hand, if I switch, it really is just a 2v1. I'm just a bit worried about hitting Aqua Tail onto Vigoroth. There's also got the Focus Band, isn't it? But I don't want to lose Seeking to a Brazy Leaf crit or something. Also, this is Cobra Berry, isn't it? It'll survive Air Cutter. It'll survive an Air Cutter crit even. I'll go for the Silverwind crit then. Slash boost. Boost would be really good, because I'd be fast and Vigoroth after a boost. It's countering. It was faster than both of my Pokemon before Scary Face. No Focus Band. I honestly can't remember very clearly exactly what her previous one was. Magnemite was a little bit disappointing. It'll very likely be Magmar in next because of Match Punch. I don't want to sit on counter though because of Will-O-Wisp. Am I really going to dodge burn? No. The AI is cheating, it's playing perfectly. Chances it being Snowcloak. Nope. A bit rare to have so many tier 2s show up. I'm not going to complain though. What am I getting rid of? Is it Masquerade's time to die? I could take the Magmar. What do I do against Relicanth though? Yeah, I think I need to take Ivysaur. Yes, there definitely is. There are definitely really, really bad tier 3s. On average, like, I would say 70 to 80% of them are better than the tier 2s, but it happens. Does fight really survive? I feel like it shouldn't. I do not want to have it use too many hardens on me. I'll switch if it does confuse though, because I do have Leech Seed as a backup plan, but Razor Leaf is more accurate than Leech Seed. So I'd rather not go in that direction. I am actually slower than it after Rock Tomb as well. That should be game over. Poison Jab won't kill, but I think the only way I could possibly lose is by missing like 10 moves in a row. So let's not do that. I'm not sure what the swap should be here. Mad Cargo, Mighty Anna. I could take the Relicanth. I'm probably getting rid of it quite quickly, but perhaps that's fine. I could also take Hitmonlee. Then I'm not stuck with double water in the back. Yeah. I could also take Furret. But let's take Hitmonlee. I forgot to check if I'm Swift Swim or Water Veil as well. It won't affect my decision to Aqua Tail, but let me see. I am Water Veil. Good to know. Yikes. I am a bit concerned about the swap for the next game now, because Mighty Anna 1 is not that good either. Yeah, if I lead off with Aqua Tail, then I'll put it in slash range at least. Mighty Anna is faster than my whole team. It'll need +5 to one-shot Vigoroth though. I guess this Mad Cargo can come on the team then. And I don't mind swapping for Butterfree. It's not bad. I don't want to mess around with Sandstorm. Not just because of Confused, but also because there are some Sandveil Pokemon that I wouldn't want to run into in slot 3 anyway. If Butterfree beats Mad Cargo, that would be generational. It'll survive Agent Power now. Yeah, it's also fastened Vigoroth after the boost. Yeah. Incredible. Incredible. Vigoroth can be killed by a crit, and Seeking can't, which I think is a difference maker here. Also, Seeking has a quick claw % to ignore Butterfree's speed boost. Okay, at least I didn't get confused. Mad Cargo comes on the team to beat Butterfree and loses. That's right. Poliwell's never winning this. Well, I don't mind taking the rigged Butterfree. It's even better than regular Butterfree. Sharpedo 2 is a bit scary. Maybe Butterfree is not coming on the team. Mad Cargo is genuinely really good into Dodrio. I've got to take something. It's a little bit awkward because I'd much rather take nothing. Is it like this? Butterfree feints at everything that Sharpedo does, so I'd be switching out. I'm nervous about the Seeking Sharpedo 1v1 as well. It only has to select the move Crunch twice to kill Seeking. Am I dropping my elevation? The problem is if I am, I've got no idea what's in the back. It's fine. Butterfree Mad Cargo against random AI. Yeah, swapping Seeking is not that good. I do not like Vigoroth versus Sharpedo because of the fact that it's going to be a 2-shot. I'm going to use counter, I think. I think it's the safest way forward. I won't kill with counter versus Ice Fang, but if it Ice Fangs, I should survive its next attack anyway. It'll probably be Dodrio in next. Frustration and Drill Peck. it'll probably be Dodrio next. Okay, Chansey 2 did appear. And it comes in because of Focus Punch of all things. I could set up the acid armors, but Dodrio doesn't even kill Magcargo with a crit. Dodrio can come in and start using acupressure. I don't want Chansey to do something bizarre, like hit way too many Sings and Focus Punches into Magcargo. Dodrio really, it has to do acupressure evasion almost immediately to have any chance. Please don't do it. Special attack, that's a complete waste. It's got another chance at the acupressure. No, it hasn't, I've crit, okay. Yeah, that Sharpedo could have gone quite badly wrong. Against random AI, I guess Magcargo versus Sharpedo isn't too bad, though. Let's manifest Sizzle 1, Gliscor 1, Garchomp 1, Milotic 1, Dragonite 1, Ugly 2. Yeah, Chansey needs the max attack investment. Factory Chansey has nothing. Well, shit. There's a decent chance I can pick up something with setup and I can Memento, but this isn't Gorbis. I don't trust Aquatail. At least I got Volt Absorb. Weirdly, if even though it's basic AI, if Purugly and Mismagius are separate genders, then Purugly's guaranteed to Shadow Claw. Because all of the other moves do nothing. I'm actually not sure what to take. I've got a strong feeling I know what I am going to take, but I don't feel confident in that decision. I don't like Combusken too. It's the garbage EV spreads. I'm actually tempted to take Lunatone 2 over Mismagius 1. Oh, no, it's too ugly. I can't do it. The issue with the starting 1v1 is that I am slower than Purugly in Rain, but Purugly's got Lychee Berry, so I can't Aquatail anyway. I've either got a double crunch or I should... Yeah, 158. I should probably Rain Dance Aquatail anyway, even though I'm slower. It's not going to attract, it's guaranteed to Body Slam or Shadow Claw. Body Slam probably can two-shot me. Just no crit. No crit. I get quite a big heal from the Shell Bell. I don't miss. That's good. Clef 2. I won't one-shot it, but I do want the healing to try and survive return, potentially. It's a bit sad, but I think I'm going to take Purugly over Mismagius. Gabite 2 is not the Pokemon everyone hopes it is. It's a long way off Garchomp. I don't care about blocking Cassid Berry, it's not going to come up. It's Cypher 1 again. This thing has appeared so many times for this challenge. There is another line, which is that I drop the Huntail for Purugly. Yeah. Purugly 2 is not a bad lead, at least. I'll go for the Fake Out in case I crit it. Actually, I slightly regret it because I'm going to potentially give it Swarm, but the damage increase is not going to be relevant. Did 12. That probably mattered, yes. Perugly really does not want to get dropped. It's getting so lucky in this game. Perugly's spot is probably safe though. It's Miss Magius who should be panicking. Arbok. Honestly, if Arbok is Intimidate, I could maybe also take that. It sheds skin. Explosion. I think I'm going to go Miss Magius. I would rather Perugly survive than Miss Magius did. Stone Edge will one-shot me. Okay. Basically, I will not use Earthquake or Self-Destruct here, so it'll probably have another go at killing me. Yep. And I'll go Lantern so that the Fake Out is available for the last Pokemon. The problem is the Emerald Frontier is that a lot of the facilities are they just don't work. They're just not that interesting. The Palace doesn't really work. The customization doesn't work there. The Arena is too hard. The Pike and the Pyramid both get broken by Blissey and Slaking to a lesser extent. The Dome is fun and the Factory is fun, but the Gen 4 facilities are way better, basically. They improve on the battle. Like, both Arcade and Castle, basically, you play under more normal battle restrictions, but you can do a lot more customization between battles. And there's a lot more variation in the battles compared to the Tower, which is what the facility should all be. They should all be like that. And then the Hall is probably the best facility after Factory. The Gen 3 facilities, they're fun for like an hour or two, but in terms of actually grinding them out, I don't think they're that fun. Masquerain, okay. I do want Sneasel too. As a facility, is fun, but the Pike is just way too... It's actually completely random, whereas the none of the other facilities are anywhere near as random in Gen 3 or Gen 4, and then the Pyramids it just gets a bit boring and a bit too easy. There are too many problems with the Pyramid that they didn't really consider. No reason to use Fake Out because Discharge is a guaranteed kill. That's a very late message. Cordont 1 is one of those really good set 2s. I mean, tier 2s. Rare Lantern Sweep. Autism. What's sad about Hall is it would have been even better in later gens, when there were even more items and even more Pokemon in the Pokedex, but Gorbis 2. I might replace Lantern with Gorbis 2. No one actually wants to play Hall. Blossom 2 is a throwback and a half. Unfortunately, I cannot switch. I guess I can Thunder Wave to prevent it being faster than Lantern, but that only matters for Lantern. What I really need to do is push it into Ice Punch range. Thank you, Indoberry. Very cool. Right, it's time to miss and get one shot by Solar Beam. It's time to miss because of Bright Powder. That was a setting Gyarados. I just completely wasted one of the move slots. Sharpedo 2. I'm trying to weigh up whether or not I think Body Slam would OHKO, and I'm not sure, so I won't go for Crush Cloth. I did forget about Sun. Shouldn't get distracted. Xatu. Decision time. Do I take Gorobus 2? I'm leaning towards no. I need to take a break after Fortin. Assuming I win. I'm a little bit worried about this team, to be honest. Xatu 2 is Colbur Berry, and not Cassib. Okay. Surely you don't hit Hypnosis here. Come on, crit Feint Attack. I don't want to deal with Hypnosis. Xatu, Chimecho, what's the last Pokemon gonna be? Kadabra 2. Sneasel is so frail, I don't mind taking the chip. Unlikely that that will matter. Please don't send out Grumpig. Well, Masquerain 2 is a nice option, actually, for the final slot against Fortin. It does have Colbur as well, yeah. It clashes with Xatu, you're right. A lot of the super effective berries sets, I don't actually remember what the berry is. I just remember that they have the berry, and that normally it makes sense. Perhaps I should have put Purugly in the back so that against Thornton I could just counter whatever the lead is. I'm getting nervous about Sneasel now. Machamp 1. Well, that's a pretty good counter to Purugly. Where's Miss Magius? Fuck, do I actually take Masquerain? I could replace Sneasel. It feels like the correct thing to do. I think the Masquerain has a bit more promise for the rest of the fight after Machamp dies, at least. The downside of Masquerain is actually that I will have to hit Air Slash, and Machamp could be Guts. Could take Xatu, yeah. Maybe that is better. I'm going to be so upset. If there is a Garchomp on his team, I'll be so upset about this. I did this to keep Purugly. Turn 1 is guaranteed to be Cross Chop. What's my percentage gone? 61%. Okay, that's not close. Oh, Machamp is faster as well. It's completely random. Please don't crit me. I know your scope lens cross shot, but please don't crit. Would fake out crits have meant that Air Slash killed? It might have done. I should have faked out. That was a bad mistake. That's a crit. It's fine. As long as you don't crit again. Fuck, I should have... If I had used Fake Out, I could Shadow Ball here. Oh, no. Thornton is on crit form today. Right, who do I want in? Probably Lantern. So here, someone in chat asked if there was merit to switching in Lantern to the second Bullet Punch. which would have saved Masquerade's life. This would have been a better play to avoid the crit. Yes, you're right. There was merit in that. It's Toxcoke 1. Discharge has a higher upside, I guess. It's Thornton 1, yeah. I definitely need a break after this game. The poison doesn't matter. If I can get a paralysis, that would be huge, though. That's a crit. Okay. Everyone crits. Actually, the shit. What's dreadful about this is that I'm likely lost and Masquerade could have saved it with Intimidate potentially. Although I think even at -1, Return probably does 2-shot per ugly. I've got one thing going for me, which is that I'm going to get the Lychee Berry boost after Return. The thing that's going against me though is that Miltank is probably going to fund away with Pyrugly on the first turn against it. This is guaranteed to be Return. Can't do it. It doesn't matter what I do. Even if I could hit it, it's got a Milk Drink and it's got a Cherry Berry. And my Pyrugly is the wrong gender. Yeah, if Masquerade was alive, I could switch to it now. It would die to Return. To be honest, I would still lose. Intimidate would actually deny me getting the Lychee Berry boost. If I paralyze and it T-waves, I guess I remain faster. So I need to paralyze with Body Slam with the next 2 turns, or I'm probably lost. It needs to throw though. Yeah, I need the double paralysis for the cherry. I do get Lychee Berry, but I'm not going to kill. If I paralyze, I can win. And if I crit, I can win, obviously. Okay. That's GG. The crit on the Toxcoke was lucky, but the double crit versus Masquerade was not. I'm also not super sure that actually Machamp could have cross chop the Masquerade as well as Bullet Punch. So I'm not even sure if switching to Lantern would have been smart. If I'd switched Lantern into a -1 cross chop, that would have been a disaster as well. If that had happened, actually, Toxicroak just would have killed me. I just would have lost to it. What I should have done is swapped out Perugly, put Masquerain in slot 1. I would have had Sneasel. Problem is, Sneasel is absolutely dreadful into Toxicroak and Miltank. Miltank 1 is max defense. I'm actually thinking if there's... Could I have done anything? I could have taken Xatu and put it in Perugly's slot. Xatu would have been really good against Toxicroak and pretty good against... Well, not that good, but... Toxicroak would have come in second. That sucks. So yeah, reviewing the battle again, although this was quite unfortunate, it was also definitely an avoidable loss. If I go to Lantern on the turn 3 crit bullet punch, then Masquerain survives. This does still actually give me a way to win later on against Miltank. Miltank is guaranteed to use return against Lantern. What I can do here is switch straight to Perugly. This gives me the Lychee boost on both Fake Out and the following turn's Body Slam. I don't even have to risk Thunderwave against Perugly. Then after Perugly faints, I can intimidate it with Masquerain, and then Lantern can finish off Miltank with a Surf. That's not a guaranteed win of course, but I'd be very strongly favoured to win from there. So in 4 attempts I got 2 gold symbols, but I've also lost twice. But as I explained at the time, both losses were actually completely my fault, and a result of poor decision making rather than just exclusively bad luck. So in that sense, both losses were deserved. Regardless, it all comes down to the final set. As a reminder, this challenge isn't really about winning, I just want to provide good gameplay examples of how to play in the factory. It's not bad. I'm really unhappy with whatever the third Pokemon ends up being. I think I probably take the Flaffy though. Unfortunately my audio got corrupted, but the problem basically here is that Rhydon does way too much damage to every single Pokemon in the draft. And Farfetch doesn't always OHKO this Torchic. But Flaffy can force the Rhyhorn out, and then we can see how many Swifts I get before Flaffy faints. All 3 of my Pokemon are hugely favoured into Skiploom for the final 1v1, so I'm not too concerned about that. Farfetch does nothing to this. I don't want to waste Swords Dance, like the Air Cutter damage might matter. I do more after Swords Dance with Slash, but before it's a lot better to just stay on Air Cutter. I'm still faster than this. I'm so tempted to click the speed up button, but it would ruin the recording. Well, I can't lose, so I might as well get rid of Shuppet. I'm not believing in the 3-2. I didn't think I'd have any chance. I was going to be pleased with a 1-3, but I guess there's a chance. I shouldn't give this Overgrow. Let me Swablu in for the super effective reason. Nuzleaf Farfetch is actually a speed tie, which means I probably should, for maximum safety, save Skiploom here. But the Nuzleaf 1 is a Pokemon that can in theory do huge damage with Swagger. I've never seen it happen though. The thing is, with a reset count like that, you deserve to have a lucky run, but that was... Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for that to be beaten, I think. Baneri, Spoink, Finneon. I guess, actually, if this Baneri is not Klutz, the Black Belt Drain Punch might have a kill on Nuzleaf. I haven't got a great switch for it anyway, though. Let's not miss Razor Leaf, at least. I'm dead to all of its moves, including quick attack. Okay, never mind. That might have mattered quite a lot. Flaffy won't one-shot Finneon. Flaffy has a pretty good matchup into Spoink, though. I think we're going to leave it like that. I'm opposite gendered for the attract resist on Farfetch'd, at least. Slash probably already killed Spoink. I think I will be taking the Bunnery. It's a pretty good team, actually. I think I still will take the Bronzor and probably ditch Farfetch'd for it. It clowns on too many tier 2 Pokemon, I feel. Razor Leaf isn't going to one-shot either, but I'm interested in going slightly faster than usual. That's a crit. Nice. Yeah, the round 1 steals are very broken. Even Bronzor, which might be one of the worst. I'm a little bit scared of the Graveler. Yeah, Bunnery is faster than Beedrill, at least. It's probably smarter to switch out Nuzleaf. So I do not want to get by Sweet Kiss, but the game goes so much faster if I can drag Beedrill in first. No ice, no ice. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, Mag 7, okay. Nuzleaf won't one-shot this, actually. We are level 50. Maybe he would. Razor Leaf did more than I was expecting. Yeah, thank you. That's great. Surely he doesn't do it again. No. That calc looks wrong to me. I strongly suspect it would kill. Cherubi. Skiploom. The game wants me to take Beedrill. I'm probably going to get stuck with Gloom for the next match. I really want to take Graveler. It's just exceptionally bad in this next match. The microphone that listens to what I'm saying. Yeah, well, we'll see. Graveler Cherubi is a speed tie, which is quite funny. I don't want to switch in Bronzor. Bronzor doesn't have an unusually good matchup in this compared to what's in the back. Let's just hit the Rock Tomb. It's interesting because Skiploom and Gloom have a tied AI matchup. Skiploom wins on index order. You can see it up here. That's not Mega Drain. The conspiracy theory is that the tower knows that you're using Wonder Tomb, and therefore it starts sending out a load of Fire Fang Pokemon to counter you. And then the idea is that because it can counter Wonder Tomb, it can counter anything. If this crits, I can actually lose to Stun Spore. I crit instead. Nice. I have a lot of dropped frames. It's a good thing I'm recording locally as well. Shelgon Grovyle 1, Solrock 1. I was going to take Gloom, but I guess I'm not going to take Gloom anymore. Just thinking, because Graveler Shelgon is a bit of a weird matchup. Let's Leech Seed the Shelgon, since it's special anyway. Oh, it's also got a Headbutt. Oh no, a Headbutt's going to two-shot me super easily. I could save Cherubi for Solrock. I should be able to one-shot Solrock with Magical Leaf. Yeah, let's do it. Triple flinch would be pretty bad. There's no way random AI wins this. With that, the game is now over, unless Groval crits Buneri. Why didn't I click Gyrable? That was the stupidest thing I've done today. I guess I Drain Punch and then Quick Attack. The problem with that, though, is that it can use Mud Slap and then I have to hit both. So it's actually better to Dizzy Punch, isn't it? Yeah, if I miss one attack, then I get quite badly punished for trying to heal. So Rock Tomb crit would kill Cherubi, and Soul Rock is faster than Cherubi. I can confuse it. It's the best chance I can give. Yeah, we weren't Levitate in the end. After that, I do not kill with Magical Leaf. It has got a Citrus Berry. I don't know that anything I do matters, though. The worst case scenario is that it sits about 70%. It might survive the Magical Leaf behind the light screen. Turn 1 was Headbutt as well, right? Yeah. The factory is slightly rigged. If I wasn't stupid on Groval, this would have been much easier. That's fine. That's a round 1 of 29 minutes. I think that's really fast. Oh, yeah, it's probably world record pace. There was that post on Reddit where someone got 9999. It doesn't matter that you saved it. It's basically the same thing, right? What's my elevation going to be? Chansey 2? Okay, these actually good Pokemon. Okay. When I said they were actually good Pokemon, I was kind of excluding Chimecho. It's Fampi first. Go with the Brokenmon. I'm considering not taking the elevation. It's probably incorrect to do that. Like, Chimecho 2 is not that bad. I'll take Magneton as well. I'll avoid the Octopus that can miss all its moves. And a free win of that elevation. Just blast through everyone. Yeah, he got 999, but he was using an updated team. I've forgotten what he put in at the end. He replaced the Gallade. I can't remember. It was less dumb. It was a less dumb Pokemon. Yeah. Surely you get a 2-shot with Water Pulse. It's Grimer 1. Surely you get the 2-shot. I actually said exactly that. I said I think Factory would be more fun if you got 3 lives. And then your streak ends when you die 3 times, because it's not fun to just get stopped short. It's fine, yeah. He's not hurting anyone. His streak is obviously false, but the Gallade was... What was it? Impish? Impish Gallade? Mime Jr. was the last Pokemon. Elevation Trainer. Well, not Elevation, it's a Tier 2 Trainer. I think I'm dropping Chimecho. This is actually really hard. I value all of these similarly, but I think Gorbis is the best Pokemon. Oh, what do I even take? I'll take Fampi. It's the least embarrassing one. At least Fampi can drop their speed. Has anyone got a link? There was definitely a link somewhere. I don't know which Discord it was in. I hope I can get the kill. Dragonair. Shed Skin. I kind of like having Magneton around for Linoon. Be useful to me. Hit the Rock Tomb. I thought that missed for a second. There are a lot of casuals on those Reddits, yeah. Although, it's one of those things where, like, if you've never played Subway and you read something and you think that's a bit suspicious, you probably just wouldn't comment. So I'm guessing a lot of people were like that, but it's like, oh, okay, whatever. I really thought Fampi would do more. I guess I'm going to go back and Magnet Bomb this, now that I'm faster. It's like, you know the Japanese guy who's got 8k in or 7k in Subway singles? They linked their thing, and I was reading some of the comments in Japanese with Translate, and it was just like a lot of nothing. I was like, is anyone accusing you? And it was just like nothing. And I think it's because people don't want to be wrong. Yeah, I can't play old games casually at this point either. My potato berry. It's still mine because you already have a berry. I wonder if Shockwave can one-shot with the boost. Probably not. It's a 4 IV interaction though. This might be quite close. Magnet on the goat. We survive everything except slash anyway. The thing about Subway is that because there's the regular one and the super one, if you've played the regular one, you might believe that this is legit. Sand Slash and Pseudo Budo. Oh no. These two featured on the well, not these two exact sets because they were elevations, but on the loss for the first attempt. Yeah, give me Ivysaur. Does the regular Subway have a boss? I actually can't remember. Even though I played Subway like 5 weeks ago, I actually can't remember. Oh, it does. Sand Slash is faster than me. Hey, there is a regular boss. Okay. Decent chance that Sudowoodo does come in. There aren't a lot of electric and grass moves in tier 2. Yeah, well, that makes it easier. I don't mind taking Sand Slash 1 either. It's moments like that where you think, is Gorbis 1 really a tier 2? With the massive defense. I guess it's not that fast. Riding a bike indoors. Professor Oak would be so upset. Kadabra, it's another tier 2 train. This is really unusual because the tier 1 trainers are 5 times as likely to show up. Persian is faster than Ferret. The funny thing at that Reddit post is that he does mention some real Subway sets, which makes me think he did actually play Subway, but he must have been save stating. Yeah, the counter stops at 9999. It's funny, in Gen 3 and Gen 4, the counter stops at 9999, but the internal game counter will keep tracking until you get to 32,000. Gosh, what to do here? I don't know if Water Pulse will two-shot. I could switch, because I don't think Confusion would one-shot Persian. Yeah, let's go Persian. It is rare to have tier 2 interactions like this. You're going to play around Anger Point. I don't think the dumb AI would have figured that out anyway. Does the oh wait, wait, I was going to ask a question, but I realised no one knows. I was going to ask a question, does the Subway reset? Does it have the rebirth thing at like 1792? I guess it might not be too noticeable though. They probably fixed it. They probably did fix it, yeah. Okay, with Silk Scarf, Persian 1 is actually quite good. I really don't like Machoke 1. Persian might be better than Magneton. No, I didn't just say that, don't worry. I didn't actually just say that sentence. Give me the fast thing. I don't think you learn certain things when you're actually afraid of losing that you don't learn if you are just mindlessly playing the game. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's just, yeah, he wants to score fake internet points. I don't know. I would hope that if anyone did ever get 10,000 wins, that they wouldn't post about it just on Reddit and nowhere else. I would hope that they would at least make a YouTube video or tell Smogon, or go to a Discord. I would hope. I am dead to Karate Chop, but I don't want to switch. 4chan would probably know the difference between a real and a fake streak, I feel. The light screen is really annoying. I'm actually wondering if Magnet Bomb does do more. It probably does. Oh, I should have switched to Gorbis at this point. It's so painful how slow Generation 4 is. Dodrio 1. Get evasion because of the... It's a bad time to get evasion. I'm always so scared of this thing pulling evasion. They fix so many things in Gen 5. Wait, was that Ariados and Skunky? I need to make a note so I don't troll. Oh god, I forgot how slow DP Surf was. It's all these things you learn to appreciate when you remember them. At least Gen 4 didn't have a lot of water routes. I'm going to have to take one of these Pokemon for the 4th, only for the 7th battle. The battle speed is the worst. It's something like 35 seconds it takes to enter a wild battle and then click run and then actually leave the battle. And the worst part about that is I remember as a kid I would not use repels because I thought they were a waste of money. So I would just sit through that since it might have been able to kill. Aftermath? No Aftermath. I don't think Aftermath would have affected my decision to take it though. And I don't know if Ariados was Swarm either. Weeping Bell is the best of those three. Shelgon 2, Mothim 2. Mothim 2 is potentially enough of a reason to keep Dodrio. The Weeping Bell Shelgon matchup is horrendous. I don't want to Shelgon to get the free boost, but also Shelgon speed ties Gorbis. I could switch to Magneton, but Magneton is kind of the answer to Mothim as well. What was it again? Ariados. I think I might have to take Ariados. I could lose this. And if I do, I'm blaming Chimecho 2 for being the elevation. Once again, not very effective. Water Pulse does more than confusion because of the wave incense. I'm just going to Water Pulse this. I don't want to click Rain Dance and then have it click Scary Face. It's not a speed tie anymore. Besides, I've got the 6% crit and a 20% confuse. And I'm going to get the free shot, it looks like. It might be worth bringing in Ariados. That's not low enough. Shadow Sneak is going to do, like, so little. I should probably stay in. Sneasel? Oh no. Is that an Ariados switch? Because I am at -1 defense. I think this is an Ariados switch. I will one-shot with Bug Bite. Unless it Ice Punches twice and kills me. It's fine. I survive that. Does the Shadow Sneak matter? Because if I Shadow Sneak and Water Pulse, that's probably Swarm. I am thinking it's probably best not even to attack at all. I might be able to attack if I am also Swarm. I'm Insomnia. Okay. Shockwave will one-shot this. Unless I get flinched out of my mind. The ones that are unviable. Like Pachirisu. Well, at least I beat Battle 14. It's no longer embarrassing if I lose. It's time to manifest the Garchomp 1 elevation. I will also accept Technician, Sizzle 1, Gliscor 1, Milotic 1, Sharon. Oh no, I'm paying for the joke. Palapatu's okay. Quag 1, okay. Insomnia as well. I think Pelipatu is better in the back. I hate this thing. I think I would take the Vital Spirit one. Alright, it's fine. We've got Insomnia. It's fine. Honchkrow wins this at least. Honchkrow 1 is a horrible Pokemon. But I didn't want to take Charmeleon. I think that's even worse. Magneton 2. Now that's a result. I am taking Magneton 2. Unfortunately, it's not great in the lead slot. I probably will have to lead it though. Because I don't want to get rid of Quag. Oh, I've been outplayed by random AI again. Bruh, what? I was not expecting that. Magnet-wise into Switch. The good news here is that Honchkrow is fast in Blossom. And the bad news is that I will not kill it And I am not super luck, so I'm probably not going to crit either. It can't do that. It's better to go Pelipper first, because if it does Magnet Rise, I'd rather know when to time the Earthquake. And I will one-shot with Surf anyway, if it doesn't attack. I'll just get rid of the stupid bird. I'm not going to swap for that, ever. Ironically, it's a pretty bad matchup for Magneton. I won't worry about the team synergy on the lead. Just got to take the good Pokemon. How strong stuff is. This Primeape is dead, because that wasn't a Karate Chop crit. Do it again. Okay. I think he needed a double from there into the Water Pulse as well. I have absolutely no idea what's going on in the Hall community. Look how good Magneton is. Surely it'll be this good against Forsen as well. He died to Pachirisu, that's right. Look at Magneton, the speed demon. Watch out, Mantine. That's not a Mantike, chat. It's a Mantine. They're very different. I think I'll have to air cutter this. I could have gone Quagsire, actually. I bet Quagsire survives 2 rolling kicks. But I could have got flinched. And now I get Tailwind for the final Pokemon. Oh, that's terrible damage. What? What was that? I'm glad I didn't click Surf then. I'm not even sure if that is half damage. Because the yellow HP bar displays before it's actually taken 50%. How did Hitmonlee 1 survive 2 air cutters from Pelipper 2? That feels that feels very wrong. Maybe I'm just off today. Maybe I'm just wrong about calcs. I need to stop thinking as much. Now Grass Whistle into Synthesis. And then Grass Whistle my remaining Pokemon as well. Actually, if this Grass Whistles, I might switch. Because it has basic AI. It won't double Grass Whistle if I'm asleep. Is Pelipper 2 actually trash? Goodbye, Pelipper 2. I don't think Cherum's in Thunderbolt range. And I don't want to risk the Mirror Shot. Brick Break actually does do slightly more because of Gen 4 rounding reasons. Sneasel 2 is a potential pickup, although Sneasel was exceptionally bad in the last Thornton fight. Quagsire is going to be featured in an upcoming video, and when I say upcoming, it might be 3 months' time. I wonder if Sneasel dies to Thunderbolts. I feel like it'd be so embarrassing if it survived, though. Should I trust Magneton? I think Fella's Sheet is very undercooked. Dragonair 2 as well. So I speed tie it with Magneton. I should have Thunderbolted. Not a speed tie anymore. Dragon Dance into Dragon Pulse. The classic combination. The even more classic Dragon Dance into Dragon Dance. It's Chimecho 2. You are trash. I am sorry. I never used it in the last round. Just got traded out. I don't know how confident I feel about this team going into Thornton. I was kind of hoping to replace one of the Waters with something like Cypher 2, I guess. Pupitar 1. I don't think I'm taking Sneasel 2. I think it was too bad last time. It is missing Dugtrio. Unfortunately, I didn't get a Dugtrio elevation, so you work with what you've got. I like how Magneton has not missed Mirror Shot yet, at least. It's building confidence, saving up the miss for the important fight, I guess. Why couldn't you be a set 2 trainer? Mr. Beak. Oh, really? The diamond one is slightly different. Come on, give me a tier 3. Give me a tier 3. Cypher 2 in the back, let's go. I don't think there's an elegant way of dodging Overgrow here either. I could Thunderbolt switch Ice Beam with Pelipper. That would kill this. I don't think there's any point going for the Mirror Shot. I'm not going to 2-shot with it. The thing about Leech is It can't sludge bomb me because it's got basic AI. It now also can't leech. It's going to sleep powder or Giga Drain. Oh, that's ugly. I need the chip damage though because of the leech seed. I need to thunderbolt it again, I feel. Yeah, they're really active on the conspiracy forwards. I saw that as well. That's a huge crit, but you've just given it Overgrow. Overgrow Giga Drain crit would kill Pelipper. I was excited about the crit until I didn't kill. And now I'm upset that I crit. It's guaranteed to use Giga Drain because every other move does nothing. Quagsire 1 is Rindoberry, but with Overgrow, Quagsire 1 might die to it anyway. And I do not want Pelipper to get crit. Giga Drain's going to heal for a lot as well, isn't it? This is going to be like 45. Yeah. It's probably still an Ice Beam range. Unfortunately, the safest thing to do here is to let Magneton die, probably. Although it has healed out of... It's healed out of Overgrow. But that big root, I'm worried about it being outside of range of the Ice Beam as well now. I think I need to switch. Because I think Magneton is worth something. And I'm hoping that Pelipper doesn't get two-shot. And even if it does, Ivysaur is going to act randomly. Pelipper will definitely get two-shot if it goes to the Sludge Bomb, though. That's way too much healing. I'm never going to kill it with Ice Beam. If it Leech Seeds, I can tell. I'm thinking about Tailwind now, but I don't think Earthquake is going to kill, particularly if it Giga Drains. This is a horrendous situation. Yeah, that's like perfectly Overgrow. Heal me, Shellbell. That's yikes. This is definitely a random AI plays the game brilliantly moment. Scheisse. I'm in huge trouble if Quag falls asleep as well. At least I have Rindoberry for Giga Drain. No! 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 Any suggestions for what would be best for the BDSP tower? Because it's faster, I would want to run... Also, I'm in a lot of trouble if it clicks Psychic now. Starmie, Scizor... Maybe it could do it. Maybe it is fine. I just wouldn't believe it at 0 IVs. Yeah, maybe it is fine. That's a lucky last Pokemon. Unless it smoke screens and I miss or it crits me. I have one now. Yeah, I think the 0 IV team, the Starmie, Scizor, Garchomp team, I think it's fine as long as it's not actually 0 IVs. And the most important thing to do is make sure the speed IV is not terrible, particularly on Starmie. I managed to not lose to Grumpig at least. Oh, please say Thornton Sun's out like Shuckle or something. Come on, Shuckle. Ursaring 1. Pelipper's not going to be able to beat that, I don't think. What would the roll be on Surf? I could also just stay in and hope that I don't need Magneton later. I might drop Quagsire here. I might keep it. Ivysaur is not a good Pokemon, and Grumpig is a massive gamble. Grumpig is basically gambling on Thornton having some kind of special Pokemon that doesn't have a super effective move into it. I don't like that. This is a pretty terrible team. There is one good part to it, which is Magneton. The worst thing that could happen on turn 1 is that I paralyze him because it could be Guts Ursaring 1. That would suck. 25%. 62. Now that's too high. There is nothing I can do about manipulating the chance that I don't paralyze. I don't want a Mirror Shot because it can miss. Hopefully it uses counter. That's possible. Avalanche. As long as it doesn't crit, that's good. Please send in trash. I'm quite likely to get an Earthquake switch-in at least for Pelipper. Machamp 1. I am faster than it. This is probably Pelipper's best chance to do something constructive, though. Cross chop crit would bring Pelipper into cross chop range again. Okay. Avalanche can't freeze. Blizzard can freeze. I do not want to click Air Cutter, but I think I have to. It's not no god. No, it missed. It missed cross chop. It's not no god. I don't think double surf will kill though. Oh my god! I got the 5% miss. Okay, I'm not going to complain. After it also missed, that's fine. Ooh, that might be surf range. I'm actually going to Tailwind. After Tailwind, I'll outspeed up to like base 100. Invested base 100 with Pelipper. I don't trust Surf. Sure, it's not no god. I do have Tailwind. Pelipper should get an attack off unless it's like Jolteon. Yeah. That's Trace. Okay, I'm dead to Psychic. Gardevoir will faint to Earthquake. That's not going to save me from Psychic. Because it's not synchronized, I could go for double Thunder Wave. Gardevoir is Lumberry. Or I can go Quagsire first and see if it does get off the Confuse Ray or crit. Oh, the real question is, what do I do if it Confuse Rays Magneton though? Surely Mag to it carried from 81. I am not sure what you mean. Magneton is slower than Gardevoir, that's my concern. I don't want to lose to Confuse Ray. Let's go Quag first. If something's going to get confused and self-hit, I'd rather be Quag. Since I can switch back out. No. Gardevoir can Thunder Wave me and Confuse Ray me. It's not guaranteed to go for Psychic, and Psychic isn't guaranteed to 2-hit KO Magneton either, probably. What might have been interesting about that game was the option to sacrifice Magneton on Machamp and get the guaranteed Tailwind. How many swaps did I do? 1, right? I dropped Honchkrow for Magneton, so I need 5 swaps. I need 4 swaps. 4 swaps. Okay. Wait, which Gastrodon is it again? Just careful. It's Gastrodon 1. I'm going to take the Trick Room on that. Since Aqua Tail won't kill it. And since it can U-turn into a surprise. %30 flinch. It is Quick Claw. Ironically, Torkoal is slower than Bronzong. Oh, yeah, I am Levitate. No, it does. Oh, it can miss if that's what you mean, but it doesn't double the power or anything. Every single physical move can miss, including Seismic Toss and Counter. Hustle is a horrible ability. It's the last turn of Trick Room anyway. Hustle is a horrible ability. What if every move was Stone Edge? Hustle plus Zoom Lens. Make your Pokemon that might be able to miss its moves, also really slow. My future Gem Brain just refused to use Iron Head for no reason there. Iron Head would have probably outdamaged Extrasensory. There aren't a lot of those. Is that Vigoroth? Oh no, I don't want anything. Vigoroth? I'm not sure I can think of anything else. Zangoose too as well, yeah. I'll need to superpower this. I don't like taking the damage on Bronzong. It's got the Salac, but it hasn't got Reversal. Water is 7th. I'll go for Shadow Claw on the potential resist switch. The thing you got to remember about the Delibird one though is how many Pokemon actually win if you miss once versus how many Pokemon win if you miss twice. Because that's the problem that Aaron has. Though Aaron does have quite a lot of those matchups as miss twice ones. It's still quite painful. It was Mantine. Yeah, particularly the random rounds of Hall. It takes a lot to lose. Probably best way to avoid Torrent here is double Dragon Claw into Superpower. I could myself also be given Torrent. I don't think that would change much. I don't value the White Herb enough for that to change my decision making, I think. I might actually not kill with Superpower, but it's still the best attempt, particularly as this is still basic AI, just about. Icy Wind would be a big punish. Nope. That's fine. It needs near perfect moves to Lexon, Fake Tears, Ice Beam, which it might get. Crit Ice Beam also might be enough. Probably in crit range already. That's it. The 4-turn Gen 4 sleeps are horrendous. It was a good change in Gen 5 when they adjusted that. Focus Band time. I hate having Gastrodon in the back, but I'm not going to swap it out for any of those. I don't need to swap for a full set. Because I might go sub 28, which makes round 7 much easier. This is not Gastrodon 2. Yeah, there's 2 ways to play round 4. Especially with such a low swap count total. I can either go for minimum or maximum. I don't think the Shuckerberry even impacts the survival. I guess it would matter if Earthquake crit. But Gastrodon is not physically powerful enough to one-shot with Earthquake anyway. I kind of like waiting on Recover and Miracle. I don't want it to get up Light Screen and have it just fade as I kill it, is basically my thinking. And because it's basic AI, I know it's a 50-50 to go for Power Gem or Light Screen. There it is. Okay. I can wake that out now. Anything to win slower. All Gastrodons are goats. Are we sure that we're calling Gastrodon 1 the goat? I could have also recovered to full and have Focus Sash intact for the next matchup, but I mean, if they send in a Grass type, I'm already switching to Bronzong anyway. Okay. Point taken, game. Point taken. I am not that keen to switch into Ice Beam. Also not that keen to lose directly in terms of the Giga Drain matchup though. I don't want Gastrodon to do nothing. I really don't like switching into potential Ice Beam there. I think we'll go for the Mirror Coat first. Grass Whistle would suck, but at least it would mean that I wouldn't get Grass Whistled the next turn. Okay. I'm on 1 sleep tick for Gastro. I feel like that's fine. Abomasnow is now guaranteed to attack. Ooh, the crit does change it slightly. Because I do not want to make Abomasnow faster than Feraligatr. Might be best to just let Bronzong die without setting up the Trick Room at all. Because I do need a little bit of chip damage to make sure that Superpower kills Abomasnow. I guess I could Trick Room this turn. And if the final Pokemon is slower than Feraligatr but faster than Bronzong and Gastrodon, then I can waste turns on the sleeping Gastrodon. I feel like that's fine. Unless Ice Beam crits and I die after using Trick Room. That would suck. With Perma Hail, I do not need to use Rock Slide, although Aquatail is also 90%, so if I'm going to use an accurate move, I might as well use it now, I feel. The real question is, would Iron... I could Extra Sensory, I guess, into the Dragon Claw. I feel like the chip damage on Iron Head and Extra Sensory isn't too relevant, though. The real question is, what happens if Yan Mega crits Gator? That would suck. It would have to also be a long sleep on Gastrodon, though. Do the line that doesn't lose to Yan Mega getting a crit. Okay, fine. Fine. My crit mattered, but that doesn't matter. I just needed to hit it. That's a little bit dangerous. But if I want minimum swaps for round 7, I'm not going to take... Okay, it's a Psychic, it's tier 3, it's fine. Gabite is faster than me, but it's also dead to Dragon Claw. I don't think Dragon Claw into Superpower would kill. I think it's got to be double Superpower. Yeah, Gabite's a very overrated Pokemon in the factory, I feel. Its moves oversell it slightly. I am a tiny bit worried about Cypher 2 coming out here because after Swords... Okay, that's fine. Okay. I mean, there are quite a number, particularly when it's tier 3-4 combined. It is an Ace Trainer this time, so that most likely is Dragonite or Salamence. Yeah, that's fine. I'm questioning the merits of still switching out anyway, but the fact is I've got a very simple Dragon Claw 2-shot here. And I'm not in danger unless it's going to crit. And if it's going to crit, I don't want Bronzong to get crit anyway. Besides, Salamence is somewhat likely to throw with basic AI. Yeah. Oh, you were speaking about Hustle earlier as well. It is interesting that this is the 3rd indexed Pokemon that's won the tie decision for the Sky Attack. That does rule out quite a lot of set 1s, actually. Does it rule out enough to sacrifice Gator? Probably does, actually. It probably does. I am faster as well. I've got no White Herb, though. No E-Speed. We would have survived Hustle E-Speed. Not anymore. Drain Punch. And no E-Speed again. Last Pokemon is probably a special set. Okay. Or just something very weak. That's never beating Gastrodon. As long as I hit Superpower, probably. I'll go for the torrent crit now, I guess. I have underestimated and overestimated Gastrodon 1 in the past, but I think that is going to be Earthquake range. The multiplier is pretty much exactly 0.75 on the dot. It should be at least 75%. Okay, it's time for the tier 2 elevation fight, which is usually very easy. That's fine. Where's CISO? It does check for the stockpile count in random AI, I'm pretty sure. It's probably a 4 shot. I would have to take the turn off to do the trick room though. And it's leftovers too. So perhaps 6. Gen 4 engine is so slow. Do you have an antenna picking up the CIA honeypot in your building? What? Go on, hit me with blaze kick. Oh, is it the mic glitching out again? It does this. I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. It's a software issue. It's part of the reason why it's so frustrating to do YouTube videos, because sometimes my audio is just worthless. Well, that was the most boring match I've played in the last 5 runs, at least. It's the positive. Actually, I wanted to check my swap count, because I do want to stay below 21. It's going to be tricky. I need to stay below 21 for the next 14, which means I can't do more than 1 swap. It's probably not going to happen. I don't mind it. It's Ambi Bomb too. Okay. I am not a big believer in Ursaring, but when I am a believer, I do prefer the quick feet set over guts. So horrible. I'm a little bit worried about my electric weakness if I go Togekiss and Vaporeon though. Or I could not take the bear. I am a little bit worried about Team Normal. I think I'm more worried about taking Vaporeon though. I could lead Vaporeon. If I go like this, it's even more reason to build the Miltank over the Ursaring though. I just don't like Miltank 2 very much. At least we're starting off with a Group 2 trainer. Give me Gardevoir 2. Well, at least Yawn can't miss. I don't fancy getting paralysed. It's probably going to Sweet Kiss. Seems most likely. It's not a bad first turn though, as long as I hit Yawn. Let me double check the Focus Punch AI. I always forget about this. The target is confused, score +1, but it has a high chance of being score -2 regardless. So the most likely move here is Thunder Wave, which makes me kind of want to bring in the Ursaring. I can get Focus Punched on the switch, but it's not like I can do Focus Punch twice in a row. Well, actually it can't. It almost has to use Sweet Kiss. Again, that's ideal, as long as I can hit Hammer Arm. Not Hammer Arm. Facade. Gliscor 2 is a Pokemon. I am very tempted to go Togekiss, but I think it's better to stay. I wish I was Guts. I just hope I live the Earthquake 2 shot. It looks like I don't. That did 99. Well, at least Togekiss cleans up quite easily. Please don't freeze me. Or flinch me. That's a bit scary to see last. Is this a Serene Grace flinch situation? It feels like it is. Luxray is going to Thunderwave me on Vaporeon, I feel. It does also have the chance to throw with Magnet Rise on Vaporeon. I am male, okay. Given the damage difference is almost insignificant, I think I'm just going to go for the Serene Grace. Grand Slam here. I only really need a single flinch for the Muddy Water kill, I feel. Okay, nice. That's probably GG. Just such a disgusting Pokemon. No type. Am I going Ice Weak in the back or am I dropping Vaporeon? It's an easy decision in the end, I feel. Is this Liliana? It's Carissa. Miss Magius is an enemy of Gyarados as well. Porygon 22. And it's Trace. I am so tempted to switch into Ursaring. I'm also quite scared of getting frozen. It's going to Trick Room, isn't it? Ah, shit. Thanks, Quick Feet. I'm not even sure that Superpower would kill. Superpower is stronger than Facade, but Facade won't kill. Superpower might. Whenever Rabby sees your video, he'll know I'm a fraud then. Let's go for it. Trick Room is up anyway. Ursaring's probably useless. If I don't kill, I'll just use Protect. Okay. Well, do I want Trick Room to be up or not? I mean, I can probably survive another Tri-Attack. That's the complication of this scenario. Also, it can resist Switch because I, technically speaking, did go second. I probably should have used Protect on the first Ursaring turn and given up on the ambitions of Ursaring surviving this matchup. So I wasted 2 additional Trick Room turns on Protect, Facade Protect, Arcanine. Just got rewarded for the mistake. Arcanine Gliscor is a speed tie. I just don't want to miss. No longer world record pace. I think world record finished about 40 minutes ago. Oh, burn too. And the Salac. It's not a speed tie anymore. Thanks, Togekiss. Very helpful. With the rock type, that's not enough for me to take Toxicroak 2. Oh god, I did one swap, didn't I? I got rid of Vaporeon, that was my one swap. I don't want to stretch myself by denying too many swaps though. Ideally, I do no more swaps until round 7. It's the Bright Powder set. I'm gonna miss Earthquake anyway, I know it. Okay. Let me see the rock types then. I accept your Ritual Sacrifice factory. Bastiodon 3 is the one with the Focus Sash. What's last? Aero 2? Rampardos 2? I mean, it's Shuckle 2. Yes. I refuse to switch. At least hit me with Swagger first. Poor Shuckle 2. It's actually probably going to use a tract, isn't it? But Urswing is straight. Oh, it's going to wrap. Okay, fine. Before I'm going to rest because I'm going for min swaps. I'm happy to face set 2 trainers again. It puts the set 2 trainers I've just faced back in the pool, so increases the chance I face a set 2 instead of a set 1 trainer. Types. As tempting as Shuckle 2 is, I'm not taking it. It is a set 1 trainer anyway. Bronzong 1 is back. The question is it heat proof or is it levitate? Unlucky. Well, it's gonna extrasensory me now. I could swap once between Togekiss and Gliscor. Since Togekiss doesn't take very much from extrasensory and Gliscor doesn't take very much from Rock Slide. Burns 2 turns of the Trick Room. I'd almost like to do that after the Fire Fang though. There is another line to this as well. If I switch, because that's the second turn of Trick Room, switch as third, fourth, fifth, I get my extrasensory again, and then Bronzong won't reset Trick Room. So Gliscor will die, but I get to safely kill Bronzong. I feel like that's a fair trade. Unless Bronzong misses Rock Slide, then that might not happen. I'll just go Urswing, I guess, if that happens. So go here on the extrasensory on the third turn of Trick Room. The fourth turn will be Rock Slide hitting Gliscor. Fifth turn will be extrasensory on Gliscor, moving Gliscor into kill range. And then that means the following turn, instead of using Trick Room, it's going to use a kill move. Also, maybe I do free shot with Fire Fang. If I don't get flinched here, I do have a decent chance of it. That looks a bit low. But I'm guaranteed to get attacked. I'm in Iron Head and extrasensory range. They will both kill me. It's guaranteed to not use Trick Room. It lives. That's a bit disappointing. Right, I can go for the 20% Omni boost, or I can activate my Toxic Orb for free. Since Urswing already has Protect, I feel like that's superfluous. Where's my boost? No, how am I going to flinch people now? Charizard 1 is actually scary for other teams. I want to take the Bronzong. It might be a mistake not to take it. Live it. Live it. Nice. Completely pointless live because I do outspeed Venusaur with Quick Feet, but there we go. Togekiss wants to stay on the team. Oh, screw it. It makes the video more interesting if I go for the alternative round 7 strat anyway. Don't embarrass yourself, Gliscor. Don't miss this kill. Mr. Mime does not belong in tier 4+. Prove it to us. Nice. That's not much better. Am I in Shadow Ball range? Yes, definitely. Okay. Is Urswing free to goat? What? I was not in Shadow Ball range. That's painful. Right, it's time for the long way of playing this then. Wow, so Gliscor survived Shadow Ball. That is impressive. I feel like our HP was too low though. It's only 143 total. Right, time for the boring part. Oh no, it has 128 HP, doesn't it? It's got a divisible by 4 HP. This is its last substitute. Please get the boost. There we go. I've got so many chances here. Yeah, it can't substitute again. That's not a boost. It's Luxray again. This time, Intimidate. And now get the boost as you kill. No. Boost it. Go on, boost it. Water Spec to drop Gliscor. I'm not going to do it though. Actually, I think I'm sufficiently scared of the set 4 trainer in the following match. I don't want to drop it. No. I am now committed to not getting my elevations for round 6. Quag 2. I'm going to do damage to you first, I feel. Ursaring does have Protect for Dive, but I don't want you boosting out of hand. I mostly don't want you using the move Amnesia. Curse not quite so bad. Yeah, Swaggering Dragon, you forgot what it's for. I had that for something as well. Dive will hurt Togekiss, but it won't kill it with a crit. And maybe you curse again because this game has weird AI for curse. No, you don't. I feel like I'm going to have to Air Slash anyway. Gliscor might be able to take the dive actually. Let's not overthink it. Highlight the moves in bold and underline them. Porygon 22 is back. It's Trace Serene Grace and it's got Tri-Attack Thunderbolt. And it's going to Trick Room this turn. Wait, it's going to see a kill. It's got Thunderbolt. Do I switch to Gliscor and then to Ursaring? I could just switch straight to Ursaring as well. I could also just stay in and say that Togekiss would survive Thunderbolt. To be honest, all of those plans seem valid. I think the only invalid plan would be going to Gliscor and then not switching again. The Gliscor Ursaring pivot is very safe because I'm not risking the Serene Grace Tri-Attack freeze or the Serene Grace Tri-Attack burn or paralyze, since Ursaring's just going to get poisoned by its Toxic Orb. And I've learned my lesson, unlike last time. I am not going to risk the superpower. This should always be Trick Room. Or almost always. Yeah. So I'll protect, superpower, protect. Suppose crit might be really bad. I thought that crit. Ideally, I kill. And I don't have to worry about double protect. Nope. Right. Since Ursaring is dead anyway, it's best that I let Trick Room run out and Togekiss can try and get a skill boost. It's giving me a better feeling. Tentacle 2, it's over. We lose. It's over. How can we beat Tentacle 2? That was lucky. Maybe if we get really lucky, we can beat Tentacle 2. There's no way you missed the free shot, right, Togekiss? Yep. Okay, it's time to lose to the set 4 trainer. Sorry, set 3 trainer. The set 3 grass types are not that scary. Now, this is Power Herb, and I'm sure that Solar Beam probably can kill Gliscor. If I go Togekiss and it's... yeah, I think that's fine. 2 strikes against Warabi Gaming. We got rid of Vaporeon and we didn't take Tentacle 2. No. At least I'm not Fairy type. Please don't crit me. Oh my god. I think I'm lucky to survive that. This grass type is probably not coming out next. Okay, apparently it is. Is it guaranteed to leech? I think it's guaranteed to leech seed because the Hyper Beam moves get -1 at full HP. It could be free grasses, that's true. I'm trying to decide between Air Slash, which can OHKO, and Silver Wind, which will mean that Gliscor can OHKO. I could also switch to Ursaring. It does have a Laxin sense, which is pushing me towards using Air Slash since I've got to use inaccurate moves anyway. Hopefully I kill. So I can get the Laxin sense. Yeah, okay. Always nice to see some trash. It's Shuckerberry, isn't it? I don't think it can survive a Flare Blitz crit, anyway, after the Shuckerberry damage. Or maybe it can. Yeah, maybe it can. The good news is that Ursaring's going to survive the Blaze Flare Blitz at least. So even if it crits, I'm going to win. Unless it double crits. Which is not allowed. I should have switched to Ursaring there, actually. I should have switched to Ursaring. Because Ursaring is 191 HP. It would have guaranteed the kill if it had crit first and then I had Earthquaked on Shucker, so that was a mistake. Let me double check that the swap count is 19. Because if it's not 19, there's no point trying for it anymore. Yeah, we're good. We're good. It's unlikely I'll get a good enough draft to support that anyway, though. Give Garchomp 4. Slaking 4? Nice. Those are some pretty good elevations, actually. Fighting weakness aside, I'm a bit nervous about the fire weakness as well, in that case. I don't have Water Veil. I almost want to go... I could actually drop Weavile and go... Slaking Torterra, Warlord. God, that's a weird team. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. The speed on the revenge kill can be quite important with Warlord teams. Just going to Ice Beam. I have no interest in Weavile taking damage though. I missed the 10%. That's a rough start to the game, and I'm not too sure what to do now. Weavile will survive the Ice Beam, Signal Beam combo, I guess. Oh, this could be a fast loss. If I get crit or confused, I'm in a lot of trouble as well. Brick Break crit would be nice. No confuse. Okay, I'm still in it. Suddenly I wish I had Torterra though. I take it back, I'm glad that they have Warlord. I'm in so much trouble if Warlord gets flinched is the thing. Is Slaking getting flinched any better? It will E-speed. It will E-speed, yeah. It'll E-speed. I'm not sure what to do here. I think the best thing to do is my initial plan of just switch out, have Warlords, try not to get flinched. Nice. Nice. It's beyond greedy to go for Curse. Rock Slide did more than I thought it would. 133. It's quite a lot. So Warlord is dead to Garchomp. I need to hit it with Slaking because it's Focus Sashed. Nice. Okay. That makes it easier. I don't think I was in Stone Edge range. Right, okay. God, I almost left Weaver behind. Weaver was so important this game. Always use super effective moves. Even when Night Slash kills. That turn 1 miss was pretty scary. It's really fast, at least. It's really, really fast. Poison type. Oh man, I don't want to leave behind Garchomp, but I want to do my min swaps thing for the video. It would be a cool storyline. Really don't know if this team of 3 can make it on no swaps this round, though. Super effective time loss. I think I have to take Garchomp. Garchomp 3 is too good. And it blocks some nasty opponents like Tentacle 3. Poison Spec on set 2. It's Tentacle 2. Oh my god. Why does this guy appear so often? Where Abby would be so proud. Bastiodon 2. Oh, I think I'm just going to take the damage on the chin. Because it's going to use a random move on the damage spread anyway. I don't want to switch into a Flamethrower Burn or an Ice Beam on the other 2. I took Tentacle 2 in doubles once, and I was so incredibly close to losing on the immediate next game. I think Drapion will tank the Earthquake. Well, we are Muscle Band. Yeah, I think it will tank it. Oh, nice. Okay. No type. Delayed. Very important crit, yes. Well done, Slaking. Oh, shit. You know what? I'm just going to stay in. I'm just going to stay in. I'm so scared of Weavile missing this thing. Oh, it's not going to DD, okay. Fine. I mean, I'm faster. 81%. Nice. Yeah, Altaria 3 has Bright Powder. It's a rivalry moment and a half. It's Specs, bro. It's going to Psychic me. This whole round would be much easier if I'd actually led Weavile, but maybe Slaking lead will pay off in the later games. Fuck. I hate this Machamp set. It's so evil. Is double Aerial Ace going to kill this even? I'm really not sure what to do between the Ice Punch Aerial Ace into Garchomp's Aerial Ace. The Ice Punch freeze would be really nice. Probably is best at like Aerial Ace though. Especially if it survives on almost nothing. The damage difference is tiny, but it's a 5% that might matter. Oh, that did nothing. Fuck. I'm so scared of this being Guts. And me clicking Dragon Rush and it missing. Particularly when it has Quick Claw. That would be horrendous. That damage roll is so close to halfway. Garchomp's Aerial Ace is obviously quite a bit stronger than Weavile's. I think I'm going to believe in it. It's not by a lot though. It's like 15%. If I miss Dragon Rush, I could be dead though. Even if Aerial Ace doesn't kill, it at least means that Slaking doesn't have to risk the miss as well. On the Quick Claw. Please kill. Oh, no. It's way too high, yeah. Okay, freeze and Quick Claw. I'm probably dead. Right, no freeze. Okay, no freeze. 20% Quick Claw. Okay. Oh no, it's another Laxin Sense set. It's going to use Earthquake guaranteed. I almost wonder if I should switch. No. No. I'm not going to be baiting it. In fact, the best thing I can do is best thing I can do is actually bring it low, because then it's more likely to use superpower instead of Fisher against Slaking. Yeah. Fuck. Oh. I mean, Slaking does one shot. Do I trust Slaking to hit Giga Impact? I don't think so. This is how Slaking teams are meant to be played in Factory, but it does still feel terrible. Okay, good. Good. Okay. I'm tempted to replace Slaking with Slowbro. The massive difference between Slaking and Slowbro is that Slaking is so much faster. Grass type. Okay. I was also thinking about Mamoswine, but I guess I'm not taking either of those. I was also thinking about taking the Machamp, because if I have Machamp, I've blocked certain set 4s as well for the final match. If it's Guts Machamp, that would be pretty painful though. Guts Machamp 3 is a bit of a joke. I am too risk adverse, perhaps. Yes, I want to see your Pokemon. Show me your Pokemon. I think no matter how long I think about it, it's just going to be a Giga Impact turn. Hope that it's not Effect Spore, or if it is, that we don't get hit by the 30%. Actually, I'll take being Effect Spored as long as I don't miss. Power Herb? Yeah. This is promoted on the AI. On the AI side of things. I don't like losing my Focus Sash, and I don't like the idea of Weavile coming into a crit Sludge Bomb. So I think I'm going to Giga Impact again. I want to see you hit the Dragon Rush. Fill me with confidence, Garchomp 3. Crit as well, okay. I feel like everyone else in the world hates this set. I think it's great. The more I use Garchomp 3, the more I like it, actually. Even though it looks like an abomination. Water. I mean, Victory Bell and Breloom are just running the risk of being hit by Ice Beam anyway. The return of Slowking. I would love to pretend that there's some kind of deeper strategy to this. It can use Mirror Coat, I guess, which makes this decision even easier to make. Mamoswine 3 is back. Don't Fisher me. Oh, that's rough. That's a rough one. Well, Weavile is dead to Earthquake, potentially, so I think it's Garchomp. And I think it has to be Aqua Tail. Please don't miss. At least Garchomp is sashed, in case it does go for another Fisher. Goodbye, Sash. Yep. I'm already dead. Let me die. It's amazing. It was quite likely to be Snowcloak as well. The last water type is Spexbro. Let's go. Let's go, Spexbro. Okay. I'm quite scared of that, actually. I'm not in outrage range yet. And I think I have to click Stone Edge. Thank you. Okay, thank you. It's never going to boost to +2 because it's forced to use Outrage after a single Dragon Dance anyway, and Weavile is faster than a +1 Lapras, and so is Garchomp. This could have gone badly wrong. Oh, Squilliam's posted the whole singles. I can't believe it was beaten by 1. The power of Carlos. Yeah, this is the true final boss of the factory. This guy's harder to beat than Thornton is. I really hate this match on 42. I should have taken Milo. Oh, shit. That was an actual misclick. Please don't punish me for not taking Milo. Mirror Coat is quite likely. But even if it hits me with Seed Bomb, I don't mind. I'll go to... What will I go to, actually? Because I don't want to get Stone Edged on Weavile. I guess I'm going to Garchomp. It might have even been better to stay in there. That is good news. The bad news is that Garchomp and Typhlosion's speed tie, which makes this a little bit awkward. But it is good news that the best switch-in was Typhlosion after Credilli. That means the last Pokemon is probably absolutely terrible. In fact, I'm not even sure what it could be. It must be absolute trash. If I give it Blaze, I don't mind. I'd rather hit the move, even if it survives. For Typhlosion to be the switch-in after Credilli 4 faints, what is in the back? I guess it has to be another special set, right? Oh, okay. I was not expecting that. Why didn't you come in second? You've got Focus Punch. I guess Credilli 4 does have higher special attack than attack, though. Which is a Credilli 4 moment. Yeah. Yeah, and it's Garchomp. I guess that does make sense. That's such a weird interaction. I have successfully failed to get sub 21 swaps, so it's going to be 3 elevations. I am not feeling that confident. Save me, God. Save me, Godchomp. Godchomp 4. The Psychic type, okay. That's a little bit rare. Please be Yanmega 4. Ooh, Tinted Lens as well. Okay. Yeah, Regirock one not bad. I don't know how I feel about the first 3 though. I mean, I'm taking these 2, particularly Yanmega. I feel like Tinted Lens is the better ability on it. And I'll lead Lucario, for sure. I don't know what to take in the back. I'm probably swapping out whatever is in the back. I guess I should factor in the type spec then, which is Psychic, which probably does mean Regirock. Yeah, you're such a shit set. I'd rather take Espeon than Sceptile 4, and I'm not taking Espeon. It's Guitarist, so I have to pay attention to the name. I'm pretty sure I know who that is by quote. That's not a good opening matchup. I can at least switch. It's not too bad, I guess. Just don't miss Air Slash. It's probably... Well... I say that, it's probably not necessarily the next Psychic in. Okay, Metagross 4. I'm tempted to Air Slash it because of Tinted Lens, and I'm not sure about the Bug Buzz into EQ roll, or the Bug Buzz into Aura Sphere roll. I'm not sure I even want to go Lucario after Yanmega anyway. I guess I should probably Bug Buzz because Metagross is not guaranteed to Quick Claw next turn, even though it always feels like it is. Live it. And don't boost. Don't you dare boost. Don't you dare boost. And please live it. Okay. And now no quick claw. Oh, that was so scary. I mean, Regirock probably does save it, but I have no interest in playing that out. It's a huge crit. Yep. I mean, it was dead to Aura Sphere. Do I drop Lucario for Metagross? I could go double steal even. I'm so fire weak if I do that, but I can do it. Given this is meant to be an educational video on YouTube, I don't think I can take the risk on the Metagross Lucario double up. And I do really like denying the AI any of the quick claw sets, which is maybe one of the most underrated parts of Metagross 4 is that I block quick claw on the opponent. I also just like explosion on the lead slot. I don't recognise that quote, which means it must be a set free trainer. No, it's Cecil. Okay. I'm just insanely rusty then. It's gonna be Flamethrower. Bright Powder Miss is bad now. It's also bad if I swap to Regirock though. Burn is also bad under the same conditions. Okay, no burn, no miss. And no crit. Surprising how many things can go wrong on a turn. No electrics in the back though. That's good news for Yanmega. Victory Bell. Useless Quick Claw. Love to see it. Well, I guess it could focus ban me. Nope. And Scarm for... After it takes Life Orb, I feel like I'm going to kill it. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Oh my god, that's such an amazing quote. I missed the type quote. Don't tell me what it is. I should be punished for this. I just clicked up. I just clicked through it and I didn't look. I'm not taking any of those anyway. It just matters for how I played next game. Triple Fairy type. It's another set 4 trainer. I mean, it's good and bad. It's bad because I'm much more likely to lose to a set 4 than a set 3, but it's good because it gives me swap options usually. Fuck! Oh no, never mind. It's Scarfed, isn't it? I got such a strong... Oh, fuck. It can head smash me. It can head smash me on turn 1. I forgot the head smash, just ignored all of the AI. I'm slower. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, Regirock. Wait, am I sorry? Yeah, I'm sorry, Regirock. Oh, fuck. I actually wanted it to take recoil damage because I'm not going to kill it with Earthquake. Regirock will survive a head smash crit. It'll also survive 2 head smashes. Rock Absorb, is that not Steelix? I am not out of trouble yet. You know all of those head smash misses, I would trade at least one of them for a Hydro Pump miss. Oh, this does not look good. Ah, shit. I mean, maybe Yanmega can survive Ice Beam, but the Air Slash into Bug Buzz sounds very unappealing. Most of all, I'm just very concerned about how I can't blow up on this thing because of the potential damp. So I think it's going to have to be Zen Headbutt and take the Yanmega 1v1. The worst possible timeline is that I miss Zen Headbutt, Golduck hits both Hydro Pumps, and I don't Quick Claw on the second turn. Golduck's in the second index, which means it was a regular best super effective move tie-in on the switch order. So Yanmega's got a good chance. Also, if I could flinch, that would be amazing. Please flinch. Ooh, that might be Earthquake range even, but I'm not gonna risk it. Quick Claw. It's not a Quick Claw. Believe in the tinted lens, Yanmega. You should be dead. That's a never punish moment. This thing can't touch me. In fact, I could, no, I don't think I should Psychic. If it's Swarm and it hits both Megahorns, I could be dead if I Psychic. Yeah. I do have to hit one of my air slashes then. Yeah. Psychic would have been a massive mistake. Better to be lucky than smart. Brain-numbingly annoying Rampardos 4 is. The issue with this swap is that Rampardos and Metagross are almost the same Pokemon, in that they're both... whatever. Rampardos never misses. Basically, Head Smash has no AI. So it doesn't check type matchup, it doesn't check does it kill. It just stays at +0 and it can be randomly used. And Earthquake wouldn't kill Metagross. So Earthquake and Head Smash are both at +0 in the AI. Also, it's another set 4 trainer. God, what do I even do? I guess if it gets bad, I can explode. This is a speed tie. I might switch to Ramp after this, although it's choice locking. Can't do it. I've got a nasty feeling that isn't Zen Headbutt range, but let's go for it. Oh no, the Life Orb. I feel like the Life Orb helped that out a lot. Yeah, 60%, exactly. Flash Fire Arcanine. How scared am I of getting burned? I guess if I get burned, I Head Smash. If I get crit, on the other hand, that could be bad. Okay, good. Now, Focus Ban me, and die to Flare Blitz Recoil. And I'll send Metagross in, and we blow up on Shuckle 4. Oh. Okay, that's a juicy option. I can get Stone Edged here by Gliscor. So I'm actually going to go Metagross, because Metagross is dead anyway, unless it Quick Claws. Just weighing it up. No, I've got to save Rampardos. I'm not sure if Bug Buzz Superpower kills. It probably doesn't. Right, let's figure out if Metagross is dead or not first. Stone Edge is actually quite likely. Yeah. Nice crit. Okay. I think the safest one I have access to is the Bug Buzz into Giga Impact. Oh, that did a lot. That did so much. Oh, is that superpower range? Nice crit. I'm going to be really boring and damage calc this. Where is it? Huh. $19 minimum. 28 is the min roll. Where Unga Bunga? I ruined the Unga Bunga stream. Half a second, I thought that had survived. Because the irony of superpower is that if I superpower and then it's Stone Edge is no longer a roll to kill. It would be guaranteed. Water. I was gonna take Gliscor though. You did your job, Rampardos. It's fine. Water types are famously very slow. Much slower than the 0 speed invested Gliscor. Finally, it's a set 3 trainer. Here we go. I'm back to being very ice weak in the back. It's a shame that isn't Gyarados 4, actually. I would have loved to take that. I actually don't... How much of an overreaction is it to blow up? I'm in trouble if I get flinched here. It depends what the roll is, I guess. Ooh. That must be Tinted Lens range. Okay, I'm not that concerned anymore. Besides, I'll switch to Yanmega if I get flinched here, I think. Right, now don't send in any Pokemon that can have the ability Damp. Okay. Admittedly, that qualifies. It can Stone Edge as well as Earthquake. There's no way I'm switching out of this. It is banded, but as long as I don't miss, I'll be fine. Oh, do I blow up on Lax Insensible Rain? I think I do. It has Rest. Please don't miss. Thank you. If Meteor Mash could two-shot that, I would Meteor Mash, but... yeah, screw that. I'm kind of tempted by Gyarados. But I'd be swapping out the Metagross, which feels wrong. And Yanmega is Tinted Lens, set 4. That feels wrong to get rid of, and it also feels wrong to get rid of Gliscor. And there's no type spec to give me a hint. It's another set 4 trainer. It's Ginger, is it? Yeah. I'm making a comeback with this quotes game. Triple Steel wouldn't have even been that bad. I don't know if I can deny this thing Swarm. Let me check the Earthquake roll, because I think Earthquake isn't doing over half. I think it's doing just under half. Oh, it is doing over half. In that case, screw it. That Iron Head did a lot. Don't let me down, Gliscor. I should survive, at least. Oh, no. It's Shuckerberry as well. I'm actually in a lot of trouble. I'm gonna have to blow up again. Oh, can Metagross get hit by Fire Punch and Earthquake and live? Because that means I could save Gliscor. Even... No. That must be a roll. That must be a roll. But the reason I'm so scared is because Electivire and Yanmega speed tie. So I have to blow up on this, I think. And it's Shuckerberry. I really want to switch though, because if I can switch Metagross into Ice Punch, I'll have a much easier time of winning. Gliscor is probably faster than their last Pokemon. Although there's no type spec, so I know the last Pokemon is not Steel, Bug, Electric. The fact that it can't be Electric is pretty huge, actually. That is perhaps reason enough to believe in Yanmega for the 1v1. Weavile. It's fine. We would beat Weavile. Explosion. Yeah. Don't Quick Claw. I don't want you to Quick Claw. Just don't crit the Earthquake either. That's also not allowed. Okay. It's funny, I was literally thinking as Sizzle went down, I really hope that there was an Electivire or something in the back to punish the Gliscor taking damage line I took at the start, because I could have just Earthquaked the Sizzle at the start of Metagross. Anyway. What is it? I mean, that's pretty good for me. Yeah, I have Rivalry on my side if it is that. think I should be guaranteed to win. You could do tinted lens bug buzz for style points. Right, crit and poison would kill me. Okay. Oh, I might take the Electivire. Why was it so silent for a second there? That was really weird. No type. There is another line. I could get rid of Yan Mega. My intuition is telling me to get rid of Gliscor, though. Go less water weak. Gliscor also has a little bit of a rough matchup into a lot of the legendary sets. Since so many of them fly or float, and so many of them are special. Honestly, 4 hours in, I am too tired to make a logical decision. I'm just going to take the Via, because it feels right. So there's no ice types in the back. I think Meteor Mash is safer than Earthquake. Lax Incense. Yeah. Alright, time for Moltres, Overheat Entei, Latios free to dodge the explosion. Ninetales 4. Ah, is the hail enough for me to faint to Flamethrower? I mean, this is faster than Electivire and Yan Mega anyway. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's GG. Okay. There's no way the IV difference is enough to survive. The Quick Claw, and now Quick Claw Explosion at the end. There are a few things that could still kill me. I probably survive Flamethrower, but... Okay. I have to assume it's Ready Steel 2, probably. Ready Steel 2 is the Leftovers double team one. It's the only Ready Steel set that can really win. The Curse set is not going to win from here. Okay. I could explode. It's probably a roll. It also denies the shell bell healing from a crit earthquake. So explosion probably is actually better than earthquake. Unlucky Metagross. It is, of course, guaranteed dead. It would have been far more epic for Explosion to kill, but I can't believe that I got through that. I'm actually shocked I'm shocked I won. Is it time to extend it to a best of 7 so that I can lose? This ruins... I've already scripted the start of the video. It ruins my script if I win. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm not sure how long the video will take. Hurts myself thinking about it, but thanks for watching. Cool. See you later.